Hello and welcome to the Valorant Draft Circuit. My name is Childerose. Joining me on the cast tonight is Nadesy, and we are here to bring you our very last match of Season 1 Contender Finals. Nadesy, getting into our last match, are you excited?
I'm very excited, ready to get ready, going for a new season, but I got to cap it off first, and this one's going to be an exciting match.
This matchup is the flawless falafels of the Omnipotent Sandwiches versus Decaf of Kingdom Coffee. These two teams, the lowest seeds in the playoffs, the 3 and 4 seed in the 4-team playoffs, both earned their way here through the semifinals. Decaf especially impressive, 2-0ing the best team in Contender convincingly to get here. And these two teams will be facing off in a best of 5 that will start with where else? It feels like VDC's home base, Ascent. And we'll end, if we get all the way to 5, on Icebox. Several maps in between, lots of things to see. Excited to get this one underway soon.
Yeah, going on to Ascent to start. I mean, it's a real bad map for Decaf and a real good map for Flawless Falafels, but they've only played it twice. They do have an astounding 78% win rate for rounds, but I mean, you've only seen it twice. I'm sure there's a lot of kinks that maybe they just haven't quite worked out yet. You don't know about.
Could very well be, but we'll see, because Decaf, I do believe, I'm trying to remember their semifinal series. I don't think they played Ascent in that one, but or did they?
No, it was Bind and Icebox for Decaf.
You are right. All right. Well, Bind would be map 2, will be map 2, which was Decaf's pick. The Flawless Falafels, as the higher seed, chose to pick ban and pick first. They banned, I believe, let me go check my notes. They banned Breeze. Kingdom Coffee's Decaf banned Haven, and then the picks went Ascent for the Flawless Falafels, Bind for Decaf, Fracture, Split, and Icebox remained as the decider. We will see the Flawless Falafels starting on defense on every map unless we get to map 5, in which case they will switch sides for Icebox. Seeing the compositions getting locked in here. So far, interestingly, dueling Killjoy is not something we've seen a lot on Ascent. We've seen a lot of Ascent. But we will see both come out here, and not really great utility to stop them. There's no Sovas available.
I think most shockingly is Soda Water bringing the Viper in. You're going to have some sick lineups in order to make
that is extremely interesting. That's a solo controller Viper as well. I am interested to see how that works out for them, especially on this attack side. In a sense, though, we do have double Sentinels from Flawless Falafels, and with the Viper on Decaf, I know Soda has some one-ways set up for defense on this map. Could be potentially deadly as we're getting into this map. And is that the crosshair Drag plays with? Please tell me if he's going to change that. There's no way.
Not, but it's definitely a crosshair, to say the least.
We've got a little bit of a pregame ritual slash pep talk, it looks like, coming into Decaf. As they're getting underway, they'll be starting on the attack side. They got to choose their side, and they picked attack, so they've got some confidence in this setup. I'm really interested to see how this composition works for them.
If we're going to see Decaf starting on attack with the single controller, it would be interesting what they have, what kind of setups.
So far, just everybody standing still. As we are waiting for Force Put a Contact, Hashem is pushed up, checking teammate. Devasi catches line of sight, but no shots. And this is actually drawing a bit of a rotate towards the middle.
This knife... Oh, okay. Should bring Hashem back towards sight now.
Enemy suppressed.
That spots 3 hostiles, and the first player actually pushing in. Fragment goes out, Flashpoint as well, gonna pick out a flash drive rather, but nobody there to receive as all the players huddling behind the smoke. For now, the pop flash out, Devasi fully blind and will go down to AJ Thunderous. It's the pick and the sight for Decaf. Spike will be planted. Drag is playing with his crosshair, as it's gonna be a 4v5 retake, but some members of Flawless Falafels also tagged up. In favor of Decaf, is Jester's lead of switching contact, just taking the turret fight for now. players behind Jenny. Thunderous will find Hash, and all these players dropping from Raptors now. Thunder finds one, but the rest of the trade going to Decaf. Thunder will find one more, but Acme will shut him down. It's the first round for Decaf. And that attack side starting off well.
Yeah, real good opener. Hashem giving up the entirety of A side, just vacating it, and they try to play retake. It unfortunately did not work for them, and yeah, Decaf off to a strong start.
So second round here, money should be in the favor of Decaf. They are going for a little bit of a lighter buy, at least Thunderous, who is the lurk right now. Made contact with Drag. Just the Sheriff, not even armor, full utility. This looks like a full-fledged fake from Thunderous.
Poor cat!
Yeah, not the contact one. Looks like they're fighting on it, and they're going to stack towards B.
And he's already looking it back towards his teammates as they will just walk onto an empty site for now. I keep it dashed into his teammate. Devasti, though, could be able to challenge past the Hyperwall. Does get a shot off, but takes a little bit of damage. Maybe just turret damage.
Spike planted.
Spike will go down, though. Disadvantaged 5v5 retake for the Falafels, especially with Thunder slowly having worked up Cat. That's what they can do here. They are clearing Thunderous, but the headshot takes Thunder down. Thunder is now in favor of the attack side. They'll haven't been able to get out of Raptors. Now they are on Raptors. A 1-for-1. Aki will make it a 2-for-1. She'll make it a 3-for-1. All on to Hashem. He's flashed. Thunderous will close off with a 2K, and that will put 2 on the board for Decaf.
Yeah, very nice round for Decaf. Falafels was biting on the fake of just a single agent in B main, making contact, and exploded onto A and won the round off the back of it.
Apologies as we get some settings
Time for a field
altered.
test.
Our observer tonight helping us from CSC, 42 Firehawk. We thank them very much for joining us. But she does have to change a few settings because has not observed for Valorant before. But as we're getting into this bonus round for Decaf, they are taking it slow. They've pretty hard committed to sites, A site really, the past 2 rounds straight through main. You can see the reaction from the Flawless Falafels Jester over on that site with the full Killjoy setup. The Decaf splitting more, not really taking mid control, but full control of both extremities right now. On the angle, most of the shots has to back away as B main control and A main control now firmly in the hands of Decaf.
It's going to be interesting to see how they get onto B site here with both your initiators lurking on the other side of the map. No flashes to make easy way on site.
They have now lurked up into mid, has Sodawada. I think got noticed. Reports out behind the Killjoy utility, but a trade does happen there as Jester will take Thunderous, but go down
30
himself.
seconds left.
Decaf wants to commit to this. They're going to be committing into a full rotation as the Flawless Falafels have read the hit coming in. It does look like they want to go into it. Starbuckle, she's going to be first into sight. Dodging shots, but it's going to be 3 down for the side of the defense. It's going to be 4. Shut that hit down as soon as it comes through, and it's the first on the board for the Flawless Falafels, and they get a team ace for their troubles.
Yeah, very nice halt for the defense there. You know, real rough going on this site after the initial pick, and then tried to have a lurk, but Tabasi was able to pick that off, and it was pretty easy from there.
Bonus round going about as expected. Flawless Falafels, I believe, kept 4 alive there, so a lot of money going into this next round for them as well. And we'll see if Decaf tries to play more through mid throughout this half. That round they had 1 lurker in mid, which was Soda. Sodawada unfortunately went down in a 1v1. So we'll see if that can play out for them later as they are poking around towards mid and B right now to start off the 4th round. Ashton does only have a ghost to defend this, and it does look like the hit is coming towards him. Devasi's location also noted has to fall away. It's going to rendezvous out. Aki will take the first pick, though. She opens up the site. Seeker's going to come through, but the spike as well to be planted for free. Devasi's actually going to get aggressive and takes a trade. They're now 4-3 in favor of Decaf. And the Seeker noting all of their positions. Ashton with the ghost on the flank, but all players of Decaf playing close on site. Time working again from the first player is spotted. The retake is going to come in here. They know they're all on site, but Soda's found the first. Jester, though, is going to take down Aki. Ashton, though, caught in the open with just the ghost. Jester last alive, finds one. Time probably out. Starbuckles will put Jester away. We'll see if she can live through the spike explosion. Should and will. They made it a little costly, but Decaf do take that third round and should be taking, well, will be taking the lead and a bit of an economic edge, I believe, going into this 5th round.
Yeah, very interesting decision to hold the retake until, what, it seemed like 15 seconds left in the round. They got 2 exits, but that's really it. And now the money's in the tank, so very interesting decision for Decaf there. Or no, I mean, Falafels there.
We did see, interestingly, that interesting Viper pick, rather. Came in pretty clutch there, as we're going to see this aggressive play from Ashton. Catches Thunder is blind, but does just barely manage to shut him down. Drag now, she's going to try to get into the off angle. We'll see if they can clear this. The sky is down. Drag will back out. And they were ready for that. There was a pop flash through. Drag taking different angles, trying to catch him with the shorty. Decaf is just going to pull away. This was a bit of a mixed buy from Decaf. Thunder, it's only had a Sheriff, and Hubby, you can see here, only has a Bulldog, so not thickest buy by any means.
You know, it looked like wisely as they were leaving, juggling guns away to make it hard for Falafels to get anything going on the retake. Sorry to cut you off.
Oh, you're fine. And I have noticed it's interesting. A lot of throws this lineup onto the A site as the spike's going to go down pretty much for free here. That was a bolt pump and then an orb immediately grabbed. Lockdown as well coming in offensively even. This is going to ice out Decaf for a long time. But Sodawada, that toxic screen he throws to get them onto A site doesn't actually go into Raptor, and it's intentional that it doesn't.
Turret's destroyed.
Interesting if they're worried about isolating a fight in hell maybe, or ratting a player behind it, like Starbuckles is doing now. Look at the defensive lockdown. The time, though, might be playing against him. There are nano swarms on Spike as well. Drag has to just peek out and take the first death. Starbuckles will take out Devasi. Thunder on site with the Marshal. Probably best is going to kill Starbuckles as she gets locked down, but Spike is going to explode here. Decaf should keep 3 alive. Lineups even coming in from the Viper. Only economic damage in it for the Flawless Falafels, and you have to wonder if that lockdown was fully worth it.
Yeah, you can't really argue that it was, unfortunately, especially because Decaf kept 3 alive. I mean, the economy's still looking good for them, especially after keeping 2 alive in the previous. They're really starting to roll on their offensive path here, a map they've struggled on historically.
Apologies if the stream just heard my dog. In the room with me for the cast tonight. She wants attention. I did pet the doggo. First pick, though, going down for AJ Thunder is onto Devasi on Catwalk. There is a buy coming in here from the Falafels, as they were just on sort of a half buy last round. Hashim, once again, he's bet with this angle. Crosshair placement a little low, shots a little late. No damage even done over. We'll have to fall off the angle. A nice flash comes in as well. Clearing space. Interesting buy from Decaf as well. Aki still has a Spectre, and I think Hubby might still be on that Bulldog. Some of those stayed over from last round.
Economy.
A lot of mixed buys in this one early on.
Really focusing on economy. Rotate's starting to go back towards A, but the attack's coming mid.
Here.
Really slowing down the game here. Making Falafels think about what's happening.
They really have no information. That actually makes sense. And here the first X and Hashem can see Starbuckle trying to cross. She can go down. Meanwhile, the spike is actually nowhere near this little mid push. It's walking onto A right now and being planted. Oh, Drag though does catch Hubby as the door is being closed. And Sodawad is the only player here. Thunderous is going to catch Thunder to be trying to rotate. They should catch Hashem as well. And this is actually going to draw Drag around. Thunderous on the 4K as well. He'll get traded, but Aki is there to close things out. That lurk play does pay off for Decaf. With a 1v1 on site, possibly some potential there.
Yeah, that could have. That triple lurk could have really given Flawless Falafels a solid opportunity to get back in the game with there being only 2 on site and the first pick going to Drag, but timing's just not in favor of the Falafels, and Decaf get that 5th and the 4th in a row. Third in a row. I don't know, something in a row.
They are so dead.
You hear the Tour de Force coming out from Tavasi. Otherwise, weak weapons, even just the classic in the hands of Drag on site. Tavasi has rotated over, but will just rendezvous away after getting noted by the Trailblazers. So that Tour de Force taking off the site. However, it does look like Decaf want to go the other way. I run into Hashem, who's just running through spawn, and now he's going to get seen by 3. Somehow gets around the corner. We'll just run away, knife out.
And going to run right into Thunders. Oh, smoked off. All right. Able to continue to live to see another day.
And just gets one shot off before being traded. Thunders does walk through the smoke. And now Tavasi trying to fill that hole. They are walking into the Killjoy utility, are Decaf, so maybe some damage is done by that. Tavasi, chocolate slide, unusual for him, but he'll get the second. He'll get another as well.
Spike down.
Other as well just takes 1 in a trade to Jester. Spike's now stuck on lane and with 3 alive for Flawless Falafels. They have the numbers advantage. Under his here and will.
30 seconds
Numbers now
left.
evened up.
One enemy
Most
remains.
for is down. Thunderous with another 3K is going to take down Jester, and Hubby get the last. Spike will go down. It got carry, but unfortunately just not enough for the Flawless Falafels and Decaf. 6-1 up now.
Thank you.
And then 3-on-2, Tavasi with the only gun worth anything. Got caught off guard by Thunders, and then they exploded on the site and converted a 2-on-3 clutch. Decaf off to a very, very strong start on one of their weaker maps in the map pool. 33% win rate. Actually, the only map they're below 50%.
We saw sort of a similar thing from them in the semifinals. That first map they played, not a map they were necessarily fantastic on compared to their opponents. They showed some serious strength early on their opponent's map pick there, and I think it was actually their own map pick, but still unexpected success. It does look like Decaf have been working on the maps that they weren't necessarily as great on in the regular season. So this should be a full buy in the hands of the Flawless Falafels, and I do believe that is Tavasi with the operator. Does get flashed off the angle, but choosing to stick around. Wants to repeat. With the Trailblazer coming through, decides to back away with the rendezvous. Maybe a little overly cautious, but there were 4 or 5 rifles staring down towards this direction. Yeah, have to be careful here. It's very easy to get stalled. If you don't have any control of the extremities, they figure out what direction they want to take. It looks like they decided as Hashem's going to go down to Aki. She opens up space once again, but they still have to get onto this site. They're going to take down the Killjoy utility, dash through the nanoswarm. Soda's trying to plant. It's going to get caught by Jester right here. If Aki can trade that, she can't. It's now locked down. Tavasi's rotated in time to take down Starbuckles. It's going to be on the Thunderous to make another big play here. But it's just going to get caught by Tavasi. It's all onto Hubby, who's trying to lurk around. I think it's just caught a timing. But with 11 seconds left, I don't think there is enough time even with the timing. Round is going to tick out here. It's going to be a second on the board for the Flawless Falafels. Hubby just looking for 1. But on the op, Tavasi will shut him down to keep that up and ready. So a nice second round for the Flawless Falafels as Decaf got a little too bunched up, I think, going through mid.
Yeah, they definitely slowed the game down. They've been slowing the game down a lot. It's been a very just kind of drag out the round kind of pace from Decaf right now. And it's been working well up to this point. 6 on your attack half is very, very solid, especially on your opponent's map pick. Yeah, just kind of bouncing off something you mentioned earlier. They've definitely been putting some work onto their maps they're weaker at, and that's a sign of a winning team right there. Just trying to grind and be the best team in the league.
Again, Ascent, or not even again, but Ascent, one of the more defensive-sided maps, the most defensive-sided map, typically. And with that chamber on defense from Tavasi, now that he's got the operator in his hand, maybe he can start to swing things back that way. It is one of the biggest threats on this map, the power of the operator. So far, Decaf dealt with it when the Tour de Force came through, but this is the first time Devasi has had the operator, had it in the last round, and it worked out well for them, got 3. And even with the Tour de Force, I think he got 2.
Yeah, and that was with no backup weaponry. I was just classics and maybe a sheriff or 2. So now with actual rifles behind it, it's starting to heat up a little bit, but bringing it in round number 8, it might be a little too late to mount a solid defense.
A lot of space has been given to Decaf, but they will get noted by the 0 point. Not flashing in, or backing out the angle. Falafels are reading into this A hit. However, the offensive lockdown's going to come through, and Thunderous on the lurk again finds drag. This lockdown coming through, this should get them space on site. Tavasi, though, holding from Raptor with the operator, doesn't actually have to move. They'll find the first pick on Dodawada, misses the second shot, and is going to get traded by Aki. Will they expect the player in hell? That is Jester, who lurks out and hits one, but traded by the turret. Thunder is going to be shot in the back, despite it being planted and being forced down. It's all onto Starbuckles as Hashem finds 3. Shut that round down. That was a wild finish.
And the time was so low, I don't think, I mean... Getting yeah, really nice play out of Hashem right there. The mid lurk, so much noise being made, able to silently make his way, his way up and in, and getting the 3K to secure that 3rd.
The door must have been broken. Smoke ran out. Sodawada going down. Whatever it was. Spike couldn't get thrown in the ground, and Decaf, actually, that's going to break their money. The operator was not recovered by Flawless Falafels, and it doesn't look like Tavasi has one in hand.
Looking like just a Vandal, but they should be alright with the lighter weaponry. Maybe the Blade Storm going online now. Will indeed get brought in.
And oh, actually, this might have been a Blade Storm buy. I think we missed any economy look while we were in the replay, but actually was the good turn out. Oh, nice! We're just kind of blind one. They're going to push on the site, though. Hubby is going to just go down to the Nanoswarm setup, and Drag has... from the shadows in the wine, found one. Starbuckles will find one herself. It's just going to go down the turret in hell. She's now going to take shots at Aki, who has to break it, turns, breaks it. It's just getting shot from every angle. Jester finds a 3K, and only one of those was with a rifle.
Yeah, I want to see the damage stats from Jester that round. That was incredible utility places, putting Hubby into the blender on Switch. And the round was easy after that.
We do see this timeout coming through from Decaf. That's 3 in a row now for the Flawless Falafels. And you got to wonder if Decaf need to start mixing things up, playing through mid, splitting their pushes more. They've been shut down by this Killjoy utility, especially a couple of times now.
Yeah, and they've been really focused on this A side. Maybe dialing up a site change, or I think just dialing up a site change here, hitting B, and changing the pace a little bit. Get a little fast play going in. Maybe as the classic rush B.
Flawless Falafels are coming back in this half with this double sentinel pick, but there is, of course, the looming question of what they can get done on offense. Even if they win out this half, that would be 5 in a row from them, but that would be a 6-6 half only, and since defense side or attack side can be tricky. Decaf got off to a hot start, but we can see them starting to slow down. Or Flawless Falafel is going to be able to do as well or better when we flip sides.
Turret out.
Yeah, I think one advantage Flawless Falafels have was with the 2 Sentinels they brought in. Both can focus on flanking and just playing super ratty angles and always having their flank covered for Decaf when they're trying to run around them. So it'll still be tough, but they can do it.
No operator in this round for Tavasti. Forward, of course, instead, arguably the better weapon, though there is a KO on the other side who could shut that down in Hubby. No null command, but 0 point always an option. They're taking space on the extremity of B right now.
Here.
Tavasti's actually about to get a duel with AJ Thunderous, and the timing was so tight there, but I think both players just slip away.
Nice find by Dunder. Gonna just try and play his life.
Active in the backside, finds a second as well. Another pop flash available. Gonna throw that out. Swinging, just find Hubby, not able to see. Soda now the last standing, found the first, but gonna have to get the 1v4 8th clutch to survive and win this round. Should get 3v, or will just miss onto Dunder, closes it out with a 4K.
Wow, Dunder with the big balls right there. Getting a nice 4K, and they couldn't do anything. Yeah, I mean, a real solid round for Falafels, getting that 5th on the board and 6th, looking pretty good. We get a little look at the scoreboard. Maybe not, but the economy's still looking good on Decaf here, so they're gonna have a really good shot at taking a 7-5 half win. Yeah, gonna be rocking solo for a little bit. Chilla to go take his little doggy out, or her little doggy out, and yeah, we'll rock it. We got a very heavy B lean early on here, and they're kind of just slowly making their way in. B lean coming in from the false Falafels, and then 0 point will note at least 3, I believe, if not just 2. Hashem and Aki, or not Aki and AJ Thunderous. It looks like they're just full on committing that by going down. Starbuckle's taking on Hashem. That's a nice pick. And the null command is going to come out, and they're going to be able to take sight. No one playing on. Everyone's playing retake here. The lockdown is available for Falafels. They will be able to bring that in to secure the round, and that should be able to take Soda Water offline when they do pop it. It's going to be a 5-on-4 retake, and strong positions being held. A nice gift over by Hubby for Tavasti. It's a little birthday present. Tavasti gets a second on 30 HP. Is pretty low, but the lockdown should come in any second here, and it will come in. Tavasti finds a third on the retake. Having himself around right here. And it's all on to Soda, and Tavasti's on for an ace. Drops to Starbuckles, and it's all on to Starbuckles in the 1-on-3 and gets hit by the lockdown. Drag will swing, secure the 6th, the tied half, and yeah, real good recovery from the Falafels here. 5 in a row to make it a 6-6 half, and that just shows that this team's got some good tenacity.
Switching sides.
Things weren't looking great for them really at the beginning of this half. Decaf was having their way with them, but they bounced back. They bounced back strong, and now it's going to be onto their offensive abilities to see what they're able to do. Looking like they're going to move towards this A site, and I'm hearing Chill is back, so I'll let her take it away.
I have returned. Nice. I only caught the tail end of that round, but a big 4K by Tavasti to clean up on that retake. Starbuckle's almost able to make the hero play, but the lockdown just ticking against her. She just runs out of time here. Nice little spray down, but again, just not enough time. Gets locked down, gets detained, can't really do anything at that point. Even if I think she'd popped the nano swarms, wouldn't have bought nearly enough time. So we'll switch sides with that 6-6 half that we were talking about. And we have to see big pistol here, really, to break the tie. Especially for the flawless Falafels, I think this would be huge in getting them some offensive momentum early, like Decaf did, and getting them, you know, a good shot with this more defensive composition.
We're walking into the A stack here. See how they deal with it.
And Hubby somehow not quite catching Tavasti, who hit the first pick. You're going to push on a site now. Just one trade. Tavasti finds the second. He's starting to go off. After the end of that second half, Soda will get one. Thunderous actually finds another, trying to push through the door, or around the door. Going to be on to the last two, Tavasti and Dunder, to defend this site, as the retake is here faster than the spike even really went down. Top flash from Dunder, blind pulling one. Tavasti meanwhile, Soda, Dunder can't kill either. He's going to lead Tavasti in the 1v2, just the classic to work with. One player low health at least, brings out into the
remaining.
Turret finds one 4K so far to Tavasti, but doesn't know where Starbuckles has gotten off to. She'll shut him down finally. That back-to-back 4Ks for Tavasti as he's starting to show up on the server.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Tavasi, position not known, Starbuckles sneaking her way around site and able to secure that second pistol for Decaf. They're off to a very strong start on the defense as well.
Yeah, and this could build a lot of momentum for them, especially with the composition they have. As Viper could be very effective on the defensive side. As Josh with a patented with camera replay operator going for just unfortunate spray, really. That last bullet maybe could have connected and taken down AJ Thunderous. Would have made things a lot closer, but just unfortunate shots for Dunder, and it ends up being the backbreaker. It does look like the Flawless Falafels just want to hit B here, and they're going to be walking into Starbuckles and her utility.
And on low shield or no shields or very low shields if they have it, it's a nightmare sight take for the Falafels here. They're gonna just brute force it.
They are getting up lane right now, but the first pick is gonna go to Starbuckles. Drag will trade one, but Thunder is now ringing in with the Marshall. Finally goes down, but it's all down just to Drag. Everybody's missing, and they go for the reloads. Drag somehow gonna win that duel. She's still alive, but on 48 hit points. Swings and Starbuckles finally goes down. Had to take the fight sooner rather than later before Soda got there to back up. A bit closer than it felt like it should have been for Decaf, but they do take the follow-up round. They're going to go into their bonus. We're expecting to see the Falafels win this one. We'll see where things play from 8-7. Of course, Decaf still with some threats in this round.
Yeah, they do have that tour de force being able to be brought in. Full belt of the Headhunter too. I mean, this is a great round for Tabasi to continue to take over like it looked like he was earlier. 8 kills in the final and first round of the halves.
They are so dead.
And here will come out the Tour de Force. Aki wisely no longer peeking into the Tour de Force. Not really that many rifles on the side of the Flawless Falafels. That looks like a Guardian. And actually, AJ Thunder is just going to rip Tabasi's head off. Going to rip off Jester's as well. Huge duel to take down the Tour de Force and take another as well. And that's a big early start for Decaf. However, they've kind of been baited into over-rotating right now towards mid, and there's nobody here to defend the B site at all.
Oh, elbow spotted.
Now that information call comes through, and it's actually going to get Decaf to back off, or not Decaf, but the Flawless Falafels to back off. Seeker's even going to be invested from Decaf. I like that choice. It gives them some idea where their opponents are. They're going to realize B main is completely empty. Hopefully reset to a default here and not get overly baited into rotating away. For the Flawless Falafels, they now have no map control and no idea where to go with the spike. Time is against them. They might just be choosing to save here.
Yeah, it's a very, very unfortunate call.
Left.
If they do decide to go with it, they need this round. I mean, this is a pretty big one if they're not able to win it.
This is going to be a difficult push. Starbuckle set up on the B site fully once again. But they have to find a way in through this, and it should not be easy. They are going to just dash past the utility, but the alarm bot is going to help. Starbuckle is going to kill onto Hashem. Onto site go the last two members, but Drag has to crater out. She is the last alive, has to try to stick the plant. Thunderous was close enough. Utility does come in big time, and that site hit was dead on arrival as Decaf now go up 9-3 or 9-6. This feels like things are getting worrying for the Falafels under map pick.
Yeah, Thunder's fighting 2 big openers out in mid. 3 bullets, 2 kills with the Guardian. Love to see it. And then from there, the round was pretty much locked in for Decaf, despite Flawless's best attempts.
The weapons, it does look like they want to hard commit towards A. Only really benefit for the Flawless Falafels right now is that a couple of the guns in the last round weren't picked up. They're just going to dash hit the A site hard and fast. So do a lot of those bring out from the smoke. Find one while the spike is attempting to be planted. It actually got caught in main. Hubby's going to just spray one down blind through the smoke as well. Finally, the spike being planted. All members of Decaf are already here for this retake. Spotting out some of these players. They know the locations of 2. Including Tavasi named. He's got to become big here. He will get 1, but only after Jester goes down. He'll actually get a 2nd, but is it enough? Hashem stuck in hell. Position noted. Actually, maybe not noted. After headshot him, but didn't seem to be aware that he'd done so. but we'll take the pick anyway. The round will be shut down. Decaf do lose 3, but one of those players was on a Spectre. The economy's probably doing all right. They're now at 10-6. Economy be whatever way it is, that's a good feeling on this first map.
Yeah, I mean, for Falafels Falafels, that was best case scenario. It wasn't really a round they had much of a realistic shot of winning. So take 3 guns out and get the bomb plant. I mean, that's about as good as you can ask for. Still got 3 rounds that they can allow to give up. They do still have a shot to win it, but they need to win this one. Yeah, they need to start winning.
Yeah, sooner the better. Again, this attack side can be difficult to solve. They were splitting mid in the early round in that first pistol, which they ended up dropping, but past few rounds, not really much split to talk about. They've lost some early picks. They just want to go brute through A again. There is nobody to defend this, and with the Milkman coming through, this fight actually might just be played for a full retake by Decaf. It does look like they're going to do so as the spike is being planted. Everybody for Decaf starting to run back. His first fight in Rafters could be huge. They're not really looking the right way. Ashton will get the better angle and will take 1. Manages to duck away as well, so it's now 4v5. Make that 4v4. AJ Thunders has been having a map so far. Aki as well, pushing in from the door, finds Drag. It leaves just 1 player on site. Hubby somehow ran straight past, I'm pretty sure, but will shut down. Tavasi as well is shut down. It's on to Jester with the lineups to try to do something about this round. Spamming the swarm grenades, which will force them off the defuse. The time, though, is it enough being bought? They're going to jump on the defuse now. They've got to hold main. They can't let Jester peek out and take down the diffuser, which he will. That should buy enough time, even with Jester going down. The lineups do their job. It's a clutch for Jester, and it's a 7th on the board for the Flawless Falafels, but everybody died.
A massive round for Flawless Falafels, getting their first of the attacking half. Their money's not looking terrible. They've still got, looks like they've got full rifles across the board, but Decaf are in much the same boat where they should have a good amount of rifles too. Nice clutch out of Jester, evading the op shot surprisingly and able to land killing blow.
The wide swing good enough there to take down Hubby. Maybe Decaf could have pushed further into main, but nonetheless, or whatever the less, we gotta go into the next round. And again, all members of the Flawless Falafels went down there, so while they have a bye here, if they lose this round, the economy is almost certainly going to be in the dumpster, and that could quickly be 12 against them. So while they won their must-win, they've just been put into another with all players dropping, and it looks like they want to go towards B, and they are just going to run in. The lockdown coming in from the attacking side. They're getting onto the site here as 2 players have gotten past the Nanostorm. Spike should be going down. It's another retake for Decaf in a 5v5 fashion. Devasi lurked through mid as well. It's going to be huge in this. How many can he find from that position? The stream stops doing this. I found it 1. He's found 2. I still can't see anything. He's going to find a 3rd as well. Tavasi absolutely shutting things down from the mid lurk, and this has drawn both of the remaining players to come look for him. Could just go on for the ace here. He's going to swing. Buckles will shut him down. Retake might be possible, but there's still 4 alive. I have to wonder if the call should be to save, but they want to go in. Aki's going to go down. Starbuckle drops into sight. She'll get 1 for the trouble. The drag will shut her down. It's another round for the Flawless Falafels, and importantly, they keep 3 alive. Devasi's lurk plays a huge role in that, and now they're starting to get some momentum here, and Decaf probably broke.
Able to get a little shot over there, and it looks like a Spectre or 2. Yeah, Flawless Falafels, big 3K out of Tavasi, and that round was pretty much locked in at that point. Jester hanging outside B main, nade in hand, ready to lock it in if things did go sour for the players on site.
So with the weaker weapon moving onto the utility here, for Decaf primarily, as mostly just pistols and some Spectres brought into this round. Really going, the Falafels are pretty heavily grouped, not wanting to give a weapon over for sure. Actually, that's the spike just being from the shadows into the back of B site. Duel will be won, though, crucially for Drag, and so she should be able to plant safely. Could have been a bit nervous if she
Spike
lost
planted.
that, but they do manage to get onto the site as well. Be another retake for Decaf. And Aki the only one with the rifle, it looks like. Oh no.
Wow. Both Killjoys getting a lot of value from their utilities tonight.
That's like the third turret kill in this map. Tavasi, I think, just found Starbuckles blind through his smoke. Aki
Last
Build a
player
rifle
standing.
online. There are lineups in play here. Aki actually might be able to find a few looking the wrong direction. Oh, just one. Round again, going in the favor of the Flawless Falafels. Decaf's been playing retake a lot recently, and it's not been going their favor. We're going to see the timeout come in. We're 10-9 now. The comeback coming in again for the Flawless Falafels. Came in the first half, coming in the second half.
Yeah,
Momentum firmly in their favor.
Looks like they've cracked the code on offense. Decaf playing a little too passive. Got to see them start to fight for sight a little bit more. And for Falafels, Devasi just needs to keep fragging out. He's having himself a day right now, 26 and 15. Had a slow start, but he's bounced back strongly. Here's an opportunity to bring the tour de force in here, drop a rifle over to Thunder. Should be a battle for both teams.
We can see it's been Tavasi and AJ Thunderous leading the way for the respective sides. 26 and 15 on Tavasi, 23 and 14 on AJ Thunderous. Big performances so far, and you can see that offensive economy is absolutely rolling. The defense does have the money to buy here, and they are certainly going to, I am sure, but it's going to be thinner. A lost round could mean a lead for the Flawless Falafels as they'll be facing the anti-eco. And just look at how streaky this map has been. We do have a technical pause coming in, asked for by Tavasi, it looks like. We'll see if we get any additional information. I'm going to guess that was a restroom break call. There is some weapon juggling going on.
Yeah, Tavasi's still in the server, so okay, maybe it's just someone else on the other team, or on their team.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
We'll see if we get any information on that. But while we take this technical pause, the teams, this isn't VCT. We can't tell them not to talk to each other. I don't actually know if VCT does that. I just know League used to. But more time to be taken for Decaf, really, to figure things out. And it does look like that pause has been ended. So we are going to get into the round here shortly. And it does look like the Falafels just want to go hard A. We'll see if they commit to that.
Get out of my way!
Looks like they're going to be able to avoid soda water, and that will kind of nullify the Viper's pit for now.
The null command as well is big, but the first pick went to AJ Thunderous. He's going to get a second. That one doesn't quite count yet, but Starbuckle's chiming in as well. Thunder Chief now in an almost unresable position as this hit is just shut down as soon as it started. They're even just going to rifle down Dunder down to about 5%, or about 10%, now dead completely. Starbuckles with the nice KS. She was the one to spray down the kneeling KO. Now it's just on to Dragon Tavasi as the early exchange went so heavily in the favor of Decaf. They have to try to find something to do with no map control, no backup plan. Tavasi, though, has been a dynamic force on this map. And really, in the whole season, one of the top-ranked players in Contender. If not, I think is the top-ranked player.
The top-ranked player.
Yeah, top-rated, rather. Most kills in any tier. Absolutely outstanding player, but they're going to be pushing into Soda Water here. He's playing around the Viper's wall, excellently finds both with the spray down. And it's a flawless round for Decaf on the back of that timeout.
Yeah, Falafels may be regretting that timeout call. I know it's not something that was in their control if it was a teammate going down, but it's just unfortunate timing, and now they're going to need to bring in another to try and figure something out here. It's really starting to build up for Decaf here, too. Should have a great shot at 12.
Thankfully for the Flawless Falafels, plenty of economy to fall back on. You can see maxed out money on Tavasi, close to it for Jester. I'm sure Hashem was on close to it before the timeout was called. For Decaf, though, they do have a good economy of their own because of that flawless round. They now have at least one buy to fall back on. You can see most of the players hovering at 4K or more, might even have 2, depending on how the rounds go. So good economy potentially for both teams the rest of the way. It's just going to be down to who's better with the rifles in hand. Starbuckles, by the way, recently has been creeping up that scoreboard. She's at 19 and 13 now. You know, Thunderous and Devasi have been leading the way, but she's been right there. Was part of that just complete shutdown of the A site in the last round.
Yeah,
Falafels. Oh, go ahead.
They're having a real nice team game. You know, it's Devasi's clicking heads very well, but the team's there with the assist numbers. They're all contributing their weight in gold right now. Just need to see them click heads a little bit more towards the end here.
It's a more passive hold from the Falafels, looking for some aggression potentially from Decaf. But Decaf, not a team that's particularly aggressive. We saw that in the semifinals. I think I even noted it then. They were very passive on their defensive holds, and they were very successful with them, even with them being so reserved. And they don't seem particularly they don't seem to be particularly interested in playing into any sort of aggression. The early round, just some exchanges of utility. The orb grabbed. It does look like the Falafels want to hit A again, and most of the Killjoy utility at least is offline. But counter flashes. There's 4 players here. This is such a hard direction to take into, and they're just going to fully pull out. Time now against them, however, in the Viper's pit on the B site as well. They have to figure out another plan of entry. They've got to figure out one fast.
Yeah, they've got a real tall task ahead of them here. Strong positions being held by Decaf and a ton of map control being...
Oh, and Drag actually takes Thunderous's head off. That could be a potentially huge pick. There is, I believe, just the alarm bot is in towards grass, or tree rather. They are going to get onto this site. We'll see. This lockdown from hell could be an interesting play. Starbuckles has it out. They don't know she's there. This could be a potentially huge late play from her if they don't clear this. Smoke bait, she finds 1, she finds 2, that is big. The numbers now in the favor of Decaf, but she goes for the reload while walking out, gonna get killed by Drag. There's one on the lurk in Hashem, but there's only one left on site. Not even one, it's just lineups left. They will come in and buy time as all players are on site. Hashem is finally looped around, taken down. Hubby even catches Soda Water looking the wrong way, but now has to lurk out. Almost managed to go on active, fall into Jester. Time though, or time was in his favor, but Soda was in his way, and that is now the 12th on the board for Decaf as they are 1 away from taking the Flawless Falafels map pick here.
Match point.
Yeah, they only really had to burn 1 ult to win it, I believe. No, they burned 2, but it was great value for the both of them, and they kept that lockdown online for this final round. No counter lockdown to be brought in for the Falafels. It's gettable, but it's not close enough now. Yeah, Falafels had a really solid shot, and Drag said, screw your map control. We're going to get the opener onto A, and it almost worked.
That big play from Starbuckles to balance out the round there.
Yep.
From hell. Her taking down Devasi was, of course, huge, as Devasi's performance in this map has been the game changer along with Thunderous, so... You were mentioning Starbuckles has been shooting up that scoreboard with the 2K that round. After Thunderous goes down, she puts her team in a winning position, and they capitalize. And Devasi's going to go down to Aki. It's going to be traded. First contact in mid. It does look like the Flawless Falafels want to push through. The door is closed on them. They might be going all the way to Thunder Chief going to spray down one. Thunder Chief going to spray down 2. Thunder is still alive. They have to decide a direction from here. They're kind of ensnared. They are going to go towards Thunderous. It looks like she's going through. One sprays down 2. Gives a chance for them looking the right direction. The last pick will come through. Players were low health. Soda with 36 HP. It's a weird way to end up the map, but it is a 13-9 Decaf take map 1.
Wow, and that could have been so bad for Thunderous. Got the 2K, but a second sooner on the swing, and he was knife out. That would have been a locked-in round for Flawless Falafels at that point. And yeah, just unlucky timings. Good round or good game for KC though. They were dominant from start to finish.
Absolutely, they especially showed it in the early phase of that attack round, and then shut down on defense when they needed to. They take map 1, which was their opponent's map pick of Ascent, and they're going to go into map 2 of Bind with some confidence in them. This is a best of 5, long way to go. Map 1, big as always, but not the ever-determining factor. Still plenty of rounds here for the Flawless Falafels to come back, and I do believe they lost the first map in the semifinals when they were taking on the Sod Gods, so Plenty of room for a comeback here. For now, though, we're going to throw to a break. When we come back, we'll bring you map 2 and beyond. Don't go anywhere. The intro video.
One more right side.
Right side.
B.
One more.
I have B.
Where we go? One more.
Probably for a lot. You haul.
Nice!
Wow! One team put all 5 players. And welcome back. We just saw map 1 of Ascent go the way of Team Decaf. They took down the Flawless Falafels 13-9. We go into map 2, which is Decaf's map pick of Bind, where they will look to take a 2-0 lead. And the Flawless Falafels will look to even things up at 1-1. Nadesy, that was an exciting first map. An unexpected result in some ways. And what do you think we have going for ourselves? What do you think we have in this series going forwards?
I think we've got a really, really good shot at Casey winning 3-1 at worst. 3-0 definitely on the cards. I mean, Bind is not a very good map pick for Flawless Falafels, and it's a stellar map pick for them. I mean, they took down the best team in the league on it just a week or so ago. And yeah, I mean, world's their oyster at this point. Looking at some comp picks, it's looking like it's going to be pretty consistent as it was last week for Decaf. Boss Waffle still kind of hovering with some stuff. Got a double duelist, which is not something you see quite often, but on a defensive heavy map like Bind, it's not a terrible decision to get some extra offense on the board early.
It would be sort of an all kinds of unusual pick lineup if Flawless Falafels locked in. We see the Breach coming in, Reyna, Jet, Omen for your controller, and Killjoy. That's an interesting lineup. We'll have to see how they play around it. You do see some of those agents run in some capacity, but definitely not all 5 of these at really any tier. And for Decaf, you are right. That does look like the lineup from their last matchup when they took down Snake Eyes on this map.
They did start on defense on that side, so not going to have that cushion like last time to fall back on.
Was this...
Now yes, Thunderous did run the Phoenix. Yes,
all right,
not nice. Yeah, now it's definitely mirror comps and mirror banners. Not mirror tags, though. It's kind of lame.
Kind of unlucky, as Tavasi's tag might say. We do have Thunderous on the Phoenix once again. Again, this is post buff Phoenix. We don't have access to the tournament realm, so this is just live servers. We are a little honestly thankful that the chamber nerfs didn't come in like last week. Could you imagine mid grand finals for us?
That would have been incredibly unlucky timing for everyone. I mean, luckily just for only these two teams, but I'm sure they would have figured it out on short notice.
Maybe Tavasi especially has been hard on the chamber on most maps. Obviously going for the Reyna here, but could have been very negatively affected by getting pushed off his pick, or his pick being nerfed so suddenly. Thankfully, that's not going to come through for a little while. So no worries here, but no chamber here either, as the Flawless Falafels will get their start on defense once again. Every map until the final map, which is Icebox, they will start on defense. And the next map in this set will be Fracture, which we will see regardless, because this is a best of 5.
Yeah, Fracture was a solid map for both teams. Both teams above 53% win rate, but we're not there. We're here, and the action is just getting started.
See some early fights. The Team Decaf might be going towards this Killjoy utility. They're actually going to choose to back out.
And rightfully so, wisely so. Free stacked on B side on top of the Killjoy utility is a wombo combo they're not looking to take early in this map.
They're gonna throw down the Sky Smoke. They're just gonna hit A straight up. It's Tavasi and Drag to defend the site. The rotators are coming through fast though, and the delay maybe here for Decaf might cost them. Drag's actually lurked up into an off angle as well. We'll see if they expect this. I think Akizo's going to take some damage to spike down. She's just going to straight go down to the aftershock. And going down as well. It's now 5v3 for the retake. Starbuckles, though, will get one to put things back a little bit closer to their favor. She's, though, flushed completely in the open, just scrambling to stay alive. Goes down to Tavasi, and now the heal's coming through. For Tavasi, the lineups are going to have to be huge here. Time is just ticking against. It's all into Thunderous. He's going to go down. The lineups, yeah, they land, but they're not going to buy nearly enough time. As Flawless Falafels, despite some low health, are going to take the round.
Yeah, great start to the hold by Dunder Chief getting the kill with the Aftershock and then running gunning with the Frenzy. And then it was Tavasi for the rest of the round, able to keep 4 alive. And that's a real good start for your economy. And a real good start for your opponent's map pick.
Well, I can't say the benefits of keeping someone alive in the pistol round are that enormous. I do remember in the olden days when dying to the spike was the better move. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there was something weird. Where on pistol round it was better. No, but if you were the attack side and the spike went off, it was like smart to die to the spike or something. I don't remember. It's been a while. They definitely fixed it. It's staying alive in the pistol, not the most economically beneficial thing in the world. Only carrying your pistol in the next round. So unless they choose to use them, which would be risky, it's not like huge economic steamroll early on. Here.
If they had shields and stuff, it helps a little. It's not a huge advantage, but it's never a bad thing.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Nothing else than for
stats,
stats and confidence. See Tavasi here jiggling towards showers. Pretty much no buy coming in from Decaf. That's just going to be a 3 on the classics. Tavasi actually gets caught looking at and spraying at the turret. He'll get away with his life. Swing back out. Almost finds Starbuckle. She actually somehow is living this. I'm not pushing into this smoke. They've just passed each other in the night. Oh, they pass each other again. Thunderous gets the headshot, but Drag will live on 20. Spike's going to go down. Aki's going to die again for it. Actually didn't last round.
One enemy remaining.
It's starting to come through. It's just on to Kodawada. And what did that hit? Alright, that's bad, but round was a foregone conclusion anyway. Tavasi will make it a flawless round. Look at those health totals, though. Yeah.
It was very winnable. It was at least very economically damaging, possibly. Like, I know it doesn't make any sense word-wise, but yeah, good round for Flawless, keeping a flawless round. Not much more to say there.
Nice little retake. Spike goes down for Decaf, so they're going to get that money, which is always nice in this third round. But otherwise, pretty. I mean, flawless is nice. It'll allow the Falafels to keep all of their specters up. The economy, give them the best shot at this bonus.
Falafels continuing to hold 3 towards B pretty much every round. And it's looking like it might pay off this round here as the offense is making their way up.
It's been working for them so far because the rotation that's going to excite Dunder Chief. I mean, Dunder Chief has killed Aki twice with the Aftershock on the plant. It won't be doing it this round because the Aftershock just came through. So no 3 for 3. That kind of speaks to how fast the Flawless Falafel's been rotating. We'll see if Decaf's picked up on that and if they can use it to their advantage. There are 4 players here towards A, or B rather. It's just Tavasi trying to lock down the A side of the map. It does look like Decaf want to re-explore that way. Time is against them.
Yeah, time's running low and just starting to make their way towards A. Tavasi's going to have to be on the plate. He's going to have a lot to do here. See if they expect his position.
30 seconds left.
Forwards, that would be the big fight here. I do think they're going to try to draw some fire here as they're spraying at Drag's jump peak.
Tavasi's going to get one.
Teleport's actually going to come through. Tavasi does time that one. AJ Thunderous was concussed and actually took one down. The important fight, though, has been resolved as Tavasi is finally taken care of. The Spike should be able to get down here, but it's going to be a close thing. Jester might be able to swing out. Wants to, but can't. Spike does go down. Starbuckle's taking a ton of damage, but will win out. Drag on the lurk just catches the timing through the smoke through U-Haul. It's down to these last 2. 1 player low. The Spectre might as well be a rifle on Starbuckles. Hubby as well, tucked into a really uncomfortable angle.
This is a very tough round for Decaf to be able to secure here. Given positions and health. Things looking good for the Falafels. We'll see if they clear the cut position, and they will.
Yeah, and Hubby goes down. Starbuckles on 26 hit points. She's got to swing out of I can't find both! Are you kidding me?
That's
The
what
clutch from Starbuckles just narrowly getting Decaf the first round.
Wow. Great clutch from
Huge play.
Starbuckles there. He needed 1 bullet to the feet with the Spectre and would have fallen. Able to win it regardless. Doesn't matter.
I'm going to look at this again, I believe, as I think the smoke came in. Oh, okay, maybe we're not.
I think you're going to look at it again. We won't.
Interesting, though. Decaf hasn't fully invested into this round, and neither really have the Flawless Falafels, so there's a bit of a mixed eye coming from both teams. I've noticed Decaf do this a lot. They did this in their semifinal game, where they would more cautiously invest. Seeing it mirrored by, it was mirrored then by Snake Eyes. We're kind of seeing it mirrored by the Flawless Falafels, who, by the way, have to take full control of A long, and Thunderous is going to clear it. Fight, though, goes the way of Hatcham.
Big opener.
Turret out.
And a pretty big ult still online for the Flawless Falafels rolling Thunder. And that'll be great for the big 2K by Tavasi there. I'm gonna hold and dropping the spike.
Spike down. 2 more players peek. Starbuckles will take care of him, but now has to push into the smoke. Drag, again, just a demon in this lurk smoke on U-Haul. He's going to find another pack here. We'll take down Hubby. 3-1 up. Now the Flawless Falafel cementing a bit of a lead here as Decaf want to go for the early timeout.
Yeah, not a bad idea. They've been really struggling so far. They're only round on the board off the Starbuckles clutch. Talk things over. They've got some money where they can still buy up into this, and they've got some decent ults where they could bring into a set piece and catch Flawless off guard here.
Definitely feels like they need a round. Yeah, they got the one off the back of Starbuckles clutch, but slow starts for Hubby, Thunderous, and Aki. Really most of the team. They've been struggling to really get into post plants. They've been getting the spike down for sure, nearly every round, but those post plant positions have been difficult. The Flawless Falafel's been rotating super early, and Decaf has had no answer for that.
Yeah, Flawless Falafels looking like a good start. Tavasi picking up where he left off, and Thunder Chief having a real solid game so far. Util on point. The aftershocks at least. Looks like we're getting
Now we're
another
finally
replay.
gonna see. Yeah, now we're actually gonna get the replay of that Starbuckles clutch. Just swings out and gets the spray down onto both. One player was extremely low here. We also saw some of Drag absolutely just shredding enemies inside that smoke on Yuha. You have to wonder if Decaf want to go away from that in the future, as they've been punished for it several times. Another light buy. Decaf could have forced here. They would have had 4 rifles, but elect not to. Again, we see more of that conservative economic style from them.
Yeah, and it seemed like on Ascent they were kind of putting the money where their mouth was. They were buying up pretty much all the time, not really playing too many ecos, which maybe the economy worked, but things are looking good for Falafels to get a 4th here. See how the set piece works out if they do like to dial it up.
Some notable ultimates are online for Decaf. Jester, though, sitting here with the OD, could be a big threat in this round. Is noted and suppressed. Because it was totally offline, but Aki just has to peek into that, and there's no chance she's winning that duel. It is being planted just to get away from Nanostorm to Bosch. Meanwhile, it's back on the site, found 2, found 3. It's just on the Thunderous. Has to try to make something happen in a 1v5. Absolutely will not have a chance to. Look at Hashem at least, and the rifle collected, but Defuse just came through. Thunderous will back away. He saved the rifle for his effort, but another round for the flawless Falafels. That retake, again, these retakes coming in so fast, and Decaf have no answer.
Yeah, is Jester getting nullified still? Good enough to get 1. Boston getting 3, and then somehow Thunder Chief just knew exactly where Thunderous was going to be lurking from with the aftershock ending the round at that point.
Also, just scoreboard gore, scoreboard, I don't know, but Devasi has more kills than the entirety of Decaf combined.
I mean, except for that one round where Decaf got the clutch. I mean, he may even have close to triple. They're off to a real strong start.
He's got 10 to the entire Decaf roster's 9 right now. I'm sure that won't stay this way.
Joke's over! You're dead!
And there's a Spectre in the hands of one of the Decaf players. I'm wondering what this conservative buying strategy is about, as Jester will shut down the run it back. Takes a lot of damage for it, though. Devasi not taking a fight. Getting tags across both ways. Both players will live. Devasi not getting first out of sight. We'll see if they clear. Devasi does go down. Will they clear Jester's position? Jester finds 2 as well. Might be able to find a 3rd, and will. The Rolling Thunder as well, buying time. Finally shut down by Aki, but she's going to get traded off. Hubby, again, on this Spectre. Not sure why that happened. But has to make something happen in the 1v3.
Spike not in his control is just going to be darn near impossible.
Should have
Position
seen the
not
barrel
known.
of... Should have seen the position of Hashem's rifle there.
30 seconds left.
Aware of it. Hashem, okay, definitely heard that. Should know Hashem's closed. Really.
Not creative.
Just lost pretty dead.
Yeah.
Now 5 on the board, and only that clutch round out of Starbuckles has kept Decaf on the scoreboard so far, as their own map pick is being dominated by their opponents in the early going.
And it's much a story like Ascent. I think the first 2 rounds went in favor of Decaf. Decaf able to claw 1 back, and then 3 in a row. So I think 6-6 story writers for VDC getting a little lazy here. We'll see what they're able to do for map 3.
Listen. They're overworked and underpaid. Yeah, we'll see if Decaf can get a similar sort of comeback going. And again, we see a broken and mixed buy from them. I do not quite understand how Hubby ended up with a Spectre in the last round. And we're seeing they're going to 3 swing Hashem. No way finds 2. Is finally traded out by Sodawada. Thunder also there to back up. Thunder has worked way up on site and is actually just going to shut back here. Knife out for some reason. Jester finding 1. Will get shut down by Hubby. Some space taken by Hubby, who's now is noted on the location. Has to find a way out of this. He's Devasi up for Kevin taking the fight and losing. It's all on to Sodawada. Acting captain of this team. Needs to come up with something here, as Decaf just has had no answers lately. really a team with great team play. We just haven't seen it coming through this half. They've been struggling to get on sites, especially recently. Spike hasn't gone down, it feels like, in a safe way ever. I mean, the Spike planter has died pretty much every time they've put it in the dirt.
Yeah,
30 seconds left.
Having really good map control and putting a ton of pressure on Decaf whenever they even remotely get near a site.
It's going to be on a Soda to try to get something done. Tavasi lurking on the back of site. Might catch a timing on the Sodawada as well. Looks like he will. Soda turning the wrong direction. Head's going to go off. Spike doesn't even get planted. Execution style to finish out that round. It's 6-1 now for the Flawless Falafels. This is turning into a rout on their defensive side. Have to have an answer at some point. I mean, their defense, probably their stronger side on most, if not all maps, but still, you got to get there with some amount of points on the board.
Yeah, they need to get probably with the way this half is going, probably at least 3. They definitely need to work their way for this one. Thunderous, for a second, looked like he wasn't going to buy, but does in the end. Would have been a very interesting decision on 6.5K.
We're going to see again, Thunderous might be on the solo peak here into Hashem.
Does look like it could be. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Decaf going for full slow map control. Thunderous swinging out. Should see Hashem's rifle at this point before Hashem sees Thunderous. Instead, no bullets are exchanged. Hashem will pull out the Blade Storm.
Thunderous maybe didn't fully catch that elbow. I think to just fall back and regroup with the team. They got some good ults for a side take here. They got the 0 point Viper's Pit. I feel like they've had that one for a while. Lockdown. I mean, this should be a really good opportunity for Decaf to get 2.
There's only a couple of defenders on this site, so they're going to push up. There's a gap in that smoke, though. Tavasi, unfortunately, can't capitalize. We'll get flashed off by Thunderous as well. Drag even pushed back. The Viper's Pit is in play now. They only needed one of those ultimates to get on site. Defensive lockdown is available, however.
Counter lockdown should come in off the back of it, and it does. It's a very tough
to defend. It does look like it will actually get defended. Sodawada is forced back. Aki does take down Hashem. That means the lockdown might actually be able to go off. It actually, no, it was broken. Push up onto site now. Coming in from the defense, Tavasi's just sticking to the fuse right now. He's got it to half. He's got it way past half. He's just got it. It's just over. Most of the trades go the way of Decaf, but despite it, the Flawless Falafel sneak away in the night with one, and they're 7th now, and Decaf cannot catch a break.
It's not something you see every day. A Ninja diffusing, what was that, a 4-on-4? Balls of steel on Tavasi to lock it in, and that was a really, really good opportunity for Decaf, and just unable to get it off some Ninja stuff.
That could be tilting or heartbreaking for the side of Decaf. That was their best shot at a round in a long, long time. It ended up in a 4v1 with the Spike as the Spike is getting defused, but they just couldn't convert. We're seeing Hashem again walking very aggressive. Might just completely catch a timing on Thunderous. Doesn't want to peek though. Doesn't want to be over aggressive, so won't. The first pick actually going the way of Decaf. They're going to catch Tavasi. This time they throw up the Doctor Screen ward off Drag, and the Spike will be planted without anybody going down. Drag's at the location now noted. Plays everywhere. Starbuck was on Hashem the back side. Drag somehow alive on 7 HP. Has to keep retreating though. Has to keep retreating. He is well on about the same. It's a 5v3 now for Decaf. They've gotten into the post plant, which this comp seems designed for. A lot of lineup potential here. Underchief, though, will take down Hubby.
Very low HP player. Everyone's still supremely healthy, and this should be a second.
Yeah, and that should be it. Only 7 health to work with her Drag. There's 4 alive for Decaf now. The Nano Swarms and the Snake Bites would probably be too much. Drag will get away with her life. Spike's going to explode here. Finally around for Decaf after the last one. It felt like they won. Maybe some momentum. You know, a heartbreaking loss, but it was a round that they had pretty much in the bag. And that's a second. That is finally their second on the board.
gotta get some rounds on the board, and they were able to do it and do it pretty effortlessly once they got onto site, taking down Tavasi, and then Drag was very low off some smoke spray, and rotates came in, but it was much too late.
Decaf still going to need every round they can get in this half. The first step in that. Again, a strong defensive team. This Pop Flash will force Hashem up the angle. Definitely was noted as well, so it's going to have to fall back all the way. Somebody faked the teleport. I do believe that came out from Drag. And it's a full... It's
rotating.
Yeah, it's a full abandon of the A site so far. Drag will finally rotate back. Just to hold it, just to play sound if nothing else. But there is nobody home. If Decaf decide to pull away, Tavasi will start to rotate back towards A as well.
Come on, let's go!
Yep. Running back, gonna be brought in. Gonna get hit by the fault line.
Pushing into site, gonna get caught by Jester. Just to run it back down for now, though.
Killed my bot.
Alarm bot comes through as well. They'll have to find Titan, and the Anstorms are going to keep the plant from happening. Ashen, though, goes through, traded by Thunder Chief, or trading with Thunder Chief. Thunder, though, will shut him down as well. The Tavasi lurking out will get one. Spike will actually go down. Only but actually going to get shut down immediately after. Numbers now in favor. Make that numbers even once again. Tavasi, 115. Starbuckles peaks with the reload midway. She gets punished for it, and Tavasi will take the round.
Unfortunate timing for Starbuckles. Reload wasn't quite done yet, and Tavasi able to lock in that clutch, get that 8th on the board, and their defense, I mean, it's been rock solid.
Hectic round. But Tavasi on 15 and 5 comes through once again for the side. Flawless Falafels making the, they're not even making it look close. Last few rounds have been closer at least, but Decaf. And this might be too little too late here. We'll see what they can do. They still have the second half to work with, and of course the last 2 rounds here. 8-4, maybe that's enough on a map like Bind.
Yeah, and given how their performance was during their semifinal against L7, it's definitely not out of the question. I think they took a 9-3 defensive half, so it's a very realistic opportunity if they were to get full on the board.
Still have to get there, though. They have the Orbital Strike to work with. Some defensive ultimates available, though. The Empress from the Shadows, maybe not the most impactful, but that Rolling Thunder, always a threat, especially on a retake.
You should run.
This lockdown looks like a commit, or maybe just a fake. Decaf really hesitantly towards it. It's actually just going to get immediately shut down. They are going to go back towards A. They're going to be pushing into Jester and the Killjoy utility. They have to get past that. Could actually be a big 0 point if it does, and it does suppress Jester. So we're going to be able to get moving on it. Jester can't make the shots either. Thunderous is going to shut him down. Fight is planted. The Rolling Thunder comes through immediately. They want to retake fast, but they can't find anyone. Finally, Hubby will be noted. He's going to go down. Hashem as well, pushing around. For a while, looking in the direction, but takes a little bit of time. It's a 3v2 now in favor of the attackers in this post plant. Trades resulted in their favor. Ashen and Tavasi, a dynamic duo to do it. Aki almost going down as well. Still now, time being caught. Thunder is finding Tavasi in the smoke. Hashem now has to make it work in a 1v3 with time again. Icebox will shut him down. It's a 3rd for Decaf now. Potentially 4 on the board, potentially a salvageable map.
Last round before the switch.
Yeah, good lockdown brought in by Decaf, and the segment was never going to come through on B, and Falafels bit. They rotated everyone over, and it was all on to Jester to defend A by himself, and an impossible task with Fiber running at you, unable to get any, and round was pretty much lost at that point.
Somebody come get this man. Somebody come get him. Josh. Come on now.
Our replay technician extraordinaire.
Only replay.
No highlights, only lowlights.
Going up.
Thunder is actually going to grab this orb in showers, investing the blaze for it to get in exchange to get the run it back online in this last round of the half.
Pretty fair trade, I'd say.
Joke's over. You're dead.
It's going to be popped. They want to go straight in towards A. Actually, it kind of looks like it is. There's a lot of players going towards B. All the falafels don't seem to be buying, and the run it back's going to be shut down, and there's nothing behind it, and they can tell. They smell this, I think. Reaggressing some on the B side. Still have control of Eco.
Now.
Has what utility to deal with. Yeah, they certainly are catching on. Soda Water's just running out. I think the site might be clear. No way this spike goes down for free. There's a shotgun as well. Jester's going to take down Soda Water. Drag takes down Aki. Kavasi takes one as well. Finally, Starbuckles will trade one, but can't find Drag. Hubby on 2-8 in a game is going to get shut down as well. It is a 9-3 this time for Flawless Falafel. Decaf finds himself on the other side.
Switching sides.
It hurts.
Yeah, very nice 3K from Drag. They're putting the Bucky to work. There was only 1 kill, but that's usually more than you get when with that gun. Able to get the rifle and then pick up 2 off the back. Yeah.
And this is it's a bit of a habit from Decaf. I noticed a lot on their last time playing Bind and the other Icebox as well, I believe, but mostly on Bind, where Soda will just run out onto a site, trying to get spiked down, assuming that a team has bought a fake, and Flawless Falafels get rewarded maybe for some bot review or just discipline in general, but it works out as they are able to leave some players behind, completely shut down Soda Water, who wasn't looking for anything. Slow starts pretty much from all of Decaf, but a second half to work with. Defensive side for them now with the Viper, with the Sentinel.
Very known. They're going to swing off the turn Aki with the right-click demon.
Huge bait by Aki. Well played by her to take the first pick. So notes Drag. There's another on long, and it's just they can hear the rotates now. AJ Thunder is actually pushed through. The peek out with the flash and finds Hashim's head. Gets traded by the Jester, but
it's just completely vacant. If they hook it, they might be able to beat them there and get the sight down or spike down.
Yeah, starting to rotate back. They're going to be a little bit late, but do they have any util to slow this down? Like, does look like it's going to get planted.
Planted.
Plant positions coming in for Decaf. We have Hubby coming in from Showers. See, Jester might be backing away to play for the Nano Swarms. Also taking Thunder, though, caught with the flashpoint in hand. Leads it on to the last 2. Drag has to go huge here. Finds the first head, but so many more to find. Gets crippled. He's absolutely no shot. Tap on the spike. We'll get a Nano Swarm pop. They don't seem to know where the Jester is. This could be a timing swing. Nobody's watching Showers. Nobody's watching Showers. Aki finally turning. Will take the trade, and it's good enough with enough time left. No hero play to come through for the Jester, and it will be the pistol, a much needed pistol for Decaf to keep themselves in bind.
Yeah, there was a world where Aki's not running back towards the diffuser, and Suggester's able to get one tuck back in and play time with the Ghost. I mean, that was a very winnable opportunity for Suggester, but unfortunately not going his way. Decaf off to a nice start on their defense.
Yeah, bare minimum so far. Had to get that pistol to keep really any hope alive, and did so. They need to convert this round. Flawless Falafels had a fair bit of money. Could have opted to force, choose not to. Instead, looks like they want to go for just a hard Showers play. For those on stream, if anybody's picking up the sound of my dog, I promise she is very spoiled.
Careful now.
I don't know why she's whining. And they are going through a little caterpillar here to get onto the site. Mike actually hasn't followed. They have full control of this bench area, but nothing more. We're going to push out into Thunderous. Finds the first, finds the second. Finds the third as well. Might be the anti-eco ace coming in. Z Jester will find Starbuckles. But that has to make some kind of hero play happen between himself.
Player standing.
We'll just get right-clicked down. It's all into Dunder now to try to make something happen. Gonna get pop flash. AJ Thunderous will close it down with a 4K. Finally getting some good numbers on the scoreboard. 4 alive for Decaf. Not quite the flawless the Falafels had last half, but a strong second round for them. Their defensive half is starting to roll.
Yeah, getting that running back online is going to bring some very solid value in on a partial buy here for their team. Going to be playing against a full buy. Able to get 1 kill with it would be more than enough value.
My dog wants so much attention. Maybe she just wants to be on the stream highlights.
Maybe next season we'll get some dog highlights for in between maps.
Dog highlights. Play of the games.
No cat highlights.
No cat highlights. Jeez, okay. Dog person in the house. Third push. Water's just looking the wrong direction. That's an unfortunate early loss, but the Nanoswarms are going to potentially slow the hit down. Actually, they really won't. There's 2 players already in elbow. AJ Thunder is also committed to this teleport. Aki's in a potential world of hurt. Timing right, but the timing is right. She swings out and finds first. Doesn't quite catch the rifle, though. AJ Thunder has swung it on the teleporter and found one as well. Nestor can catch it back, but actually can't get the kill. So suddenly numbers in favor of Decaf. Vector's still in 2 hands, but AJ Thunder is able to pick up a rifle. The run it back will run out. Absolutely nothing, and Hubby splashed out. The Aries going to take one. It's all on to Hashem, who's lurked all the way around. Loaded though by Starbuckles, who's just going to spray him down. The round goes in favor of Decaf, who convert their bonus. And now things are starting to look a little nervous.
Yeah, no one even considered Aki to be big chilling inside hookah, even with all the util in the world set up there. And able to get 1, and then the run it back invested gets 2, or 1 and then a second off the back of it. And then Hashem in the 1v3 had too many targets to spray down and not able to get any.
That could be the big momentum move Decaf needed. It's going to force Falafels to save here. Have some decent money. They're actually just going to play really conservative on the economy. And yeah, the deficit has been cut in half. 9-6 is a pretty close scoreline, all things considered, especially with where they started and with the early dominance. Starbuckles wants to be aggressive. She's going to find 1, but it looks like she's going to get traded as she gets caught. Hubby, though, wants to peek out with off the back of the flash and will, but is being absolutely caught and stuck. The spray is not good enough as he was partially blind. 2 rifles now collected. Now Flawless Falafels might make Decaf take a loss on lesser weaponry. Bossy Brogan invests in Empress, has the rifle in hand. Spike ship's going down. We'll see if that is a lineup for Thunderous or just a
spike planted.
Toss of the hot hand. They've got to get back into sight here. They've got to make a retake. Or it's going to be a pretty broad. Yeah, lockdown is available, but Thunderous is going to push into it. Brings it down immediately. Thunderous in the meantime has pushed it onto sight and found drag. It's the first pick. Thunder is online. Tavasi could be caught here by Soda Water. This is the big pull. Thunder Chief. Tavasi's getting caught looking the other direction. It's all on to Z Jester. Has Storm Grenades on the spike. It's going to buy a ton of time. They're looking for him, but they can't find him. They have to break these Storm Grenades, and they're not. Time is just being bot on bot on bot. They don't know where Jester is. Finally, this keeps coming through. I think there's time for this. There absolutely is. Aki shuts him down. The plant location, probably not much you could have done with a ghost. It got scary early, but a flawless 3v4 retake for Decaf. And they take things back, and just a two-round lead now, and this timeout feels needed.
Yeah, definitely a required timeout. The Falafels offense has not looked bad. They've gotten the spike down all 4 rounds, but that last round, I think that definitely hurt. They had the numbers, they had the spike down, and they took the lockdown out as soon as it was popped, but no kills came their way off the back of the 2 rifles they picked up. And yeah, Decaf looking really strong on their defensive half, just like against L7.
Yeah, we're just 2 rounds from a tie, potentially just 1 buy round. There is fairly good money on the side of the Flawless Falafels. Might have 2 buys in a row in them, but as we see some highlights, mainly from the first half, we saw how well this defensive side went for the Flawless Falafels, but in recent, switching over can be difficult, especially on a map like Bind. They're struggling to get anything going so far. See, we do have replays of the good stuff. We just only show the whiff highlights actually during gameplay for some reason. Yeah.
For
come to an end.
They've got the lockdown online and no real solid counterouts to. I mean, they do have the utility to break it, but if they're not in a position, could give False Waffles a site for free and then see how the post plans play out.
Hubby has gone for the Odin here. Almost called it the Ares. I was really struggling to remember the name.
This is definitely struggling players' weapons, and on 2 kills, I mean, any momentum you can get going your way is, and especially in that championship game.
About to happen. Thunderous has a better knowledge. Akray caught their placement. Will actually flash it. Aki, meanwhile, found a kill with a shorty on a buy round. with being 2-1 in the trade in favor of Decaf. Now with the flanker coming in as well in Soda Water, things are getting pinched for the Falafel. Spike is stuck with Drag in shower. Devasi, though, opening up some space on site. They've got to get Drag in, though. So worried about this flank, and Starbuckles as well is finding 100. Soda Water gets absolutely timing, though. Utility in hand, and now it's they want to shift towards B. Are coming through the spot. She's going to teleport away. Drag's going to be able to get the spike down cleanly. Orbital strike to shut this down. It's going to be a 2v2 on the retake.
Position's not known, but they're not playing together. This is definitely a really tough retake for Decaf.
One enemy
Throw
remaining.
out, be able to clear out all the site. Tavasi finds the first. He's ahead of Hubby, just going to tap through the wall. Takes him down. The Odin spray almost, but not enough. And it's going to be a 10th now for Falafels as they find their first of the second half. Tavasi finally getting back in form here. Was a little absent so far this half, but got some nice, clean, got some important picks there.
Yeah, very aggressive swing onto Starbuckles. Able to take her down and then get out of danger while still taking down Hubby through the wall. Getting that double digits on the board. Things are looking good.
AJ Thunder so far in this half has been absolutely dominant. I think 9 kills already in this half, if I remember. Maybe even 10. Might be a straightforward push out of the Falafels this time, but there's 4 players from Decaf here. Make that 3. Thunder's is going to rotate away. We're coming through. They got to dip into the nanostorms. Both of these duelists going to just run straight by, but they're not going to trap. And the swing out from Aki just a little off time, but it's good enough. Finds one, ends up traded out. The attacking lockdown, I believe, is coming through, and it's going to trap Starbuckles in place. She's probably going down here, trying to desperately find a duel. Ends up just being locked down. And she gets actually taken down, though. Will not. And Thunderous actually finds Hashim. It's now 4v2 on the retake. Drag is going to have to step away.
Last player standing.
They saw the cloak tucking away, and they know where he is. They're just going to util dump to make him impossible.
He's got to find something here in the 1v4, but the defuse is already halfway. The defuse is way past halfway. There's no way to peek here. It's the press. So many shots coming in. We'll get a bit of a consolation prize in Thunder. It's running straight by, but nothing Drag could do. She has to just sit and watch as the defuse comes through. And Decaf take their 8th.
Yeah, just unfortunate positioning for Drag getting caught with the shred step. Yeah, like I kind of mentioned, made it impossible. She gave it her best effort, getting 1 in the end, but yeah, Decaf again closed the gap to 2.
It's still a buy in the hands of Falafels. So not a free round given up, though maybe I would expect the economy to be a little lighter if they lose this one. Might have to save into potentially the game-tying round, but they can't be thinking that way. Need to take this round. Would be a big round to win. 111.
Come on, let's go.
That bag actually being invested straight out of the teleporter. Thunderous, though, hasn't noted anybody. He's just going to clear out. Hookah sees nothing. Think back around. Jester, though, there to take it out. Hubby's actually now trapped in this teleporter, and they're just gonna double invest. There's now 2 players here. Have to bide their time. And with this noted, the Falafels are actually just gonna pull out and run towards the A site. This is fully heard though. Thunderous and Hubby can hear every footstep of this. Still on short. They're gonna finally push out a teleporter. They know where the spike is going, surely. Cat have to rotate back towards it, but it should go down for free. Hashim as well. Look at the space. Space piece all the way up in front of the CP or the pipe smoke. You see all the way into spawn.
No one knows.
There's as well just barely getting tagged. Aki though does find Hashim on that aggressive angle. Tavasi actually peeking out from even behind the flankers takes out Thunderous. What the position from Tavasi? Still for retake potentially on. Thunder Chief super low. Hubby goes for the flash and goes down for it. Rolling Thunder can come through. That probably would secure the round here. Here up those angles. Nobody checks bench. Devasti finishes off with a 3K. The flank of the flankers close things out there. Falafels do get that big 11th on the board. Just 2 more. Decaf running out of time for this comeback. You're going to call a timeout.
Drag bringing in a beautiful flank. Paranoia onto the flankers and allowing Tavasi to be able to capitalize off the back. really smart play by her, and really smart play by the Falafels once they heard 2 hop into TP, getting that 11th and extending their lead back to 3.
Yeah, maybe a bit over aggressive from Decaf to try to make that teleport play work. We have no replays, bottom text. But again, Tavasi, 24 and 11, one of the top performers in Contender. Not the Contender MVP, though. I've forgotten to announce that both maps so far, and I will before the third map because I think my life might depend on it at this point. But spoiler alert, it's not Tavasi. That's all I'll say. I will officially announce it when we get into the next map. But still an outstanding season from Tavasi, and he's looking to cap it off with an outstanding playoff performance. 24 and 11 on this map. Drag as well, 14 and 8. Thunderous and Starbuckles leading the way for Decaf. Hubby still bringing up the rear, still struggling. Obviously a great support player for the side, but a few more frags might be welcome, especially in a map that's getting this close and this down to the wire.
Yeah, off to a very rough map so far. Hopefully not destroying the mental in map 3 when we do end up there. Bounces back and has a strong performance.
Coming out of the timeout, it's a slower play from Flawless Falafels. Completely defaulting, and that's actually going to draw a really early lockdown out of Aki. I wonder what she was hearing or sensing, as there's not really a sort of hit coming in at all. It's just going to run out and find nothing. Obviously, no sight hit, and all the players of Flawless Falafels have now made their way back towards A.
Yeah, they've got the restack towards the right. So Thunder's on the off. Nice pick. Yeah, all stacked towards the right side. Yeah, interesting decision. And Floss is going to rotate here. Can we push him back into 2?
On towards in sight. It would be Sodawada, the only player actually on site to defend. Ultimately has to contend with his own team's Nanostorm, and they're actually just running back. They made some noise jumping out of hookah. I believe there was a shrouded step coming through as well. The bait,
30
the footstep
seconds
landing
left.
count. There's AJ Thunder. It's going to be posted up on the angle ready. They are going to smoke it off and get walk out of the smoke, though. The timing is going to be huge here. He finds one for free. Gets away with it as well. It's now 5v3 on the retake. Forward positions taken. Planted for the Flawless Falafels. A lot of enemies to deal with. They have to find a way to make this work.
Yeah, Falafels in a real tough position here. They've got some good positioning where they could still win this, but somehow they know Hashim's posted up onto triple.
Hashim has to just back away blindly. Gets shut down by Starbuckles. There's Z Jester and Drag. Jester does have a Nanostorm on play, but they're going to be forced out by Starbuckles to lose their life for it. Drag, though, having to teleport away, somehow doesn't go down to the bucket of Hubby, and will actually find one. Will find 2 this round now possible. Aki takes one out. She might just stick for half on the defuse. Will have to, and it's a big out. How is nobody looking this way? But this starts to come out, and it will. How does Z Jester clutch that?
Oh, my genius doesn't stop in the lab.
What a round! Oh my. A 2v5 Drag doing incredibly well to get 3 there. The 2 was more than enough, and then it's a Jester. Very nice clutch.
And that might just be the backbreaker for Decaf. Around they should have won. They seem to keep forgetting about the Nanoswarms on the spike every time it has happened. It's a couple of rounds now, I think Z Jester has confirmed with them. And Hubby just somehow doesn't take the shot. Maybe a right click by mistake. Not sure. Z Jester running out of bullets. Soda just didn't seem to be aware. Absolutely group, though. Still a chance in this. Just need 4 in a row. It's a few, but it's not. Might not be too many. They're weapons so pretty in their hands. Rolling Thunder as well, going to come through immediately. But a lot of caught with the utility out again. Will go down. Drag will take down the null command and AJ Thunder. It's a 2v5 on the retake. This looks like the end of fine.
Spike
Yeah,
planted.
this is definitely a miracle retake that needs to be brought in. This head.
Attackers win.
I love for the Falafels to close it out, but in flawless fashion, they take it 13-8. Some mistakes by Decaf in those last couple of rounds feels like really cost them really throughout the map, but they've got to move forward to the next map as they are going to drop it, and it is going to be 1-1. The Flawless Falafels coming back, taking their opponent's map pick after they dropped their own. This series is truly on now, and we're going to go into map 3 all tied up. Mechatronic is yelling at me, so I am going to announce MVP now, even though I was going to do it after the break. But okay, Mecha. The Contender MVP, which I will announce again after the break, is Hakub. So congratulations to Hakub for winning Contender MVP, our last announced MVP. Big congratulations. Not playing in this match, unfortunately, but Hakub of the Snake Eyes, 1.32 rating, 303 ACS, plus 133, a 1.43 KD, 190 ADR. Some of these numbers are silly. Absolutely outstanding performance by Hakub on the season. Congratulations, well deserved. We are going to take a break as we have just wrapped up map 2. It is a 1-1 series. We're at least going 4. We're going to throw to break. When we come back, it will be Fracture. Don't go anywhere.
It's better than saying goodbye. It's better than saying goodbye. I know that this all sounds self-destructive, but I'll be the first to make it work. Use your hands and control me like a puppet, because losing your love right now is worse. We can hope that it all wasn't for nothing, but for now I will just wait out in the hall. If I can't change your mind, then I wanna change for you every single night. Pick my clothes, run my life, 'cause I wanna change for you every single night. It's better than saying goodbye. I wanna change for you. It's better than saying goodbye. It's better than saying goodbye. I'll change for you. It's better than saying goodbye.
My God, can't take my eye off you. Can't take my eye off you. Dim God, don't got nothing on you. Don't got nothing on you. My heart is ready for something I have been had in a long time. True love crime. I hope you know that it may hurt for a while. Let's slow down, slow down. I can see behind that broken smile. Nice, sweet, smooth, like cocoa bread, cocoa bread. You're nice, sweet, smooth, like cocoa bread, cocoa bread. You're nice, like cocoa. You're nice, like cocoa bread, like cocoa bread. Oh, you're nice, like cocoa. You're nice. Like cocoa bread, like cocoa, like too much, you're too sweet. Ooh, passion from your truly. Let me know how you feel. Hope I'm not in too deep. Iwa, Phoebe, we die forever. Won't be alone forever. Get through the storm together. Ooh, girl, make some room. I know you still, you're nice, sweet, smooth, like cocoa bread, cocoa bread. You're nice, sweet, smooth, like cocoa bread, cocoa bread. You're nice, like cocoa, you're nice, like cocoa bread, like cocoa bread. Oh, you're nice, like cocoa, you're nice, like cocoa bread, like cocoa, like cocoa bread. Boy can't take the eye off you, them girl can't take the eye off you. My yeah, in my mind, oh you, my mind can't take my mind off you. Baby, oh come be my lady, oh give me a baby, got me talking crazy. You're nice, sweet.
And welcome back. We are back for map 3 between the Flawless Falafels and Decaf. Before we get into map 3, just want to announce once again that the Contender MVP that I was supposed to announce before map 1 is Hakub. So congratulations once again to Hakub if anyone missed it. First time. Congratulations on winning MVP. Player for the Snake Eyes. Absolutely outstanding season. But not our focus right now, as we are going into the third map. We are tied at 1-1, both teams having dropped their own map picks. As we go to Fracture, basically down to a best of 3. Fracture, Split, and Icebox will be our last 3 maps. We're going to see who can take 2 of them and claim the Contender title. Nadesy, who do you think's going to win this next map? Who do you think's going to take this series? Where do you think we go next?
I mean, I think we go to Fracture next. It's a good map for OS. They got a 75% win rate on it with a 54% round win rate. And then you're looking at Decaf. They've a relative unknown. They've only played it twice, and I don't believe it's any time with this recent iteration of the roster. Could have a 50% win rate and a 56% round win rate, so it's definitely not a bad map for them, you would think, but yes, we'll get into that shortly. And then we got Split coming up next. Split's a decent map for both teams, way more tested by Decaf, and they're 4-2 on it. It should be a good opportunity for them to win. And Icebox, I mean, we'll get to that when we actually have a 5th map confirmed.
Interested to see where the compositions want to head for Fracture, as we're seeing some early hovers. It'd be the first time we've seen Neon in this series, potentially. As well as maybe an Astra being brought in by Decaf. That would be an interesting choice.
I think we might get a couple of firsts here. First no Sentinel comp being brought in by the Flawless Falafels, and they will confirm that no Sentinel comp.
In sync? Wow. Double duelist again. Tavasi on the Reyna, not opting for the chamber on Fracture, a bit unusual. Even more, notably, even more unusual because AJ Thunderous is on the chamber, which is he is the designated chamber player on the team, but they don't bring it out on every map. I'll be back on the KO. Sage for Starbuckles. Sodawada will be playing Astra. Aki going for the Jet, as we saw in the first map. These almost completely different comps, except for the KO.
Yeah, it's going to become incredibly interesting to see how Flawless Falafels are going to play their defensive side with no Sentinel on a map that can be a little attacker heavy. So, yeah, you're going to have to see how they're going to be able to combat the Decaf's attack.
Which they will start on again. Decaf starting on every map up until the last of Icebox, where they would finally play defense first. They elected to play attack first on both of their side selections, including Bind, I believe, which did not quite pan out for them. It seemed like it was going to. The comeback was on for a bit. They got it within 2, I believe, a couple of times, but just not quite enough for them. End up losing their own map pick. As we get a look at the ropes here, as we see Decaf setting up for the first round of attack. Already splitting on the ropes, better than most of my ranked teams. We'll see what they go for. It does look like A is the order of the day. They're gonna have to take into Hashem 3 players total on the site.
So Hashem's going to be the one to greet the first 3, and so do a lot of Starbuckles and Aki. No, one right away. And head
Spike
taken
down
clean
A.
off.
Actually able to almost get away, and will just completely get away is Hashem after taking that headshot. First pick in favor of the Flawless Falafels. And it looks like Decaf just want to take an orb and run away. They're going to run into Tavasti, the other duelist of this team. Certainly wouldn't mind one-upping the teammate. The angle taken, he's going to take the first.
Spike
Finally
down,
does
B.
get traded out, but a low-health Aki now has to keep taking forward into Hashem. Out with the Sheriff shot, though. Missing. Finally connects one. Just barely enough from Hashem. That got scary. AJ Thunder lurked up behind him as well. I don't think either of these players would necessarily be looking this way. Head taken clean off. Hubby and AJ Thunder is now 2v3 potential here, but this is going to be hard to fight down. Another pick, though. It's now 2v2. Hubby runs straight across. Thunder Chief trying to flash out. I think might have gotten Thunderous. Doesn't look like it.
30 seconds left. 1 enemy remaining.
Jester will spray down Hubby. It's all on to Thunderous to try to make things work. Has full health out of Headhunter shots, however. Let's see that Sheriff can collect it. My dog is upset with me. Spike to be collected. Only 15 seconds, though. Thunderous has to go, and has to go now.
10 seconds left.
Gonna run up through tower. I think would just have enough time to clamp, but there's 2 players here. This could have to just be a tap on the Spike. Does come through, but
1 enemy remaining.
pistol not drawn. We'll get one. We'll get both in the long run, but the timer ran out, so it's a round for the Flawless Falafel. Spike plant not even going to come through for the economy.
Yeah, I don't even think Thunderous had the time, even if he did pick up a stick it the first time. Good round for Flawless Falafels, even although all are dying. See how their defense builds with this early advantage.
Thunder is almost the clutch there, but just again ran out of time to get Spike down. If he came up there with the gun drawn, I think he might have had a shot around. It's actually going to go to Hubby and the side of Decaf as they want to push towards the site for calls. Jester and I'm Drag. Drag only has pistol as well, despite winning the pistol round. Only the classic, not really any utility either. Seems like she just completely didn't buy.
It seems like they're half pulling up FPX's strategy, like saving after the pistol. I don't know exactly how they do it, but I know they've done it, and it worked because now they're champions.
Maybe. Oh, I gotta hope there was some kind of plan there. That's an unusual play for sure. AJ Thunderous finds Z Jester as well in the back of A site, and this draws all of the Falafels over towards that side. The pressure of AJ Thunder is absolutely huge here because the Spike's just going down for free on the other side of the map. And he's staying behind for one more. Finally, he'll just run either way.
It should be an impossible round for Flawless Falafels to win, even with the lower weaponry on the opposite side.
Maybe not impossible, but certainly an uphill battle. Tavasti here, the first point of contact, swings out, catches Thunderous at least, and another pick as well going down on Starbuckles. That might have been the wrong button press there. The team's just being stuck by Drag right now, finally taken out. Some time left. Tavasti now in the defuse. He's just going to stick it straight through. He can't find the shots. How do you get away with that? Thunder Chief cleans up a 4th as well. Flawless Falafels by the skin of their teeth will take a round. They're up 2-0. Decaf feels like they dropped one there that they should have had.
Yeah, that was definitely a round they should have had, and I was wrong. You were right. Uphill battle, but they climbed that hill very fast. Able to lock in that second. Everyone dropping.
As soon as you say impossible. As soon as you said impossible, I knew it was going to happen. It's what always happens.
That's Headhunter, or not Headhunter, Tour de Force online for Thunders in the 3rd round. Oh, nice little treat.
Yeah, 5-1. Actually, just jumping in for now. Hasn't decided to pull it out quite yet. Might opt to shortly. First duel happening. Hubby and I'm Drag. Drag again on a classic. Next away after this little damage is exchanged. Again, a ton of A pressure from the side of Decaf. Not even a ton, just enough to draw so many Falafels over here. AJ Thunder is even letting loose a headhunter shot. Maybe trying to put his threat on notice to see if he can draw more rotates all by himself. And it is kind of working. He's still holding 3 players towards this side of the map.
Yeah.
40. Gun not even out. Why are you going up that rope with the knife in hand? Jester will even be able to collect the Vandal. Things now worrying. Hubby has taken space on drop, but there's still plenty of Falafels available to defend the A site. There. Side wants to go through. Hubby just can't find the shots again either. Ashen's going to live his life.
30 seconds
Finally
left.
gets shot on by Starbuckles in calls. Should be able to get onto site, you think. He's under the top for the first 2 defensive the site. Right, surely should be noted. Surely should be taken out here. You can wallbang that, guys. Just shoot him. Or rather. Hubby was just a classic. What is happening in this round? It is planted. Barrier Orb is up to defend. Sodawada finally turns one. Perfect to help by Thunder with nothing but a Spectre. And Tavasi's going to find Thunder. It's nothing but a classic. Meanwhile, Thunder, she takes from Starbucks with a Spectre. It's a bonus round conversion for the Flawless Falafels. And what felt like the weirdest way possible is Decaf mistakes are starting to tally. Both from Bind and now early on in Fracture.
Yeah, Flawless Falafels had questions with their defensive strategy going into this map, and so far, I mean, they've been answering them with the first 3 on the board, and the last one with just classics versus a bunch of weapons. Still able to win. Very impressive.
It really feels like Decaf have been losing a lot of very winnable rounds. Last half of Bind, now the beginning of the last little bits of Bind, last few rounds, and now the beginnings of this map on Fracture. They're just letting things slip between their fingers. 5v3.
Get out of my way!
Plant. Even with the inferior weapons round, they should have won. That last round where they just seem to keep giving up weapons.
Toxin screen down.
Things are looking good for Flawless Falafels here to be able to get a map lead. Even though we're still very early, but it's looking good.
On a scale towards B, it looks like Tavasi, though, is shut down AJ Thunderous. That was a rifle as well. Now there's 5 Flawless Falafels here to defend, and it's going to force Decaf to just run away. Can actually grab this rifle, though, on their way out. Something to look forward to. I actually hashed him all the way under. I didn't even realize. Take out Aki. That rifle is no longer online. Have to wonder if the rope noise is noted, but they're just going to pile towards drop. These footsteps will surely be heard soon enough.
Dragging a very aggressive drop position here. We'll see if he's able to get, or she's able to get any.
Crazy ton of damage on his Starbuckles. The Starbuckles still alive. Drag also very low, has to get away. Spike at her sight access should be given over and should be available for Decaf. Actually even going to invest no command to the round. It feels like they have to convert now. They have the Cosmic Divide if they want to try for it as well. Starbuckles will find Tavasi, shuts one down, but Hubby gets shut down himself. Well, playing nowhere near sight. It's all into Sodawada to try to defend this, and he cannot. Starbuckles now has to play the post play, just going to get sprayed down by Thunder Chief as the smoke blooms, and that will be 4th on the board, and I believe a clean break through the Decaf economy.
Yeah, I think Decaf still has a solid ult advantage to be brought in. They do have the Tour de Force, they do have the Blade Storm, so it's not an impossible round for them to have a stone's throw at winning, but you know, the Flawless Falafels looking very solid to start.
For nothing up now as Decaf struggling to find and convert rounds. Another an investment of the ultimate there in that round. Maybe ill-advised to throw in the null command. They still have tools online. Somehow AJ Thunderous has another Tour de Force. No, he never used it actually.
He had saved it from him.
With his duel, Tavasi's just going to take Starbuckle's head off and get away with it as well. It's another first pick for the Flawless Falafels. Matchup being aggressive, and Spawn will find one. Sodawada trades that, but on the other side of the map, Aki goes down. Decaf just struggling to find much of anything in this half. Thunderous, though, reliable, has been so far most of the frags for Decaf. Takes the head off. Keeps the round possible.
Last player standing.
Cool. It's just going to be a trade. It's going to be on to Sodawada. It's just enough to keep things alive, of course, but Sodawada has to do something. Knifes out. Doesn't expect Underchief on the flank. Surely to go down and will. Flawless Falafels just exerting their will right now as they take control of the entire map nearly every round. And this, again, Decaf finally going for that timeout, and they need it.
Flawless Falafels have just been top to bottom. I mean, the first 2 rounds were very close, but since then, effortless for them so far. Hashem running down B steps, getting a pick, and then Dunderchief falling right behind and didn't need to get activated until that final kill. Got a little close towards the end, but superior weaponry won the round. The economy is rolling. You got 4 players above 7K. It'll shrink a little bit when the buy comes in, but I mean they're almost good for the rest of the half with how it's looking.
My dog wants so much attention.
Still a decent amount of ults on Decaf where they got to bring them in sooner rather than later. They're just sitting on the bench being wasted right now. And they could, I mean, the tour de force could be the momentum changer if they decide to bring it in here.
Thunderous has had it for a while and he hasn't brought it in yet.
Had it since round 3.
Need a drop.
I think
Might have
my
been able
dog
to bring
is
a second.
trying to get me to take her somewhere. Might have to run to take my dog out again in the middle of the map. It will just be the pistols for Decaf.
The force still sitting on the bench. This is now the 4th round in a row.
Yeah, you gotta wonder. Surely you bring it in a round like this where it's only pistols online. Yeah, it's not the most attack-sided weapon in the world. You gotta invest it. Hashem actually caught looking the wrong direction. Does manage to actually hit one, will go down, but Aki trades on a second. An advantage finally for Decaf here. It's been a few rounds. Last time they had one, they couldn't convert it. They need to here, it feels like. Well, maybe not need to, but really use one here. They go down. Still no tour de force brought online.
Spike planted.
They do still have the null command they can bring in here to help neutralize any ult being potentially popped, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Man coming through Devasi, clearing all the way down towards the step. Beacon finds the first pick onto Sodawada, heals up as well. Thunderchief will find Starbuckle. There's no one actually anyone in fight right now. Just now, Aki actually Thunder is behind for 2. It's on to Dunderchief. He should not know, and that's actually going to give it away. Aki now knows where he's playing from. Talks with another flash. Doesn't actually see where Aki's playing from. She's just hiding in the smokes. Time fully against Dunderchief here. I think actually it's just up. Aki's just going to walk out and get the pick. It's a 4K for her, and the round finally going the way of Decaf.
Unfortunately, drops the spike, but a huge round out of Aggie. She went absolutely crazy, getting the 4K, and had 2 really crazy kills from Arcade. Just complete. AJ Thunder's maybe baiting the rendezvous placement on top of B main. Someone decided they needed to eliminate that danger, and then got punished for it. And then a second off the back of it. Great round out of Decaf, and they didn't have to burn any of the ults they still have. They need to use them. They've just been sitting there. Someone's got to DM them and tell them to use their ults or something. But yeah, looking like we're going to get a B hit coming in. Chill again, taking her dog out. She'll be back in a couple minutes here.
Blinded.
Yeah, defense is set up fairly strongly. 3 leaning towards here. Hashem cleaning out the entirety of ult spawn. They know it's going to be a B hit or they're going to rotate back. But no one's crossed. No one's crossed. Hashem knows this, and they're going to rotate back. It's going to be all on to the Jester sitting underneath sight. Going to hear a ton of footsteps in this. Guys, please help. I'm scared. I'm going to try and spray down at first. Done a ton of damage to Aki. Done a ton of damage to a second as well. Tavassi's going to take down Thunderous on the lurk. Drag takes down Hubby towards Sands. Very nice 2 openers. And Suggestion really hasn't been called upon yet other than the chunk damage to Aki. And Aki has not been healed up. I don't know if the heal is online where they can pop it, but Tavassi's cleared a ton of space. They still don't know
You will not
Rez
kill
is going to be
my
brought in
ally.
onto Hubby. It's going to be a safe
seconds
Rez. Definitely have a good shot.
Spike
Suggestion
down
now getting
A.
activated. Takes down Soda Water. Heal is online for Starbuckles to give to Aki and eventually goes her way. After being continuously shrunken.
One
Tavassi's
enemy
now
remaining.
activated the flank under
Spike
cheek
down
with the
A.
2. It is all on the Starbuckles underneath sight. Has 10 seconds left. 3 players left. And it's not find any of them. Thunder Chief gets a 3K. And that was just one over by Decaf. They still have the tour de force they've had since round 3. Don't know exactly when the Astral Divide was brought or earned, but still something they need to use. They need to use them sooner rather than later to get any additional value from the ultimate. That's why you pick the agents. Thunder Chief, wow, having himself a map 12-2. Tack on 3 assists. He's doing it all right now. Tavassi not too far behind. He's been the star, the stud of the night for the
You want to play? Let's play.
4 assists on Reyna, not something you see every day. I think had himself a double-double on Vine the way he was playing with his assists. Seeker's going to come in and know the positions of 3. Tavassi's going to aggro peek and take down Hubby, finding the numbers again in favor of Falafels. Instant traded back by AJ Thunderous, and that's going to split the defense. Going to force Thunder Chief to rotate towards B to help out Zejester, and that's where the team is. The Spike is on the other side of the map. So AJ Thunderous through the wall takes down Zejester. What a play. The Astral Ball comes in. Aki going to be denied a free kill by the Bladestorm due to her own team wall. Unfortunate timing. Spike should go down in his second Soda Watt position noted. Aki's position should not be noted up in... That's the Spike Planter.
Yeah, Spike Planter actually taken down here. Soda Water, though, will trade onto Tavassi. Actually, cleanly also gets across. Spike, though, going to be difficult to get down. Aki's going to go down to drag. Thunder Chief as well, finding Thunderous. It's all onto Soda Water. Round was looking good once again for Decaf. But another round they might let slip between their fingers unless Soda Water can do something about it. Position is noted. Rope surely heard. Top Flash going to come through. Just tries to hold the left click. Can't find anything. Thunder Chief shuts down Soda Water. The Flawless Falafels are up now 7-1. Decaf just can't quite find anything.
Chief on back-to-back 3K rounds, and out of 15-2, absolutely elevating this team to new heights, being activated 7-1. Things are looking great for False Waffles. Decaf really been struggling. We'll see how they're able to adapt on their defensive half. And that was all ult for that round 2. They have nothing for a while now.
Back-to-back offensive halves now that Decaf are just absolutely struggling to find rounds. It really feels like maybe that Ascent half is... I mean, even the latter half of that Ascent attacking half is a struggle for them as well. It feels like maybe the Flawless Falafels is just figuring them out on defense. They've got to find something doing on the attack sides eventually. Aggressive through A, but they don't have control of drop. Starbuckles will actually take down Hashem Soda on all of 2 HP to get away with his life. Aki taking a duel onto Tavassi. Important fight, and it's going to go the way of Decaf. AJ Thunderous, however, has gone down. Thunder Chief's already pushing flank. Actually going to be shut down, though. Surely this one's a round that goes the way of Decaf. They need it desperately. Just 2 alive for the defense to try to retake. Make that just 1. It's all in a drag.
Player standing.
Thunder Chief will finally go down. Confirms the 3K for Aki. Drag. Really no utility to speak of. 2 low health players maybe get through the wall and just get seen through it. Starbuckles will close it out. Finally, a round going the way of Decaf, and they're now back. They're creeping back in maybe a little bit as they get their second.
It's going to call timeout out of the False Waffles, talk things over. They've got 3 left in the half on their defensive side before we get to see their offensive game plan. Money's still pretty strong. Could just be a blip in the radar for Decaf with no ults being able to pick up off the back, and really only one being used by Thunder Chief in that null command.
took my dog out in the middle of a map, and she's still... she still wants something. I'd love to give you the chat a dog cam. I wish I could. But yeah, we're going through this timeout called by Flawless Falafels, really after a pretty quick timeout coming in for them. Just one round dropped. I mean, 2 of the last 4, I guess, but nothing, no sort of emergency emerging, I guess. Want to shut things down before, I guess, anything gets too contentious. By the way, 16-3, absolutely gross out of Dunder so far on this map.
Yeah, I don't know how much better you could be doing. They're definitely, him and Tavasi, putting their team on their back to start. At least kills-wise. I mean, they're definitely all doing their part and then some.
Tavasi again wants to peek in. He's going to find Thunderous with nothing in his hands. So many players on Decaf have gone down in this series with util out or their knives, and it's starting to pile up as another first pick will go to the Falafels.
That's good. Get concussed here.
Space gain for Decaf, but it cost of a life every time. The cost of maybe 2 lives. Make that 3 now. Sodawada finally trades Drag out. It's just Hubby and Soda now left alive.
Tavasi's position should be noted. They do have a really solid shot at turning it into 2-on-3.
1 enemy remaining.
Hashim on the
Spike
flank.
down.
Doing everything on Hubby, who's had a slow series. 1v4 is a lot to ask. Jester should be the first target seen. 2 people peek from low. Will take the first, but the double face is good enough. Flawless Falafels up 8-2. Things are getting a little dicey for Decaf on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the knife swings. They're getting penalized a lot for it, and it's reflecting in the scoreline. Waffles 8-2. Things are looking great. Thunder is not going to be buying up with the team. Going to just rock the classic. It looks like. I try and get an op for the final round.
Shut them down.
Feeling sight.
Expecting some aggression out of that one Lear. See all the util that was just burnt. A tailwind gotten rid of.
Finally,
a couple
though,
of flashes.
Flawless Falafel aggression is punished as Hashem goes down cleanly. Rifle able to be picked up as well. No command coming in. Looks like from Hubby on the attack side it is. Tail into tight. Thunderteeth here to try to shut it down. Only gets the KO though. Might actually be able to bring him back up on his feet, and Will does Sodawada. So 5v3 now. Rossi though, this could be a knife in the back. Finds 1, finds 2. Is numbers immediately evened. Decaf struggling to hold on. Hubby needs to find this. Goes for the flash. Damage done, but gonna get shot in the back shortly.
Enough. Heal up, squad.
Asi thankfully will get taken down, so it's still a 2-on-2, but Sodawada and Aki both below full health. Drag will be able to heal up her teammate to at least 100.
Last player
Sodawada can
standing.
get forced out, just has to pop. So on the way out, the Jester gets the better of Aki. The defuse is going to come through one, and it's another 5v3 loss for Decaf. They're now down 9-2.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, things looked really good for Decaf on that side take, but getting a little too aggressive for their skis. Don't even remember exactly who was pushing into spawn, but got caught from behind. Falafels was able to clutch it up off of that.
Well, Decaf made it close after a 9-3 start in the last map. Maybe they'll try to do it again here. Have to earn that 3rd round, though. They just absolutely struggled to close out rounds. Typically, such a disciplined team, our Decaf, but it's been completely absent recently. Almost nerved, maybe. Blade will be available for Aki here in this round. Hashem actually just wants to get fully aggressive down B long, and we'll just find one before being
Spike down
traded.
B.
Resurrection is available for the attack side. If they wanted to go for it, which they don't seem to want to. Starbuckles has not opted to invest. Okay, we'll run back over. Definitely want to get your controller back on your team. Will. Hubby now. Flashing, they're trying to take space on site. I don't know where these players are playing. Nobody clears towards Globe. Back to a 4v4. There's not even a trade available. Nobody was behind Hubby again. Looks like somebody's piling up.
30
Drag,
seconds left.
pop, out. The Jester just found Thunder is with a shorty all the way on the A site, but there was a kill for
Spike
the
planted.
attackers. Spike will be planted.
Thunder Chief got walled off by the barrier orb. Gonna be a tough round for Falafels, but still very doable in the 3-on-3s. It looks like solid util on board. No, 0 point should be activated here in a second.
Definitely seeing them facing worse odds.
Last player
Walled
standing.
with both picks going to Sodawada. It's all under Z Jester to try to make things happen in 1v3. Contend with 2 stars. That's Contend with Sodawada and the everything really. It goes down to the headshot. Finally, Decaf managed to
Switching
convert
sides.
around with a numbers advantage, and they're going to go into the half down 3-9. They kind of made it close on Vine. Maybe they can do it this time.
Yeah, that res coming in absolutely crucial. Sodawada got the final 3 kills in the round, and you wonder if she's not alive or he's not alive. Maybe they do drop that round. Yeah, 9-3. Kind of a repeat story, scoreline wise, of Bind. We'll see how this comp works out for both teams. Double Sentinel versus no Sentinel on the attacking side. 5-stack towards Arcade. Single controller for Falafel stack. Viper. Gonna need to use the util well. The barrier comes right in perfectly and all 5 towards Arcade. They're gonna bully their way through it and force their way up into tower. Aki with the right click on the Devasti opens the round up. And gets another right click kill. Thunder Chief able to trade, but Hubby trades and then Thunder Chief.
Thunder Chief's continuing the hot first half. Will find one, finds
Oh
a
my.
third in this round. Moves things back up at 2 on
It's gonna
2.
get killed.
One enemy
Heal,
remaining.
but does get caught by
Spike
Sodawada.
down B.
Drag, she's on 74 HP and doesn't know Thunderous' position. It's a pistol round conversion for Decaf. They needed one again for any chance in this map. They did it on Bind. They got that second pistol. It wasn't enough there. Can it be enough here on Fracture?
You're definitely hoping so if you're in the Decaf gamer chairs that getting a pistol round in your favor on defense, able to build off the top of it. Looking at Decaf, you want Thunders to get activated again. Was off to a very strong start on the map. I think got 5 kills in the first 2 rounds, 6 over the remaining 10. That's not what you want to see for someone. I think is the 3rd highest rated player in all of the Contenders division. Oh, actually 4th highest, but still up there. So someone they need to get activated quick.
Speaking of activated, Dunder on 20 kills, I think it was. Absolutely disgusting numbers through 13 rounds after a 4K or 3K there. Wasn't quite enough, though. Decaf have the advantage in this round as there's just going to be a hard B hit coming through. Aki is going to get full blinded, but she should be able to tuck herself in the corner and survive. Actually just shut down by Tavasi,
Spike planted.
who finds the pick, the heal, and the Spectre as well. That makes things a little scarier, but Hubby just straight through the smoke will spray down Tavasi. So a little bit of order brought back to the round as Starbuckles will take down Dunder Chief. There are lineups available. See a player lurking away for those. Thunderous, though, has to take this. Do you want to drag? Shots are just everywhere. Hubby will take down Hashem. Drag has to try to defend. The lineups are going to start coming through from Z Jester, but I'm not sure they're going to be enough here. They might take Hubby down. Hubby's actually going to try to stick, and we'll pay for it. Time, though,
I will not die.
not nearly an issue. Starbuckles will have to tank some armor damage. In the end, it is 1 kill for the cost of the lineups, but Decaf do manage to convert the round. Not clean at all, but I mean, rounds are what they need, not money.
Yeah, good round out of Decaf. They were able to clutch it up. Not really clutch it up, but secure it. And the first gun round going to be coming in favor of the Falafels, and we're just going to see what they're able to do with it. They're kind of playing some, you mentioned earlier, matchmaking splits with just one towards the dish position in Tavasi.
Yeah, but Tavasi counts as 3, right? They're going to send a second over there. Hashim's going to remove AJ Thunderous' ability to rendezvous out, and with the null or the 0 point, that's just completely off the table.
Looks like the fast is on.
That is, but they do have to contend with the Nebula. We'll see if they want to just run straight through it. Drop also taking control of Tavasi's close here. Playing behind the toxic screen. Thunderous' position noted, but the spray's a little too high. He's just managing to keep himself alive there. All into sight. Finally, Thunderous will go down on it. Spike will be planted. Numbers and weapons advantage fully in the favor, but one pick going through from Soda, and all the trades suddenly going in the favor of Decaf. Now things are getting worrying. See Jester as well go down. It's all in his flag. Rifle in hand, but there's 4 to find. 1 low. That'll be the action. He goes down. They have to find the rest. Soda with 4K, all headshots, I think. That Spectre looked like a vandal in that round, and once again, Decaf, they convert that bonus and make, hopefully, the Falafels nervous again.
Yeah, we've got a 6-9 scoreline. Scriptwriters, keep it up. We got this 9-7 on the books. Lock it in. And then it's going to be fun. It's up to Falafels to make some noise, make something happen. No command, very much an achievable ult. It will be guaranteed next round, but could be gettable this round. Viper's Pit, that will be the one that, if they can get it online, that could be a round changer right there if they're able to get a plan.
And it's going to be nearly the full save, just a stinger coming in as AJ Thunderous with the operator online will find a pick. And that's just completely put a halt to any sort of push from the Falafels. They've got utility with the classics and the stinger. It's Tavasi leading the charge. Fearless as always is Tavasi. Classic in hand, who cares? Classic rifle, whatever. He's clearly not afraid of the W.
And just give him the gun fights and he's a happy man.
Yeah, it's taking a lot of space on Sands. Meanwhile, Drag and Hashim with the use of the fast lane have gone on to sight, and Spike has gone down. Hubby will take down Hashim, though. Aki cleans up Tavasi. It's just 2 alive. Ooh, Drag barely living out, else I would have said 1, but I think this should be... Spike's not even planted in a great position. Drag just has to clean one. Actually, clicks to take down Hubby, but was on the null command, and that is not the weapon you want here. Will get shut down. Round's gonna go over. They're gonna make sure Hubby lives through the round as well. Spike diffuses a team ace even for Decaf. They're gonna get their 7th.
Yeah, a very easy round for Decaf there, even though Spike went down. Very interesting decision. Was noticing Thunder Chief kind of lurking out towards a spawn. Not really there to help the team, especially on the weaker weaponry. Got to cover flank, but you got to also help out your team, especially, like I said, with the weaker weapons. So, got punished for it. But here we go. Guns back in their hands, and we'll see what they're able to do with it.
And the Falafels do invest their 2nd time out here. Big round coming up, so a good time to use it for sure. Decaf could cut the deficit to 1, and this is what we saw in Bind. Falafels at this point, I don't think they called a timeout, but they did start to put some rounds back on the board. I think they traded a couple before finally walking away with it 12-8. Decaf, this is where the comeback slipped away from them last time, but they have a 2nd chance at it. Just 2 rounds down now. Their defensive side is clearly their better side across any map, it seems. They've got a chance. It's just a smidge of a chance, but they've got a chance still to come back and take this potentially pivotal 3rd map.
Yeah, especially if Decaf are able to win it, they'll be going on to a comfort pick for themselves in the next map. Should be a very winnable series at that point, but still got a decent amount of rounds to go. And Falafels are a very dangerous team in this server. Can't count them out until 13's on the board.
Gotta put it up, though. Falafels, they want to go B, and they're gonna walk into the barrier orb. Ashen holding the lurk, but it's the rest of these players piling through arcade early. Milkman is well invested, but they're just walking on Ace. Completely slowed the hit down. Lassie gonna duel into Starbuckles and will actually find her with the crosshair too high. Gonna gain access to the tower. They're gonna gain full access to the site. There's nobody here to contest. Like, should be going down. Dunder, though, might be getting over aggressive. Just spotted out Hubby's arms and wants to keep fighting forward. Eventually falls away. That Viper's Pit you mentioned is popped. It's a tough retake, but Aki finding the first pick. Opening up some space. They're gonna pile in towards that arcade area, but they're caught in a crossfire with Dunder and Hashem. AJ Thunderous now and Aki, last two alive. Contend with a Viper's Pit and full arcade control for their opponents.
Last player standing.
And a pop flash from Thunder Chief as well will shut down AJ Thunderous. It's just Aki. Batting the knife out, knows where Thunder Chief is. Actually can't find it. The box just appears on the screen a little too early. Z-Jester will shoot her as well. Flawless Falafel, it's the same thing they did on Bind. They find the 10-7. Decaf found the round after this, but dropped the last three to lose, if I remember correctly. So this is where they'd have to make a difference from that bind to keep things afloat.
Yeah, Decaf, a ton of ults being done by Falafels. Decaf really unable to counter it, especially when the first pick goes in favor of Tavasi, taking down Starbuckles and any healing abilities that she does have. So Apple's looking good once they got guns back in their hands.
No hesitation on this half from AJ Thunderous to drop this bit of force. Hashem trying to get a bit of a line, but actually just work, and the headshot comes through after it looked like the rendezvous was out. But that's a first pick for the side of Flawless Falafels, and the Tour de Force is offline. They're going to start pushing up onto A. There's nobody here except Sodawater to receive this. Who's standing in the open, by the way. Could just be completely picked off from dropping. He's actually looking this way. Dunder Chief might have flashed himself. Goes down somehow. Chester's not looking up.
One enemy remaining.
Foxy to find two. Hashem straight out. Starbuckles alive. Gets pushed. Might be too much aggression. She has the resurrection. Hubby's going to be brought back up. Can heal herself as well. It's possible. Lineups are in play as well. This is a 1v2 on site. They have to find drag, though. Surely they don't expect lineups for this plant position. Yeah, I don't even know you. Oh, is it on top? I bet it's on top. Oh, no, it's not. There are lineups for this position? Disgusting. No way.
And
yeah, it's just gonna win out the round. Insane. Okay, Jester. Z-Jester's lineups, just everything they needed there. I think maybe Starbuckles could have waited a little longer, but what are you gonna do in that situation? The stress of a grand finals with the spike ticking out, just the nerdiest lineup I've ever seen. How do you hit that spot?
Very interesting, but there's got to be a lineup for every plant spot everywhere. And if you're a Viper man, you kind of got to know your lineups. So definitely huge for Z-Jester getting 11 on the board and burning a bunch of ults for Decaf.
Thunderous immediately pushed off his aggressive angle with the operator. Will be flashed back in by Hubby, taking peeks but not seeing anything. Now has to turn his attention towards Arcade. The pinch is starting to come through. There was nobody to hold Arcade from the start of this round. Now concussed. Thunderous just has to back away. Luckily, nobody pushes into him. Looks like it's going to be a 5v5 retake situation, as other than some spam damage, Spike is going to go down relatively cleanly.
Spike planted.
Well, I say some spam damage. The Jester's at like 2 health and was trying to play for lineups, and he's going to get punished for it. It's now a 5v4 in Decaf's favor. They struggled with the numbers advantage in the first half. They could really use it here. Hubby sees the angle. Losing the shots finally, though, will get traded. There's a series of trades. Ends up with a 3-2. Aki will take down Devasi. It's all into Dunder Chief. Locked in the corner here. Going to get pulled by the gravity well. Yeah, the pop flashes are great enough. If you don't get kills off of him, he'll be taken down. The defuse should come through. Decaf rallying back for their 8th. Keeping this map alive.
Yeah, keeping all hope alive, getting the ult back, keeping 3 alive. It's going to keep the economy solid for Decaf. They're going to be able to buy up into this round pretty solidly. I mean, Waffles, it's got a ton of money, so it's going to be another gun round for both teams. And this could be a very critical round.
Absolutely. This round could potentially do some damage to the Flawless Falafel economy. They should still have some semblance of a buy after this, especially if they want to count on the overdrive ultimate from Neon as a weapon, but it would potentially force them onto at least a lighter force buy, so it could be good push for Decaf. Utility used to clear out the operator angle, but nobody's here. A lot of aggression in the halls. Full control taken by the Flawless Falafels early.
Seeker's going to be earned off that ult ward pickup by a drag. She's going to be able to use that this round, potentially.
And this time, so doesn't get the aggressive position, but there is a trade available from AJ Thunderous. Spike going down. We'll see Jester's lineups try to come through again. The Seekers are popped as soon as the spike is planted. Hashem just looking for somebody, anybody. Was charging through and will find one onto Hubby. And trade available as well. The overdrive does some work. That wall is interesting. That just walled off her teammate, did Starbuckles. It doesn't look like Z Jester's actually playing for lineups. The push thing to come through. I don't know how Starbuckles got headshot there, but it's 1-for-1 trade regardless. Thunder is pretty relatively known here. They've got to take down these last two players, though. Get on site and defuse. Time very much against them. Aki starting to tap and stick the shots. Just connect. It's all it's 2 times, so it's not available. The spike is going to explode. A 4K from Thunderous, but it's not enough, and it's not match point, but it is map point now for the Flawless Falafels.
Match point.
Yeah, a little bit of a crazy round. AJ Thunderous with that 4K. Hit a second, just unbelievable shot race. The barrier went down, taken down in a second at that time. Able to double it later, but yeah, time just ran out at that point. It falls up to 12. Things are looking good.
Yeah, that pivotal pick by Drag just a second before she gets peaked and goes down to AJ Thunderous. I believe there was a pop flash from the flash drive out of Dunderchief, who didn't buy into this round, if I'm not mistaken. It looked like he was sitting on 4,500 with money available. You can see this aggressive angle from AJ Thunderous. Doesn't have an anchor to help himself get away from this spot, but will somehow run out. I don't know how he gets away with that, but numbers stay even. Look at this aggressive hole on drop. There's 2 players walking into a crossfire here. Hashem will get the trade, but will be shut down by Starbuckles. Tavasi has lurked all the way up onto the A site, but the spike is lost on drop. Sprinting towards spawn. Finds one as well. AJ Thunderous looking the complete wrong direction. Starbuckles here, Jester jumping up and is going to find a free pick. Things firmly in favor of Decaf.
I can't use that.
But Dunderchief has been absolutely insane on this map.
Still has a ton of time. Would take forever, but could wrap. And it's looking like what he's wanting to do.
30 seconds left.
Clearly wants to. We'll see if he has the time. He's going to pull out the knife. We'll see if they watch this angle at all. It does look like AJ Thunderous is aware of it. Grabs the orb, maybe? Oh, might just actually be saving. It does look like the save call. Smart call. Perhaps. As,
10
with the
seconds
time
left.
the way it was and with the spike where it is, there's almost no chance. Decaf. The way some rounds have gone, it could have gotten testy, but they do manage to win out that round. I'm expecting a tech pause because it just said Hubby was disconnected. So we're probably going to see a pause here. Yeah, immediate technical pause. It does look like Hubby is probably going to have to be getting back into the game. But now 9 on the board for Decaf. At least 1 better than they did on Bind. Still need 3 more, though. And again, it was the same point that their comeback sort of got figured out, maybe stalled out. Their defense picked up a bit by the Flawless Falafels.
Yeah, things are still looking good for OS here. Flawless Falafels gonna try and take that 2-1 lead into their opponent's map pick. And yeah, they got the weaponry to do it right now. Weaponry's currently looking a little suspect on their side, but they should be buying up here pretty quickly. So not a bad pick. Becca knows what he's doing, our wonderful producer. And yeah, looking at ults currently online for Decaf, definitely huge advantage. Empress on Falafels, Decaf have Tour de Force, which looks like is going to be brought in potentially. And then Astral Bear here.
Cosmic
for
Divide. As it
Cosmic
were.
Divide. You're right, yes. But yeah, things are looking good for both teams here, and should be a battle towards the finish line.
Just one needed for the Flawless Falafels to take an oft pivotal third map. This is their pick, however. You know, as much as picks matter this late into the draft process, the next map will be Split, which we will finally, as a VDC, be sending off. Season 2 will not feature Split. We will be replacing it with Pearl, as is the competitive map pool. The competitive map pool's current state, rather, as we are still just waiting for Hubby to reconnect. Possibly has just gotten back in. Cannot tell. He has a weapon, and he definitely didn't live last round.
Yeah.
Unless he was disconnected the whole last round. Our production team is having too much fun. I will be firing everyone who is a part of this crew. No, I'm kidding. Just Mecca.
No fun team.
Production team fired. Stream ending. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, you're hired.
Some minor shenanigans going on right now.
Top text. Oh.
Bottom
text.
No way.
Tag yourself. Top text, bottom text.
Kind of mochi.
Hey, yo. Food break? I don't think we're actually taking a food break. I think we're still waiting on Hubby, because Hubby has now moved. Oh? Hubby moving? No, that's not Hubby. No. We can hear the text chat pinging, but we cannot see it, so I have no idea what the situation is.
Not too familiar with mochi. I've had it before, but what is it's just like ice cream, and what is it wrapped in?
I have no idea.
No idea. Okay.
Uncultured. I am so extremely uncultured. We are getting back into the game after talking about anything. We can put the Chirons away.
Right. Yeah, get rid of that.
Mechatronic, please. Please. We need a new Chiron anyway. It takes up the whole screen. We're going to see the Falafels here on the lighter buy, actually. They've been forced onto here. Decaf's buy, I don't think was... I was going to say flawless, but I don't think it was perfect either. And kind of baited by her own wall with Starbuckles as she misplaced it and goes down, giving over the rifle to Z Jester. Man advantage now in the favor of the Flawless Falafels.
Looks like it's going to lure him into an AP. Or AP.
Tavasi as well has the rifle, trying to take place with Aki, who's being forced to dash away. She's going to go down. It's now a two-man advantage. This could be the map. Going over. Oh, Hashem will just go down, but there is a trade as well. Tour de force. And the slow and steady flank by Sodawada. That's all they're going to have into this round. There's a player behind AJ Thunderous now as well. There's Sodawada, though, does find the Jester.
Last
Some
player
attention,
standing.
not enough, though. Dunder Chief shuts down AJ Thunderous. Sodawada has to find this 1v3 time against him. 3 players to find. They're so spread out, and the time is ticking so fast. You can hear that spike. He's got about 10 seconds. He's got to get onto the site. He's just going to have to swing. It finds the first, but it's not enough. Drag will trade it out at 13-9. The Flawless Falafels now 2 in a row on the maps. Their defense sides have just been too strong for Decaf, and they're going to take a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, really solid end of the map. Looked like Decaf had a shot at bringing it back, but once the guns got back in the hands for the Falafels the second time around, did not drop the ball and able to get enough rounds to win it.
So we're going to go to Split, which will be map 4. If we do see Decaf manage to get themselves back into the series, take that map, it'll send us to map 5 of Icebox. Split, obviously, last 2 maps, well, must wins for Decaf. They want to take home the championship. Go figure. It's best of 5. They're down 2-1. And for Flawless Falafels, they could send Split out with a championship in their favor. We're going to throw to about a 5-minute break, and when we come back, map 4 and beyond, as we potentially see the close of this series and the wrap on VDC Season 1. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, there's no timer, Mecha. And welcome back. We've just seen map 3 of Fracture go to the Flawless Falafels, who now lead this series 2-1. They go into map 4 of Split, looking to close things out and send off that map with a championship in their name. Nadesy, we are coming down to the last half of this series. Who do you think's taking it? Do you think this is going to be closed out on Split, or do you think we're going to map 5?
I think it's going to be... I really think we're going to have a 5th map. Split is a very, very good map for Decaf. They're 4-2 on it. They beat Flawless Falafels on it. It was 14-12, but they still beat them on it towards the end of the season, week 13. So it's a very good map for them overall, and they should be able to put up some decent numbers.
Excited to see where this one goes. We'll have to see if their attack sides improve at all. They've been struggling, only 6 rounds in their last 2 attack halves combined. After starting with 6 on Ascent, they were 5-1 up on that map, I believe. Wheels started to fall off the wagon in that half. I think they lost the last 6 in a row, actually. I think they were 6-1 up, or 5 in a row. They were 6-1 up, I think, but haven't had much offensive success since. They're going to need some eventually, surely. They're starting on offense once again. If they make it to Icebox, they'll finally get the sweet release of a defensive start, but to this point, their attack halves have been a struggle, and they've got to make one work at some point as we're getting into the agent select. Score hasn't been updated. It is 2-1 Flawless Falafels. I'm sure we'll get that sorted shortly. Oh, wait, we fired the whole production team, right?
Yeah, looking like comp-wise for both teams, fairly common comps. Hashem rocking the Jet. Normally see a Raze, but just a solid choice on this map. Kit limited.
If Starbuckles locks in this Neon, I would be shocked.
Yeah. Potential Yoru pick from Aki. That would be very interesting. Would love to see the creative TPs and such being brought out. No selection in unison from the Falafels this time around. Quite disappointing. Go Decaf. Now have a new team on him.
And we'll see Tabasi back on that chamber. Drag going for the Omen here on Split. We see Z Jester back on the signature in a way, I would call it. Killjoy. Breach as well coming in agent from Dunder. He's going to lock in Sage. Sodawada on the Viper so far. And Aki actually going to go for the Reyna on this map. AJ Thunderous will go towards the KO. We'll see mirrored Killjoys again. Both these teams really like their Killjoys.
Yeah, I mean, and understandable why. Killjoy's a very strong agent. And especially on the maps they've been playing so far, very, very strong agent to choose. Not so much on Fracture. That's why you didn't see it at all.
So, Decaf up against the wall here. Down 2-1 in this series. Series on the line on Split. If they can win it out, they can take things to Icebox, where I would call them potentially favored, but they have to get there first. It's an uphill battle, and they're starting again on that attack side that they've struggled so much on.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge saving grace for Falafels, and that they're not as comfortable. They may not be as comfortable on starting on defense, being able to build up a very, very solid foundation to make their offense much easier.
Turret out.
And just having that flexibility of chamber on a lurk for their offense could come in handy.
We'll see no ciphers coming in for either side.
Soon. Chamber nerf, we get Cypher back.
Yeah, except the only Cypher map, this map in particular, is being rotated out of the pool.
I think he could be pretty solid on Pearl. He's very solid on Bind.
I'm sure we'll see next season, as we're going to see the first face from Aki into Tabasi. Shot just missed. The Headhunter's just going to slam into the wall. Guess they need to rename that ability. Pop flash in. Thunder. Tabasi hits another wall. Finally, though, hits a head. Takes down Hubby.
Early pick going advantage of Decaf, and that's Sage getting out of the server early. Hurricane is super big on this map, so it's an unfortunate first loss. Team still leaning towards B, but the spike is making its way
Hashem
towards
actually
A.
got
Aki
called out on that off
it.
angle. Aki took him out and should be able to get the full heal off of that. We'll see, though. There's full Killjoy utility set up on B, and they're about to walk into it. This could be a potential disaster. This could be a ton of damage. Aki as well actually gets the Sheriff, and they do manage to bait out all the util without taking too much damage from it. Gonna have to be the re-aggress. The first pick does go down on a Dunder Chief who's dead. AJ Thunder is now grabbed. Should be able to find one. Should be able to find 2 more, up to 3 on the round. It's all the Devasi from high. He can't find anything. There's some low health players available, but Starbuckle shuts the round down. Decaf get the first pistol.
Wow, what a round out of Decaf. He thought after losing Hubby early that it may go in favor of Falafels, but just a huge 3K out of Thunderous off the back of the opener from Aki. They're able to get the pistol on a very defensive-sided map that's looking very good for them to start.
And a big play, I think, in that round is Aki's anticipation that Hashem would be pushed up in B garage. Absolutely just turned and burned, probably with a right-click. Aki's classic right-clicks apparently are just built different, but absolutely destroyed Hashem and took back the pick that evened up the round, even able to grab a Sheriff with full armor. Pretty big threat in a pistol round. Didn't end up coming through. It was AJ Thunderous to do all the work, but paid off for sure.
Mid control kind of split both ways. Zejester in a very ratty angle, being kind of covered over by Dragon.
But it's spotted out, yeah. Elbow seen, AJ Thunderous. Attentive enough. Now they want to split towards B, and it looks like they're going to be able to. There is a fight happening. Aki and Dunder took some shots at each other all the way across A, but the rest of the map pushing up, the rest of the players all pushing up towards this B site. There is one player lurking in hell. Hashem's location is not noted yet. Nobody seems aware of it. Sodawater can run by now. Starbuckles will, or Hubby rather, being confused from last map, noted Hashem, and that will allow for the trade by Starbuckles. The aforementioned Starbuckles. And it's all into Dunder Chief. We'll take a head off. Spectre to be grabbed, about 30 HP once that decay goes away. So much to find here. Might trying to save this. It doesn't matter. Thunderous with another 3K. Already up to 6. Almost has that null command online. As Decaf will convert their second round. 3-up.
Yeah, Thunderous off to another hot start. This time the round's going in favor of Decaf, unlike on Fracture, where Floss was still winning even with Thunderous popping off. So it's a combination that's working much better for them this time around.
Full Spectre's up in the bonus for Decaf is the threat in this round. Full rifles, of course, from the defensive side. Killjoy's setup is on A.
They're just taking it slow. Haven't really explored the map too far. Pretty much just posted where the walls go down to start the round.
Yeah, it looked like they were fully waiting for some aggression that did not come. So they're going to re-aggress themselves in towards A main.
The rotate's called over towards B for some reason. Not sure what the calls are, but looks like an A-pop is going to be dialed up. Spike lagging a little bit behind, but shouldn't be too much of a problem.
And Aki taking space. Nobody found a fight yet. Dunder Chief actually gets 3, I think, with that flash, but doesn't swing to capitalize on it. The full rotate now coming in for the fall is Falafels. There's actually just nobody on the other side of the map. Well, so Hubby to see finds the first pick onto Aki. I believe that was, yeah, Aki trying to push up towards ramp. Top flash good onto Hashem, but just managed to find the smoke. Will get shut down. Ends up being a trade, though, as Sodawater goes down on site. Loses the spike as well. Now stuck in the blender is AJ, who finds 1, finds 2. 3 on the round so far. Regroups with Hubby in heaven. They have to get down to grab the spike. They grab some rifles, though. They've got a chance in this. They have to figure out where the last 2 are playing from. Hubby's going to give his life to find 1. To the turret, no less. Shades of bind here. Or not bind, Ascent, rather. And Z-Jester will catch Thunderous on the drop down. Just enough for the Flawless Falafels to take the round that they were favored in, but they do only keep 2 alive.
Yeah, great econ damage for Decaf. That's really all that went there. I mean, it was another 3K from AJ Thunderous. If he's not putting in this work, we wonder where the team is right now.
Somebody's going to get the frags, and right now, for Decaf, they've needed a bit of a hero, perhaps, in the past 2 maps. They just haven't had, so welcome, I'm sure.
Placing swarm grenade.
Placing alarm bot.
Got clear coming
Ash
out.
him on the aggressive angle. Yeah, Thunder is clean with the headshot. Not enough damage, but location noted. Drag also is going to be hit by that knife, or that 0 point, I suppose. Playing close with the shotgun. Hubby also has a shotgun, the offensive Bucky. See how that plays. I think Drag is just sitting in the corner with a shorty. She,
just waiting for that push.
She wants a pick. It is the further back corner. Kills the utility set up in mail. Nobody going that direction quite yet. The pop flash out. Drag does turn and gets the shots, but nobody goes down. Finally going to get traded. Will do enough to take down Thunderous. Low health. Starbuckles as well goes down. Numbers in favor of the Flawless Falafels, though their health bars aren't doing too healthily. Hubby might just be the distraction here, sitting on site with just a Bucky and no teammates around. We'll find one. Has drawn the attention of the rest of the team, though. Job done. You can get one there. Tavasi takes some damage as well.
30 seconds left.
The Falafels, I think, are going to realize they've been bamboozled, as they're going to have to start to hoof it back towards A. There is a rendezvous anchor set up near Aki, but it doesn't look like Tavasi's going to like to take it, so she's just going to be taking those straight up. Here's the footsteps coming in towards Heaven.
See if they think to clear towards vents.
It doesn't look
So
like
far,
it.
no.
It doesn't look like it. Look at the trigger discipline 1, 2. It's very easy when they're not looking. Aki takes both. It's onto Dunder Chief to try to pull things off in a 1v2. Actually, might get the angle on Sodawada, but just can't find it. Soda manages to win out the duel, win out the round. A 2v3 converted by Decaf.
Yeah, beautiful fake by Decaf there.
That's a huge sign for them because they've been struggling with the numbers advantage. To take a round without it feels like a big improvement from the previous maps.
Yeah, and they were able to do it off AJ Thunderous for the first time this map, being shut down, no kills in the round. So things are starting to turn towards Decaf early on here.
Is a buy coming in for the Flawless Falafels, including the Tour de Force, which will be on A. Decaf not set up in that direction. They do have the null command if they need it. So far, just set up deep B. Again, they constantly seem to be expecting the Flawless Falafels to get aggressive, which they have not really answered the call on early.
Yeah, they really changed it up. Unlike Fracture, they were kind of playing a little more aggressive on their defensive side due to the nature of their comp. So, yeah, this huge slowdown from Falafel's defense is something that they're going to have to adapt to.
They are creeping the spike back towards this Tour de Force. We'll see if they invest in this direction. They don't really have the utility to clear out this angle. AJ Thunderous actually gets seen. The defender lockdown is going to come down on the B side. Thunderous coming over. He's pushing. It's a pick for it. Somehow gets around the aftershock, just drawing the attention of an entire team. We're going to find a second somehow, still staying alive. This time and space has gotten Tavasi to rotate away as well. The flash comes through. It's not going to actually get anyone. Finally gets down to Dunder Chief, but Flawless Falafels once again realize they are just on the wrong side of the map. The spike and the Viper's Pit are planted on A, and this retake is a doozy.
Yeah, and on top of the Viper's Pit, they have the lockdown. Yeah, this is going to be a real... Early picks need to go in favor.
And Tavasi dropping into the Tour de Force. Perhaps they might be hoping to get some delay onto when the spike goes, or any players to go down with the spike when it explodes. Sodawada, though, finds Tavasi. They are being held on site here. The spike's about to explode. They've got to start running and running now, and it does look like at least one probably member of Decaf will go down in the spike explosion, or maybe they'll just get away. Two, actually. Starbuckles and Sodawada both going down, but rounds still secured for Decaf. Hashem will carry the gun in the next round.
Yeah, and the way that Decaf has been running right now, Econ not a problem. They can be able to buy back up quite easily. Money still very solid, so even if they do drop this round, they should be good for a buy into the next as well. Another classic Josh whiff cam. Thank you very much.
It wasn't quite a whiff. It was just the shorty being a short-range weapon.
Yeah. I mean, could have waited for them to come in. But yeah. Did you see the presence of... Oh,
yeah, we're trying to see an early duel, but it doesn't look like it's going to come to fruition, so you can go back to talking.
yeah, you can see the presence that Thunderous demands. The only person on B, and all 5 players of Falafels were there to deal with him, and he still was rewarded with 2 kills. Just absolutely insane.
Yeah, huge space bot. Gets away with his life multiple times when he probably shouldn't have, and that was so huge for Decaf to be able to just walk onto the A site, get the spike down. The opponents took 4 or 5 seconds to even realize what was happening. So much time to get all the way across the map. Basically won them the round on its own.
Looks like they're going to be backing together. No command being brought in.
And Fox on Ash moves was good at first, but not enough. Thunder Chief with just the Frenzy trying to find some shots as well. Can't find anything. Thunderous is going to shoot down the rifle in Hashem's hands. And the Chief's going to fall as well. Thunderous, just as the ult ticks out, will be shut down. Drag trying to figure out an angle. Tavasi with the rifle, and Drag actually might be able to collect one as well. So 2 rifles in hands for the retake. The Rez not nice shot. Rez will come actually through onto Buckles, but it has to be defended. Another player dropping. The post plant now having to be played. Spike's not really planted for this angle. Doesn't go down to the first challenge, but will go down. And I think Starbuckles is just going to go down to the turret. The defuse will come through from Z Jester, who gives the turret a nod of approval. These things have been dangerous on this series. It'll be a second and a thrifty round to come through for the Flawless Falafels.
Turrets have been absolutely lethal. Turret clutching up there. And a must-win round for Falafels, it feels like, because their defensive half is slipping away from them right now.
Wild round, and it will force Decaf onto a Spectre buy. Thunderous is going to maybe buy nothing. It does look like they're just making sure they have full money for the next. Full utility, full rifles. They're going to just go for the Spectres here. See what they can get done. And Thunder Chief just holds mouse 1 and kills Aki. Well, I guess now we know what weapon they're giving to AJ Thunderous.
Yeah, Decaf just feels like they're playing way too cautious with the economy. They had the money for a full buy, maybe missing 1 or 2 pieces of utility, but they're just giving over advantages to their opponent that are unwarranted.
Yeah, cautious team economically. They have been. They were in the semifinals. Maybe a bit too overcautious, as you say, but style that they're choosing to play by, and they're going to have to see what they can get with these Spectres online. You can hear one player jumping up and down the ropes, and our stream freezes at the worst possible moment, but it is 2 kills now coming in for Hashem. It's just on to Starbuckles, and I don't remember who's playing Viper on this map. I think it's Soto. It looks like it's changing everything, but they're going to get
30 seconds left.
Knocked around by the Rolling Thunders all onto Starbuckles. She does find the headshot onto Drag, but gets shut down. The round comes through for the Flawless Falafels with the gun advantage, and Decaf will now be onto their bye.
Yeah, Hashem finding 2 there in mid. Critical kills, taking out Hubby, taking out blanking who the second one was, but that second kill on Hubby was very impressive as the wall had just gone up, or was just going up.
I believe the second kill was onto Hubby, first kill was onto AJ Thunderous, pushing in towards Hashem. Of course, we lost that in the footage lag ourselves. I don't know if that translated to stream. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's just really hard for us to tell. Back on their bye round, Decaf, already a better offensive half, wildly enough, than the last 2 maps, by the way, with 4 rounds here. So, with the near comebacks the past couple of times, I mean, maybe this is enough. But, of course, they want as many as they can get. No reason not to keep trying to win attack rounds, of course. 5 or 6, 8, whatever they can get would be fantastic, as they're going to start pushing in towards Heaven.
You should run.
On the B side, they find Thunderous. The attacker lockdown as well going to come in, forcing Tavasi to steadily retreat off of the site. Hashem, though, locked in the back of the site, will find 1 before getting traded. Spike should be planted here shortly. We'll see if they go for the open plant as the lockdown does pop. Jester dueling with Aki goes down. She decides to walk forward on the steps and actually wants to push Devasi from behind. Tries to get around the corner and just can't. Devasi with good enough aim to take that shot. 2v3 on the retake. It's definitely doable. Last map has anything to say by. We've definitely seen Decaf lose some of these situations. Devasi though peeking out. It hasn't cleared the corner. It's going to go down to AJ Thunderous. Thunder though did find Starbuckles. 1v2. Doesn't know where either player is at this point. Has to just be guessing. Sees Hubby though, who swings early. Now, after not seeing Thunderous under, has to be guessing, wondering, seems to think, guess the correct direction, and does, but the time is just against him. He's just going to get swung and shot, and yep. Even if he had taken down Thunderous at that point, I believe he wouldn't have had time. Thunderous should just get away with his life as well. Decaf get their 5th on the board. And again, on the back of AJ Thunderous, who is 16-5.
Yeah, averaging 2 kills a round so far. I mean, just putting up monster-like numbers. Hoping that it's able to pan out for Decaf here. You'd hate such a good effort to go to waste.
Again, look at this. Is such an interesting buy if Decaf choose to go this way because they have the rifle saved over from the last round, but everyone else has pistols. It's on to Thunderous to try to get something done. Immediately takes the headshot, gets away. No damage really exchanged. No significant damage exchanged over. For the Falafels, it was mostly a full buy, expecting the Tour de Force to come through, but it hasn't with Devasi.
Yeah, noticed that, and then no shields on. I didn't catch who it was, but someone didn't buy shields even though they're buying up a rifle. Financial decisions across the board.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. I don't think Decaf's financial decisions have been ideal, but again, they have to play with what they choose to do. And this round, it's going to put them on 4 pistols. AJ Thunderous did get healed up, of course, so 70 hit points to work with in a rifle, unless that was handed over somewhere else, but it doesn't look like it. Has been the hero for the team, so appropriate to have the hero rifle.
Yeah, the team's just really bunched up by this B site, but not being punished by Falafels at all. They have not really taken any maps, so they're just content to sit back on site.
And Aki give me the first one to contact in with the Lear above, pushing further into the site. Drag on the off angle will take one down. They're going to heal Thunderous again, by the way.
Finish.
Actually, Starbuckles pushing in with just the Ghost finds a pick. It opens up enough space onto the site, at least for the Spike to go down. Just 2 alive, though. I don't even think there's a rifle between them that they can grab. Rolling Thunder, this might be an overinvestment, honestly.
One enemy remaining.
It does come through. Starbuckle is shut down. It's all onto Soda Water. Actually does take one with the Ghost. Should be able to grab and does have a Vandal in hand. Second, almost. The shots onto the third.
At least they tried.
Soda Water at least makes it costly. But the round does go over to the Flawless Falafels.
Was that important?
Incredibly costly for Falafels. Decaf will definitely take that round 9 times out of 10 when you're not investing anything. Yeah, Falafels going to be forced onto a little bit of a weird buy. Devasi will bring in that Tour de Force. Record could be dropped over, so it looks good, just not as good as it would have if they kept 3 alive there at the end.
You have to wonder if Decaf brought full rifles into that round. That probably is a round win. But they're going to bring them in here. When you want to buy conservatively, you have to make your buys count. This is a round that they are going to need to make count. 5 rounds best they've had on attack since Ascent. You don't want to just stop because you're doing better, of course. They want to take a round here, or take a map here. They need to take the map here. Lassie getting aggressive, finds Thunderous underneath the one-way. Almost finds a second, but Aki manages to trade. No res available, so it's going to be a 4v4 all the way. Thunderous, who's been absolutely destroying people on this map so far, is offline.
Ashram on this hot flank. This is one of the first times they've sent one. They may not expect this at all. This could be a game changer.
Could be, and there's also Killjoy utility to stall this push. Drag will get walled off. The site hit is coming in, and Starbuckles actually just wades through the Killjoy utility with no fear, takes one. Also, the shots by Ashram, I think, just missed onto Hubby. They should be aware of this flank by him, and they are. Maybe Hubby will trade onto Hatcham. The Viper's Pit is also up. Hubby's location getting jumped. It'll find a second onto Drag. It's all onto Thunder Chief, who finds Hubby looking at the ground. Has to fight back into the Viper's Pit, though, and there's so Any angles they could be lurking. The alarm bot's going to note the location. Sodawada just goes running and gunning to take down Thunder Chief. The round is converted for Decaf. They're going to put 6 on the board.
Yeah, they're making their buys count. They're playing very passive, and they're still being rewarded with these round wins. Just kept 2 lives. They should still have this very solid buy. And, yeah, I mean, they're just playing much better. Things got dicey. Thunderous going down right away. He's been the impact maker so far. I had that no command too that would have taken down Tavasi's Tour de Force, but died. Got punished, though. Tavasi did, and then they won the round down.
Again, they've had that's twice now that Decaf has had AJ Thunderous go down first, but has managed to push on in the round and win despite that. So some resilience, even though AJ Thunderous is putting up absolutely silly numbers, there's still some strength in reserve.
You know, and it's not Thunderous go kill, it's rest of the team go kill.
You should run.
It's working well.
Attacker lockdown's going to come in, as will the null command. So this Killjoy utility that's lying all over the ground, not going to do anything. Drag, though, will get a headshot onto Ubby, but will have to back away. Thunderous finds Z Jester, making the Killjoy utility offline. Spike should be going down. They're going to go for the safe plant. They have full control of the site right now, as all the players for Flawless Falafels had fallen way off. Ruby finding the retake with the weaker weapons. Trying to teleport in. Sodawada is actually right. These two players are right next to each other. No one sees each other.
No one has any idea.
Right next to each other. They have no idea. Sodawada finds one. Still hasn't turned around. Still hasn't turned.
Player
What is
standing.
happening? Finally turns around and finds one. Numbers are hugely now in favor of the Falafels. Thunder Chief takes one, but goes for the reload and goes down for it. Sodawada just completely disappeared in
Last
hell,
round
and
before the switch.
I think found 2 from it.
Yeah, no one knew that he was down there, and just sneaky snake got a couple kills, secured the round. It was going to be very difficult for Falafels to win it, but just guaranteeing it.
As we go
Thank
back.
you, Josh.
Not quite a whiff. Hubby getting the 2K on that round. And again, we see Drag doing the double take because, wait, there's a player behind me. How? Unexpected play from Sodawada. It must not have even considered the Shrouded Step. But we go into the last round of the half with Decaf up 7-4. They're going to win this half at the very least. Might even be able to take it 8-4. Double their opponent's scoreline. This is a lot different from the last 2 offensive halves we've seen from them.
Yeah, this is definitely exactly what Doctor ordered for Decaf.
Pick
First
on
pick
the
going to
Thunders,
favor
so.
Tavasi there.
Yeah.
Big scout to take, but Res is online and instantly invested.
Yeah, that could be big. There is a teleporter across half.
Oh,
He's
it's noted.
seen it, but she can't actually swing on it because of the paranoia. It takes everything. But Drag will get away with her life. Yeah.
Shrouded stepped in and out.
So after all of that, the only thing that's done is 50 damage to AJ Thunderous and about 140 done to Vasi.
Oh, look at that space Hashim's taken. Sewers is entirely garnered, and he hears all the rotate through spawn and knows that this A site hit is coming. They don't know anyone's in vents, though. This could be a round changer.
Oh, and the timing.
Let everyone
Nobody's
pass.
looking. He's behind all 3. He's behind all 3. They have no idea. He's going to swing in at some point. He's got to pull the trigger eventually. We'll see what timing he tries to take. Looks like he's just going to swing out, try to find the spike planner, and will no, still looking. Finally takes one his shot, and he only gets 1 4, but there's 4 trades, 5 trades.
Wow.
The Flawless Falafels working with perfect information make it work. Tavasi finds 3 on 11 HP, by the way, or 2, I guess. They close out the round. They will take the last round of the half. They're going to go down. They're going to go into their attack half down 5-7. Definitely
Switching
doable.
sides.
Yeah, very close half for both teams. Hashim definitely having the the play of the round right there with the flank. Only got 1 kill from it, but all the information provided to guarantee the team would win the round.
I hope that's apologies for the whiff cams because we've been waiting. Maybe it's time I fired Josh. Maybe.
He catches a couple good ones, but we primarily see the whiffs.
It's just the whiffs. What's it with this obsession with the whiffs? Nonetheless, you got to go into the second half.
Reel.
The VDC whiff reel, apparently. We're going to go into the second half. Immediate attempt to take mid control here from the Flawless Falafels. Thunderous, by the way, despite playing KO, a very utility-heavy agent, has got one thing, and it is the Sheriff. He's feeling himself for sure. And I mean, how can you blame him after that first half?
Yeah, this is one of the most impressive first halves I've seen in a while.
Shots lobbed across B garage. And actually, Aki rotating away from A main. This is potentially just going to leave. I believe it's Starbuckles to defend the site on her own. Does have the utility to rely on. In a difficult position to clear. Player outlines are completely off, so we haven't seen it. Can't see any outlines anymore. But yeah, they're going to push into the utility. Hashem, though, has found Hubby on the other side of the map. Going to walk into Soda as another duels goes on. Drag just running and gunning down Starbuckles. It's going to be planted. There is one trade available.
Spike planted.
This Hashem's shenanigans are, I guess, read by Decaf, but they've got to retake 2v4 with low health on Thunderous. Oh, and Aki's just turning and looking. She's so worried about this flank play from Hashem. They have no idea where he's going to come from. Thunderous gets flashed away.
Last player standing.
Gets taken down by Jester. Hashem takes 2, but it's enough to take down Aki. And pistol round goes in favor of the Flawless Falafels, and this could be quickly back to a tied game.
Yeah, a ton of respect being called for him onto Hashem there. Getting 2 on B and it caused the entirety to rotate, of the defense to rotate, except for Starbuckles left in no man's land and unable to do anything. Great round out of Flawless Falafels there. Thunder's going to be investing into the hero Marshall. Not something you say every day, but he's definitely playing very impressively.
Yeah, and he wants to take it to mid. Not taking out though yet. It would have to swing into Tavasi. He wants to. Rattling off the classic. Might have actually, maybe actually end up selling the Marshall. I only think classic shots.
Yeah, must have. Depop coming in, already on site. Plant's going to come in pretty effortlessly.
They should be going down here. Sodawater, though, playing around the pillar quite well, but eventually will just get taken down by Tavasi, who takes a fair bit of damage in trade. There is a trade, actually, on the Tavasi. Hashem will get Thunderous down. The spike still can't be planted. There's still something in this round for Decaf, but that pick should seal things. Starbuckles has to do it all herself. 1v3. That is a swarm of Spectres shooting her way.
Placing sentry.
All 3 players now just going to play in the same position. Probably smart against just a classic. I don't think there's really a Spectre available. All 3 players for the Flawless Falafels went down in places that are just impossible for her to get to. Just like, has to take the fight with the turret first. And it'll be the bait that allows Thunder Chief and the rest of the team to swing. Starbuckles will go down. It is a team ace in the end for the Flawless Falafels. And they will take the second round, go into their bonus, keeping 3 alive.
Yeah, a very nice round out of Flawless Falafels. They're taking site pretty easily. And then winning the round pretty easily after that. I'm like, Hubby's going to be relegated to a Bucky. You know, they have the money.
Yeah, and it does look like Thunderous didn't end up opting for the Marshall in the last round. As he did have plenty of money to buy here. So must have sold the Marshall and Armor at the last round. Mid presence coming in again for the Falafels. Again, that is a horrifying sound. Just 4 silenced Spectres shooting everyone. Hubby finds 1 though, and Thunderous will find his second. Caught with the gun up, but Hubby there to get his back. That's 3 now in the favor of Decaf, and they're going to pull away with Thunderous alive as well. Nobody going down. Top flash back forward, drag, teleporting into nowhere. Meanwhile, Hashem, who worked out on B, goes down. It's a flawless round from Decaf. That looked effortless almost. Hubby finds 2 with a shotgun.
Yeah, definitely the highlight of the round there, Hubby getting those 2 kills. HA Thunder is playing that trigger discipline, letting Tavasi get up nice and close and personal, and getting punished by the Bucky rounds. Yeah, it was a very clean round by Decaf there.
Just the bonus for the Flawless Falafels, though. They'll have most of a full buy here. Thunder Chief will be relegated to the Spectre, but not typically a big deal, especially on the attack side. If any of his teammates go down, you can just take their gun. That looks like an accident while out of Hubby, but up it goes. He's trying to play... I can't tell if he's on top or around the side of it. It is... Oh, he's definitely on top of it, because I think the boss just saw his gun barrel, and yeah, he's going to catch him just sitting in the corner. First pick, Falafels here.
Tavasi got the pick mid and is now already all the way up into heaven. What an impressive repositioning by the Rendezvous.
He's still going to fight the turret and actually just doesn't get swung on by AJ Thunderous. Falafels, he's going to teleport straight back as they want to go 5 through ropes potentially. Don't see this go well too often, but they are also exploring B Heaven. Both of these areas pretty unwatched. B Heaven especially. Surely by now they're...
Yeah, it's going to keep Thunderous. He was just about to rotate towards B.
Oh, the timing from Sodawad is actually good, but it doesn't work. But they can hear the storm going through heaven, surely. Surely they hear the footsteps. They hear the spike being dropped on the site. This plant sound, Tavasi is actually going to get shut down. The spike is getting planted on A, and they're aware of it now. Starbuckles actually wants to go aggressive, catches Drag reloading, but she can't get him. Thunder Chief on the lurk position as well. We'll find the last two. That was a weird round from the Falafels, but it works out for them.
Yeah, just great round all around from Flawless, drawing some attention mid, trying to get the attention, then back to B with the lurks while they're all faking up into A. Tying the game back up again at 8-all. Yeah, this map could go either way right now.
Yeah, we could see the Falafels, if they take this round, should be against mostly inferior weaponry, so potentially a good chance at it. That would be their first lead of the map. Yeah, it is a bargain bin buy coming in from Decaf. Thunderous again going for the full investment, while the rest of the team a little more cautious, making sure they can buy for the next.
And this is not something we've seen from Decaf historically. They've been very cautious with their money. This one's a little bit more aggressive, and we'll see how it works for them.
It does look like there's a tech pause of some kind. We'll check to see if I've been alerted of anything. But the match timer is paused. Mecha is growing tired of the tech pauses. Maybe Tavasi disconnected, only player who hasn't bought. Nobody's actually showing is disconnected. I'm sure it will resolve itself shortly. Maybe someone just needed a bathroom break again. Don't understand why they can't go between the maps, but sure. We can see AJ Thunder is leading the way on this entire map over everyone, 23-12. Sodawada, the only notable other performance for Decaf at 11-10, the only other positive player. For the side of the Flawless Falafels, they've got a handful of players sitting around 14, 13 kills. Drag down on 10, Jester down on 7. More evenly distributed for sure. We have hot takes coming in for Mechatronic. I don't think he saw the same best of 5 at Copenhagen that the rest of us saw, but well, he can have his takes.
Yeah, FPX just got lucky, Copium.
FPX not going to do anything at Champions Copium. Well, the timer is resumed, so the tech pause is over. We can do away with the Chiron and your hot takes, Mechatronic. Thank you. As I'm starting to lose my voice, but we still might have a map to go. As Flawless Falafels, well, if they can close this out, we won't. Look at this. This is a full retake on B, by the way, from Decaf, and that's where the Falafels want to go.
Yeah, very passive hold. Actually, no one on site. Only one from Heaven being the closest player. Should be the B side hit coming in. Shroud step.
Drag actually. Yeah, Shrouded steps across. This is a bold move. Could have been easily punished. Just going to turn and burn away. As this did get the null command in from AJ Thunderous. They want to go through mid now, but he's looking this way right now. Could catch a timing. Thunderous now, though, looking back this direction, but isn't looking soon enough. The timing is lost, and now these players could start to push through mid to try to take it A. Hashem again, trying to go for a lurk play, maybe. No, Spike actually wants to go towards A. Kevin control completely in the hands of Flawless Falafels. There's no way Decaf is ready for this. The first pick going to Jester, but Jester will be traded out. Surely Soda doesn't expect a second. And Tavasi is Drag trying to get onto site. Gonna take a ton of damage. Sodawada actually did expect a second. Lives with like 1 HP. It looks like Starbuckle's just walking onto site with a ghost will take one. Can she find a second? She can't. Drag will take her down. The low health Sodawada done away with as well. It's all on to Aki. She does find the first. Has to figure out where her opponent is playing from. That actually gives away the position. Catches sight of Drag. Has to push forward now. As it comes down to the better lurk, the better angle. Drag trying to loop around behind. Is getting close. Is getting closer and closer and closer. They're circling each other. And it'll be Aki to take the shots. Keep the lead back in Decaf's hands. As she will clutch up in the 1v2.
Wow, what a great clutch out of Aki in the 1v2. She definitely had a lot on her plate and rose to the call. Falafels definitely looked like they had something going. Just like their offense has been very interesting. Just crazy lurks and switcheroos with positionings. And it's been working well so far.
Yeah, a lot of mid control really is what's been enabling this strange play style, and it's been working for them. You see in this round, AJ Thunder is currently sitting on a Marshall, and it looks like that's going to be all he has. Well, Aki could just buy him, but no, maybe Thunder is losing some confidence or expressing confidence in the team. Not sure which that would be. Didn't even buy armor, by the way. Viper's going to be popped on site. They can hear the jet in Hashem trying to get up towards Rafters, and it's going to force off the player. Sodawada now trying to defend site on his own. Surely, I think, aware that Hashem is up here in heaven, or at least could be in tower. And this is a weird round reset. Oh, she catches Thunders with the flash drive out, and will take that pick. They still have to find a way through this Viper's pit. Oh, that means and Hashem though caught by Hubby. That angle is just never cleared. The lockdown is going to force Sodawada to back up, and it'll allow the offense to just walk straight through the Viper's pit. Sodawada has to fully back away. Sight should be given over at this point. Actually, Thunder Chief catches Sodawada just walking with his knife out again. Remnants of shades of some of the earlier maps. Spike will be planted, but AJ Thunders will be resurrected. It's actually just going to come through into the screen. Starbuckles, though, didn't get affected. Takes one. There's one of the Raptors who's going to get traded as well. Last player's position is also known. Z Jester going to have to try to do something in this 1v3. Has the Storm Grenades on the Spike. That'll buy some time, but it's certainly not going to be enough.
Got one.
Does actually take down Hubby. So things getting more dangerous for Decaf. Aki has to defend Starbuckles. Yeah, they do. Nobody's looking. Spin on the 2. How does Z Jester keep getting away with it? They just don't shoot the nano swarms.
Wow, what a 1v3 clutch for Z Jester there. And yeah, I don't know. Like you said, they should just have expected him to be there. They were both clearing heaven. Yeah,
that's like the
game again.
4th or 5th clutch this series by, it feels like, I think it's just the 2nd or 3rd by Z Jester. That just feels like it shouldn't have happened. There's absolutely no way that should be.
Get out of my way.
It's gonna force Decaf onto a save. This could be Flawless Falafels taking their first lead on click-through. We can convert this anti-eco.
Again, very passive B-hold, just like the head, to get onto 9. No one on site at all.
Yeah, full take this time, not really any gun to back it up. They are seemingly aware of the take coming through, and the hit is just charging into the site. Thunder does have a bit of an angle and does get a tag onto Z Jester. Not a pick, unfortunately. MC again, but doesn't manage to get a shot off, so nothing but the tag in exchange for the spike being planted. It's a 5v5 retake, not really much available in terms of weaponry for Decaf. They try to pitch in the lockdown, but I have a feeling they're going to save that for a gun round. They're going to start to roll in towards the site. Aki actually getting the first pick onto Thunder. Still 4 alive though for the defense. Aki finds the second pick onto Z Jester. There's a player wrapping back towards Heaven. Ragbo is going to just find one before going down. It's now all onto Devasi. 1v1 with Sodawada. Shots coming. Time is ticking against Sodawada, and I think time has just run out. Has to try to stick here. Devasi can just walk forward. I think the time is out anyway. Actually, no way. Oh my goodness.
I think she might have had it if he didn't push.
He would have. I thought he wouldn't have. It was so close. I thought it wasn't.
Wow. again, another solid clutch attempt. And on the no buy for Decaf, I mean, that would have been a huge round to win. We'll put the economy in shambles.
These rounds are just getting more and more ridiculous. That must have been 0.0 something to take down the spike diffuser. Decaf gonna have the buy into this round. As well as Falafel still had enough money despite all 5 going down, but if they do drop this one, they're probably gonna be on the save. Have taken their first lead of the map. Again, this could be the pivotal map. This could be the map that gives them a championship, so.
Nice aftershock to clear out rat spot.
Haven't figured out Hubby, though. The Bucky, though, it doesn't take the head off of Devasi. It actually does very little. Thunder is no swing now, finds one, finds two, gets traded out. Sodawater, though, also from Vents will take one, and they don't expect Hashem to be all the way downstairs. The defender lockdown's coming in early. Hashem is just walking through their spawn. Starbuckle doesn't like nowhere to look. Here's one pushing behind her. We'll take that.
Spike down B.
Hashem's position has to be so unexpected at this point. I think actually Starbuckle seems to be considering it. They've lost Hashem. They have to figure out where he is, and he's going to find them first. Starbuckles goes down, but was the low HP member. Sodawater can hear the footsteps, can hear the running.
30 seconds left.
Unfortunately, can't follow, doesn't want to risk making the noise. Hashem just has a free lane to the A site right now. We'll see where he tries to get the spike down. Sodawater might be unexpectedly close for Hashem, who is planting in the open, and this should just be him getting straight shot. Will go down to Sodawater. Hashem a little too greedy trying to get that plant in the open, ends up paying for it. Round goes over to Decaf, and again, look there, Flawless Falafels are broke.
Wow, this map is absolutely delivering in terms of just the craziness that's going on. 10 to 10, yeah, and like you said, Flawless Falafels not going to be able to buy up here. It's just going to be the Hero Bucky, or not Hero Bucky, Hero Bulldog on the Jester, and yeah, it's going to be a real tough task for them to win this round.
There is some lighter weaponry on the side of the defense, though. A Bulldog, only 2 full rifles. Again, that sort of conservative buy from Decaf. Potentially a weakness in this round. Hubby, for example, again on the bucket.
240 is available now.
You could see that pulled out by Tavasi. Hasn't found too much success with it on this map. I don't actually know if he's found any success with it on this map. They're just gonna go straight dashing. He goes dash them, trying to take down Soda, but will get paid. Will get punished by it. Soda going to the classic now. His drag just tries to strafe and shoot, but he can't find anything either. It's 3 now picks in the favor of Decaf, getting us in probably an unwinnable 2v5, especially Thunder. Surely goes down to the Bucky, or doesn't. All right, but only a Bucky is his prize. 2v4. Round will probably slow down here.
Last player standing.
Freebie for Aki. Thunder Chief, all to do 1v4. Round should be over. Spice in the middle of A site in the worst possible position.
30 seconds left.
Surely he doesn't try to save a Bucky, right?
Maybe thinking about it, but the team telling this stupid idea and eventually making his way towards his certain demise.
Goes charging around the corner. Does get his head taken off by AJ Thunder. You know, his goal at that point is just to die so he can get full loss bonus, and he does so.
Yeah, ultimate BM move would have been for Decaf to run away and not kill him, but taking the safer measure, just ending the round there.
So we go into the 22nd round. This series is going so long, it feels like every map has been pretty close, and this is the closest so far. As Decaf, again, still a bit of a lighter, or a slightly broken buy, as I believe AJ Thunder is on the Bulldog once again, but otherwise, rifles in hand. And Whalen will get paid or punished for it. Goes down as the first pick. The attacking Killjoy lockdown coming through. The bot comes a lot on the other side of the map. Be able to get back closer. There are swarm grenades to try to delay the plant, which is working right now. So the Falafels can't get close enough to site to plant. There was also Thunderous's null command.
Spike planted.
Spike is planted. Starbuckles wants to get a pick, but she can't. Aki and AJ Thunderous, though, both up. These are the dynamic players, and Thunderous shows why, taking off the head of Tavasi. Definitely doable here in a 3v4. But Jessica will shut down Starbuckles. Thunderous finds another, but it's all on to Aki. 1v3. She's got to make a miracle happen if she wants to win this round, and it's not going to happen. Z Jester with the off timing will swing onto her. It'll be 11 all. We are going at least 24 rounds here. It looks like this could even be overtime as Flawless Falafels refuse to go down quietly and Decaf refuses to give up the final map.
Yeah, both teams fighting tooth and nail. I mean, neither team wants to drop this in map. I'm sure Falafels don't want to go to that 5th, and Decaf desperately don't want to give up their championship hopes. Dragon electing for an interesting buy here. We'll see how it's able to pay out for her.
Hubby also finally upgrading from a Bucky to a Judge.
Judge definitely the superior shotgun, so love to see that he's bringing that in.
Thunder Chief just taps and then realizes, oh wait, I already have the Rolling Thunder. What do I need this thing for? Yeah, it does look like the Falafels actually just want a hard hit A here. There's no map control from Decaf. Again, that passive defense usually works for them, but this is the price. They have no idea where their opponents are. If Flawless Falafels could manage a quick execute, there won't be time for rotations.
You know, they've got the perfect ultimate for it. The Rolling Thunder, I mean, that's the best ultimate for getting a fast side take, or one of the best.
Time is starting to tick down on them, though. Only 42 seconds.
Toxin screen down.
Viper utility to deal with, and the Viper, him herself, and Sodawada on the site. They finally are just going to roll forward. Ashby going up into Raptors. Will be challenged by Aki up here. And is going to lose out on the fight. Meanwhile, Sodawada popping the Viper's pit, managed to avoid the Rolling Thunder, but now going to be the aftershock, just running, takes down one. Can't get the second, though, as Jester goes to the classic. Spike is going to fight, but AJ Thunder is actually just going to be there to shut it down. It's all on to Javasi. Time is completely against him. There's no shot here, and when Aki takes his head off, it's just a formality. It'll be the 12th on the board for Decaf. They're one round away from sending us to map 5.
Wow, what a round. The two site players in Aki and Sodawater combining to went for a kill apiece, but it was more than enough value to win the round. Ultimate being brought in by Thunder Chief not going to result in any benefit, really.
Turret out.
Yeah, a bit of a scattered play. Tavasi can pull in the Tour de Force, and Hashem actually can go for the Blade Storm as well. No null command available to completely shut it down. So these two players should be able to use their ultimates as weapons. They don't really have any special plan. They just want to get onto the B site, and they will. Dashing and Shrouded stepping past. Drag checking to make sure there's not a Nanostorm on this spike plant location. Tavasi will take down AJ Thunderous. That could be a potentially huge pick. Starbuckle's waiting to see if Drag will push out. Still hasn't, by the way. Finally is going to throw out the paranoia and get herself away. Thunder Chief, by the way, pushed up on an off angle, will take a 1-for-1 trade. It's now 2-4. Numbers in favor of the Falafels. They want to close things out here on the split, and they want overtime to do it.
Last player standing.
All on just the Aki now, who's going to have to take a 1v4, takes the first, but Z Jester with the Odin shuts things down. That is 24, and it's not enough. We are going to overtime.
Switching sides.
We're going to switch sides for the first time in a while.
Yeah, really nice round out of Falafels there. Invading all of Killjoy utility to get on site, get the plant, and then, yeah, just kills went their way.
Locked in that 12, locked in our first overtime of the series, and then
again, Split just delivering in buckets full tonight.
It's 24, not enough to find a difference on this map between these two teams. And for both sides, desperately hoping that 26 will be enough, or at least overtime will be enough. Really, just desperate moments, obviously, for Decaf. They have to take this map to stay alive. For the Falafels, I'm sure they don't want to go into a map 5 after 26 plus on map 4. We can close things out here, and I'm sure they don't want to have to take it one map further. Quiet hit for Decaf as they push towards A. Hubby takes the head off of Hashem. Unexpected, perhaps, first pick from Hubby, but potentially huge. And this is drawing a lot of rotates. Decaf could just look to pull away. Devasi would be the only defender on A.
Yeah, maybe not on an island, but this would be the player you want to leave on an island if you're going role player in the contender division.
Ooh, that 0 point just dodged out by Z Jester. So the Nanostorm's only utility online here. Thunder is put in the blender. Can't even see where the Nanostorms are, and will actually get away with it. Z Jester just, though, sloping Hubby on one in this round takes a second. Actually, one off the resurrection. Meanwhile, they're pushing on towards the B site. All 7 players are here to fight. Action takes down Drag. Tavachi will trade that out. Action takes a second as well onto Starbuckle. Thundershoot takes down Hubby. It's all onto Sodawada. Takes one down. You know, the last as he does, swings and gets the clutch in for Sodawada. Decaf take 13, advantage for them. They once again have a chance to push us to map 5.
Falafels did a really good job of getting that down from a 4v2 into a 2v1. Just poor timing in their pushes onto Sodawada. He was able to lock in both those kills. Gifted 1v1s.
You see Tavasi with the 2 just wasn't enough in that round. So Falafels now have to do it on their attack side. Managed it the first time of asking. Can they manage it here? They have no disguises about where they want to go. They want A, and they're hitting it fast. Sodawada actually will just take down Hashem. Sodawada just playing in this position. Back towards elbow. Thunder as well. Finds Thunder. Gonna be a 3v5. Favorite in. Decaf is trying to send us to map 5. Ike Plant as well shut down. It's just 2. It's just Drag and Jester. Drag trying to take a fight. He's just absolutely surrounded by utility and guns. It ultimately is flawless for Decaf. 26 is just enough. They're going to send us all the way to Icebox.
What a crazy series has been delivering, and yeah, we're going the distance for the second time in VDC history.
Well, I don't know how much there is to talk about in that map. I just want to see map 5, and what a series! It's going the distance. We'll be back for Icebox, where we finally see the side switch for the first time this whole series. Who is going to take home the VDC's final Season 1 championship? We're gonna go to break. When we come back, map 5. Play that Silver Scrapes. And welcome back. We have gone the distance. What no better way to send off the VDC season as Contender Finals. We go to map 5 Icebox. It all comes down to this. Nadesy, who do you think's taking this? Who is taking home the VDC's last Season 1 trophy?
I wish I could say I really don't know. Both teams are fighting tooth and nail for this series, neither wanting to give it up, being that inaugural champion of the VDC. Quick dive into Icebox for both teams. We can start with Falafels, 2-2. We've got a 52% win rate for rounds. It's pretty good. Icebox, though, for Decaf, which would make me lean towards Decaf. They're 6-3, including taking over L7 just last week. That's one of their best maps with a 56% round win rate. I mean, that's just astronomical numbers. So I don't care who wins, but I would lean Decaf based off the numbers.
Well, we'll have to see what direction this goes, as both these teams obviously in it to win it, I would assume, and both teams obviously hoping for mental reset, I'm sure, out of Flawless Falafels. They were so close. They took that thing to overtime. Never quite had a match point, but they had chances, and they just couldn't put it away. Sodawada with the clutch in round 25 was huge. And they've got to, pick themselves back up and know, hey, this has been a long series. We've been soldiering on. We could have closed things out, but we got it. We have a chance to do it again here now as we're going to get into Agent Select for the Lawless Falafel. Just one. I'm sure we'll fix that. The text sides, unfortunately, blame Spence. The Flawless Falafels and several of the other Omnipotent Sandwiches team names do not fit in our box.
Yeah, blame Spence. Definitely a common mantra around this league. It's locking from all of the players on Flawless Falafels. Love to see it. Pretty standard cap, except for double duelists. Don't normally see it, but they're two duelist players, so it makes a lot of sense. And a solid combination.
Select your agent.
All right, so composition's coming through, and largely a mirror so far. Devasi and AJ Thunderous looks to be the only difference, as we'll see Chamber kind of uncharacteristically, I feel like, Devasi going away from the Chamber while AJ Thunderous embracing it on this final map. Otherwise, we've got the Jet, KO, Sage, and Viper for both teams, so nearly identical compositions. Again, we finally see the switch. It will be Decaf on the defense. The Flawless Falafels will be attacking in the first half.
It's something
comes down to this.
Something unfortunate we're not going to get to see that going into the series. I was kind of hyped just knowing a little bit about each player. Tavasi and Thunderous, no dueling chambers the entire series. Each time they switch off the chamber, and whoever was on it the last map switches onto it. It's an unfortunate thing we're not going to get to see, especially with the nerfs coming in soon. Yeah, Flawless Falafels starting on their attack side. Classic A hit on Icebox. You see it in 10 out of 10 games. I don't think I've ever seen a team go B to start. Makes a lot of sense with all those long angles. Definitely a lot harder to clear than just pushing up through the tight, congested corridors of A. It's just going to be Sodawada to defend A site. Playing from underneath Valk. So position not going to be noted until they're already on.
Interesting choice to be so passive, so light on the A hole. And everybody, I mean, you said it, almost everyone seems to go A on the pistol round, but the hit is starting to come through. Sodawada actually does just find one on Mac. And doesn't find a second, but Aki will find two herself. Will find three.
Last player standing.
All off the Drag will finally shut Aki down, but only on 44 HP, only on 1 bullet. Starbuckle shut her down. It is a pistol round for Decaf, and so far in this series, that first pistol meant a lot.
I believe we're 4 out of 4 first team winning the pistol, goes on to win the map, so lock it in. Decaf, you're contender champions. No need to play the rest out, right?
Yeah, no need. We know how this goes. The number 1 team's playing the number 8 team right now. The number 16, obviously, they're gonna win every time. No need to play
Every time. No need.
Only a 1-0 lead though for Decaf. Probably a 2-0, but that, and then maybe a 2-1 most likely is all that gets them. Nice win.
Poison orb emitting.
And nothing but a correlation, though. No causation yet. No causation has been found.
Very slow A-pop here and now. Again, just soda water to receipt, but last round didn't matter. Definitely shouldn't matter this time around.
And he'll face Devos. He has to actually back away both of them.
There.
They do reach site. They do install a player in Thunder in Nest. That's some forward angles. Hashem actually should be taking some damage here. I think the biggest threat in it goes. A couple of players are low. Or maybe just taking decay damage. I actually really can't tell because they all heal. Sodawada going to start to push back in. We'll see if they expect Tavasi's corner, and they do not clear Tavasi. The corner does Hubby, but will be traded out by Starbuckle. Aki takes down I'm Drag. Sodawada on the forward position to be able to find one onto Hashem. The spike is going to start being diffused here. He does have the snake bites, and we'll take down Starbuckles with them, but time has run out. Sodawada doesn't seem to have gotten the message that the last is dead. But the diffuse with time will come through. And Decaf will convert their second. It's 3 alive. That seems to be the trend. Second round conversion, 3 alive.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at it, but definitely it feels like every time that pistol team keeps 3 alive. Real solid damage for Falafels, though. Did kill 2, got bombed down, and a ton of damage onto AJ Thunders, making him reinvest into some light armor. Expected the full, but still a little bit of a financial investment.
Again, very cautious by Hubby. Loves the Bucky, and we'll pull it back out. They want mid do the flawless falafels. That could be dangerous. So many angles you can get shot from if they try to push through here. And it does look like that's what they want, and that's where they're going to go. That will be the first case, but caught on a timing. Hatchem takes on Starbuckles in the meanwhile. They're going to storm through in towards Orange, and they will be able to plant on site, it looks like. They're going to be surrounded, though, as they do. Again, this is kind of danger. They do find Aki, though.
I'm a good shot.
Underish, though, finds a first. Can't quite find a second. Hashem on the 3K, looking for the eco ace. Last 2 players, Sodawada and Hubby, and that's Hubby's fragment will bounce back. Hubby trying to close distance with the Bucky, actually managing to get close on Drag. Can't find her, though, and Hashem with 4 Drag to shut down the last. Flawless Falafels managed to get away with 4 alive and most on pretty good health. I don't think they even took too much armor damage.
Yeah, really good round out of Flawless Falafels there. Gonna bring the response out of Decaf. They're gonna bring in full rifles. They're gonna get the operator onto Thunderous. That's a huge boomstick.
Rocking on Thunderous, playing on top yellow. Should be able to capitalize if they go his way.
Yeah, we'll have the Tour de Force back of yellow, not on top here, but they are looking to peek that direction. We'll see if we can find an early pick with it.
Looks like Tavasi would be the first up on a silver platter if he swings.
He does look like he wants to. So peek out, will get punished. Let's see if they continue to push that direction. I certainly wouldn't think they'd want to. Pass them. Hatchem actually just running straight on the site. No fear of Sodawada, who is back here on the site. The spike's not even here yet, but they've just taken full control. Shoulder attack didn't even notice. They're just going to play passive our Decaf. Spike now being planted. This should finally get AJ Thunderous to start moving.
Spike planted.
Still waiting. Spike does go down. He finally takes the angle off. DJ coming in. Hashem takes the headshot twice, and the second's good enough. Aki needs to pick back in towards the site. The Jester, though, will shut down Hubby on the flank. Just the 4 players facing directly. Thunder Chief trying to swing out, will take down Sodawada. 70 health still remaining. It's 3v3 now. Lineup well to come through. Actually seemed like they missed. Maybe they landed, but Spike is now halved. Z-Jester also has a wall to contend with, I believe. And also AJ Thunderous is an operator that would do it. This time Decaf play around the wall. Aki will end up taking the defuse, and it'll be the third on the board for Decaf.
Yeah, bouncing back really quickly. Had a good opportunity to swap an operator and run double ops with the tour de force online. Doesn't look like they're going to end up doing so, but...
And I just want to call out that Decaf do seem to be catching the rhythm of these retakes in the last two maps. Z-Jester, Split not the most lineup-heavy map in the world, to be honest, but, in that round, if you're going to play lineups, you're giving your opponent the number advantage on the retake, right? So if they take fast, you can get punished for it. That's a pretty much lineup right there that will cut off Boiler as they want to go up through two. There is a trademark here. That's broken. The Flawless Falafels will be heavily in the dark. Or not the Flawless Falafels. Yeah.
Position coming in towards Snowman. They're going to hold this cross.
Want to. It's an awkward angle there. It comes through. Thunderous saves Sodawada's life. The rest of the players trying to spill onto site. Hubby, by the way, still in B main, hiding with the Bucky. The spike is being planted by Drag. She's going to throw up the wall, run straight back into Hubby with the Bucky. It pays off. Jester now, a lot to do, takes the leg shot. He's trying to run across to stop the defuse. It's just Dunder Chief alive. The defuse is already basically through. Round will come over. Dunder Chief will at least save a Vandal for the trouble. The Decaf now 4 on the board.
Yeah, Falafels making their way up into Kitchen as a team, then electing to swing out into Boiler, not really having any, or not Boiler, CT, not really having any clearance, and then getting punished for it. Thunderous ripping 3 heads off, I believe, with that round, or in that round.
Yeah, some nice shots already coming through on this map. Thunderous starting to have an impact, as always. Aki, this was nice. Takes the head off twice, why not? 7-1 so far on AJ Thunder, 6-2 on Aki. Those two have been the dynamic duo for this team, and they are looking to pay that off on this pivotal map 5. Well, not even pivotal. This is just deciding map 5. There's no pivots. Map 3 was a pivot. This is way past that.
Yeah, this is all the marbles on the board right here, or on the table for both teams. Falafels not looking so hot so far, even though they got in 3 plants. They never really felt like they would go the Falafels way in the end. Decaf having great control of this game to start.
And what's, stories for both of these teams. Falafels believe pretty steady throughout the season. Tavasi has been an absolute monster. Probably was close on winning MVP, I would imagine. Certainly was in the vote. Highest rated player in the VDC, highest ACS, most kills. Dude dropped 682 kills. Absurd numbers. And for Decaf, some roster changes, I believe, came in midway through the season for them. It really revitalized this team. When they first played Decaf on match day 6, they got 2-0, 2-5, 3-5.
Little bit of backstory on that. They were playing a 4v5, so it was never really a reasonable shot for them to win. But
fair. You never know. That does happen sometimes, unfortunately. The sub rules especially were changed a little later. I think a little after that period had passed. Also, Falafels just taking full space on A, but they haven't taken Sodawada out in time 1. Aki's trying to chip in, just some knives to land, but no kills. Starbuckle is trying to let Asher get walled up and takes one down. Will finally get caught by Aki, still with the Blade Storm out. Can't quite find the shots in time onto Drag or Dunder Chief. Here are the last 2 alive. Or make that 1v4. It's all on the Dunder Chief. Classic, really, to work with a right click just before the 0 point could go through. It's another round for Decaf. The timeout, I would hope, was for the next round, because I don't think Falafels invested here, and we'll see what fruit it bears, as they're down 5-1 early.
I mean, you can look at this round for Falafels as kind of the must-win round of their attacking half. It's off to a very, very slow start. When you're running double duelist, you need minimum 5 rounds, and they're already going to be rough to get that.
Yeah, and they are starting this half on attack for the first time. They've started every map on defense. This final map, decided by coin flip, was given to Decaf for side selection, and they chose finally to start on defense after choosing to start on attack on both of their opponents' map picks. It takes us to this point where Decaf get perhaps the advantage of starting on defense. At least they certainly seem to think so, and it has been playing out that way early.
Viper's Pit getting utilized, no command getting utilized, and they're sneaking over the rope. Sodawada has no idea.
Oh, this could potentially be huge. Aki, at minimum, is probably going down here. There's nobody paying attention towards this. Okay, it won't be Aki, it'll be Tabassi, and it might be... How did Aki put that shot? Oh, if we had that perspective, must have been an insane 180 by Aki. Now Spike bottled up towards Pitch, and the timing on the Thunderous is bad, but he can pull out the pocket pistol and take one with him. Tabassi, in the meantime, is completely lurked. I'm gonna pop and swing, I guess. Tabassi has to do the rest. 1v2 now. Took the first in the 1v3. With the Lear, is gonna take the second. Could be on for the ace clutch here. Could Tabassi has time to get the spike down. Sodawada's nowhere nearby.
30 seconds left.
It's going to be open though. Soda could punish this. Swings out and does. Tabassi, that's the second time we've seen a greedy plant get punished in this series. It happens on map 5. Sodawada will get the defuse through, gets the clutch, prevents the clutch perhaps. It's going to go run and grab the operator, of course. It'll put 6-1 up, and that was the play that the timeout called for. You have to assume for the Flawless Falafels, and it does not work.
Yeah, Aki and Thunder is going absolutely huge. 2 pieces for both of them. Aki getting the second was the most impressive shot I think I've seen all night, or hadn't seen all night.
If nobody clipped that, I'm going to be sad. If Aki didn't clip that and post it immediately after this match is over, I'm going to be sad. That must have been absurd.
The reaction times, inhuman reactions down up the old Pico call.
I mean, she was just caught looking the complete wrong direction. It was absurdity.
Yeah.
And all winds up in a round then.
Yeah, very greedy plan from Tabassi there.
Thunderous takes early damage here. We'll have to retreat. Resurrection is available. A lot of ults available for the offense. If they can get this spike down, they have the Viper's Pit, they have the Null Command, they have Resurrection, Delana, Empress. Half of that comes out right now. Tabassi as well with the Hero Rifle is going to find Sodawada. First pick actually going in favor of the attackers. They just want to keep pushing and taking space. For the Viper's Pit, they're going to play in front of it. Hashem trying to take down Aki. Will finally, on the second time of asking, Starbuckle is now going to trade out, but it's 3-2. In favor of the attack side. They probably won't be able to res Dunder Chief. Starbuckles can get Aki back on her feet. And Tabassi trying to push into punish. Jester, though, on an unexpected angle on the top of 410. With the snakebite still available, this round seems heavily favored for the Flawless Falafels with all of this time being burnt out. Yeah, it's going to be given up. Decaf's just going to turn and run away. All those ultimates do pan out in a round win for the Falafels, who I think had more money than I thought they did.
Oh my!
Jester knows where the spike explosion range is exactly.
Drag, on the other hand, unfortunately, she quite didn't know where it stops.
Or just couldn't get out in time.
Yeah.
But I guess that was a fuller buy than I expected. I'll be fully honest, lost track of the scoreboard. It's only been 5 maps. Give me a break. It seemed like there were more rifles on the Falafels than I thought they would be. They do convert that round, but it takes 2 of their ultimates to 3 of their ultimates. No, just 2 to do so. 2 of the big ones, though, in the Null Command and the Viper's Pit.
There they are.
Good tracking from Thunderous to get that first pick.
Yeah, another dry swing from Tabassi and getting punished for it. Especially in such a critical round for Falafels to try and recover this half.
I mean, we really talked about Tabassi no fear playstyle does pay for it there.
now the complete halt for Falafels. Not sure what they want to do. Probably thinking they want to bring that resin.
Is that Hubby all the way up mid?
You will
with
not
Lucky?
kill my ally.
Yeah. All right. Thunder is going to shut down 1, shut down 2, on for 3 already. Could go for the
Spike
6
planted.
piece here if he can find them. Hashem, known location in danger. Can't really get out here. That'll make it 4. Could find 5 here on a Tavasi, who's going to have to retreat. Bucky, by the way, slowly walking up flank. Tavasi will take down Aki, can heal himself up. Hubby as well will be shut down. Sodawada, though, just can't slip through the wall. So 4v2, now 2v2.
Toxin screen
Ethan
down.
pushes back forwards. Sodawada looking
Last
for
player
Tavasi,
standing.
loses out. It's all on to Thunderous. You have to find the 6k and the defuse to get the round through. Just thinking timing is poor. Taps the spike. Time is just going to run out on him. Can't even find drag. He takes his head off. We'll go down to the
Last
spike, though,
player
just choosing to embrace death, as Tavasi will go as well. Economic damage at the very least for Decaf. Thunderous tried so hard in that one, but end up dropping a 2v4 there.
Yeah, I mean, AJ Thunder is doing his best to bring the round in favor of Decaf with a 3-piece, or had a 4-piece in the end, but 3-piece to start the round. And then the retake just coming in a little too slow due to positionings, and Falafels getting a second in a row.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, we'll put... It does put their economy in a pretty rough spot. They do... Oh, I've seen this before. We saw this on Icebox in the semifinal. Starbuckles got punished for this once or twice. This time she will get it up safely. Aki taking the head off the Bossy. He'll get traded out, though.
Here.
Oh, and Sodawada just can't find the shots. Damage done, but no pick. Starbuckles, though,
Spike
to
down.
catch
Mid.
the push forward. Hashem, in the meantime, is just run straight onto sight. Sodawada takes
Last
his
player
head
standing.
off. Starbuckles takes off Thunder Chief. Jester's got to try to make something happen in a 1v4. Just gets the first. These mid plays from the Flawless Falafels seem a little overly ambitious. They cannot. It's just so hard. There's just so many angles to really get onto a site with.
Yeah, they've really been struggling. It may just be time to chalk it up, call it a day, start maybe having one lurk through, and that's really it. They've been devoting way too many resources and not getting enough reward.
Forced onto the save here, hoping to go into a half with 5, but it's going to be a huge uphill battle. I'm sure they'd settle for 4 at this point with the weapons they're bringing into this round.
Poison orb emitting.
Again, they want to just hit A fast. Seems like they have 2 plays, and this is plan A, literally, as they do pour onto the site. Hubby's kind of caught, and so is Sodawada in really awkward positions. Hubby will get away with his life. Soda will not. That is a recovered rifle. Also, this angle by Hashem is potentially dangerous, and it is. Shuts down Starbuckles. Numbers advantage still in the favor, but Tavasi, that no fear, is punished once again. Back to a 3v3. Spike's still planted. Time in favor. Hubby's looped all the way around on the flank.
Great reposition.
Jester will take the first, takes a ton of damage, but lives. And Aki trying to find the pick. It's going to be all onto Hubby now, as Aki has gone down. The swing out. Late adjustment. Thunder Chief and the Thrifty come through. Maybe 5 is possible.
Last
Yeah,
round
but it's
in the half.
definitely something doable for Flawless Falafels getting that thrifty round win, but the buy on Decaf is still looking very strong. They're going to be up against it. It's going to be a very tough test. And potential tech pause. Yep, tech pause coming in.
We heard the chat. We know what that means. Technical pause. Perhaps Sodawada has disconnected. Hubby has over 100 ping. I don't know if that's the problem.
I don't know if it's been that way all night, but
Scrolling through chat. Not sure what the issue is. Tech pause number, shrug. Yeah. Wouldn't be map 5, right? Without a tech pause. Oh my goodness. But some things to touch on. Decaf, they've been excellent in this half. It really feels like they've dominated it, especially with the numbers on AJ Thunderous and Aki, both in double digits early. Tavasi, the highest frags for the Falafels, but they've managed to convert some close ones, have the Flawless Falafels. And, rounds are rounds. Yeah, the kills are way in the advantage of Decaf right now, but Only 3-round lead could be cut to 2 by the time the half comes around. Take the pistol, could suddenly push things to a tie, could the Falafels. And maybe their defensive half. Again, Decaf's offense has been rough on a lot of maps, and no reason to suspect that might change here. There's so much ransom note energy in this.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Decaf really been struggling with their offense. Split was a change of pace for them, being able to get, I think they had 9 on their first half, which was very impressive. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how their offense looks on Split, or not on Split, on Icebox. It looked very impressive last week. I think they got 6, which is all they need now. So it's a very doable game for them right now.
Yeah, and this is the final match of the series. Looking to close things down, both teams. The Mets, I do believe they're first in their division, by the way. Having quite a good season. We'll see if they fall off the wagon like they did last year, but, you know.
Definitely hoping for it. Small market team like the Brewers need to win one once in a while.
Insert Jeopardy music. I did just hear another click in the chat. Everybody has bought guns. Maybe the timer about to be unpaused? Maybe? Hope? Hopium? Timer's unpaused. Let's go. Starbuckles is running to her spot. Hubby is not moving, but okay, Hubby's moving backwards. The round is starting. We're starting with
played regardless.
Maybe he's just supposed to defend spawn this round.
Starting to move forward now.
Oh, it looks like that might have been a lineup coming through. All right, fair enough.
Oh, sure.
We do see the immediate Viper's Pit, the immediate tour de force from the defense. Tavazzi wants to do the same thing they pulled off several rounds ago. As everyone wants to go over the Viper's Pit, and they're going to get past it. Drop, though, should be heard, and Thunder head gets taken off. Sodawada finds a second. Will finally be taken down, but no res available. And that actually looks straight kill doesn't. Spike planted. Takers are already here. Hubby, though, getting a little too aggressive. Aki will trade, though, onto Hakim. Defense or offensive Viper's Pit now coming through. The Jester sitting in here with Shorty out, ready to click whoever comes closest. Drag and the Jester here to lock things down, trying to get 5 in half. Both Aki and Thunderous, though, up for the defense. The Jester finds the first. That's 3 on the round, but it's going to get shut down by AJ Thunderous. They just have to find the last player in drag. Aki goes swinging, can't find the shot. Thunderous, though, with the tour de force, takes the head off. The fuse will come through, and it's going to be that 8-4 half for Decaf as they look very favored.
Didn't actually think that would work.
Take this map.
Yeah, I think we're looking good for Decaf here.
Switching sides.
Good pressure by Aki. Even though not getting the kill on Jester, forcing him out of the Viper's Pit, and then Thunder is able to get the kill, take down the Viper's Pit, and the round was pretty much a foregone conclusion from there. Thunder 17-4, another very strong start to the map. See how he's able to play it in the second.
Yeah, it did kind of fall off a bit on Split when they swapped to the defense. It was still stellar, obviously, ended up dropping 30, but definitely noticeably slowed down for a period, I think, of that second half. See if we see a similar thing here as they've swapped to their attack side, as this is a much-needed pistol for the side of the Flawless Falafels if they want to stay in this. But, I mean, to their fortune, I'm pretty sure every team that lost the first pistol has come back to win the second.
I think Ascent, both pistols went to...
You're right. And I think actually on map 2, both pistols went to the Flawless Falafels, but it doesn't matter. It's Tavazzi's taking the first duel and winning it onto Starbuckles. There's Aki somewhere beneath him. The shot's going right from both, but Tavazzi will be able to heal up on just 6 HP. Finally shut down by who else? AJ Thunderous finding the pick. Hubby lurked up to orange. The spike is still in the safe hands of AJ Thunderous, so not lost on. Hey, this is an awkward angle, and Thunder Chief will make Hubby pay for it. Thunder's trying to get close to the spike down. I think there was a tap there. Since rotating in, drag peeking out. Now it's on to Thunder to peek out, and he will. The timing works out. Thunderous goes down. Sodawada has to 1v4 with the spike out in the open. Trying to find the first shots. Just one connection, not a lot of damage. Much fine here, but does take out the head of Hashim, who misdashed into the wall.
30 seconds left.
Toxins going up.
30 seconds, a snake bite.
Time's starting to become a little bit of a factor here.
It's gonna be so difficult. One by one, but takes the head off of Thunder Chief. Still the worry of the flank, but has to just push forward. Should see both players now.
Left.
10 seconds, you gotta go forward, Soda.
Poison's off.
There's no time for caution here. He's just slowly edging his way up. The time is gonna expire on him. Surely he's gotta just try to take a fight to end things out here. And we'll just get turned on by drag, goes down. So the pistol does go to the Falafels to keep things in the balance.
Excuse me. Nice opener from the Tavasi, able to get 2, and was eventually traded by who else but Thunderous. Yeah, Falafels getting that must-win pistol, or the map would have almost felt lost at that point.
I gotta say, I think we have just hit a new viewership record on Twitch. We're up to 70. That's insane. Thank you all so much for coming out to watch this finals. So we're here into map 5, looking to decide. This is it for VDC Season 1, our final championship. The other 3 have already been given out. It's just these last 2 as Hashim can't quite find the head of AJ Thunderous. Team pushing forward our Decaf. Want to take A. Shots going wide on both sides. Thunderous eventually takes 1. Now Hashim with a whole shooting gallery to deal with, but somehow gets away with his life. Drag will find Starbuckles as well. Decaf. Shot's not great for them so far in this round. Now the whole defense has rotated over.
And they're really just being stonewalled here. Decaf is going to force the plant down, but that's really all they're going to get here.
2v5, make that a 1v5. Aki with just a classic in the dream and some right clicks and some players all around her. She will go down to Tavasi.
Flawless.
The expected result, technically a flawless to come through, and Falafels are keeping things rolling.
Yeah, they've shrunk their opponent's lead to 2. Gonna be on a bonus here. Gonna see what they're able to do with it. The full buy gonna be coming in for Decaf. Except for Thunderous, who's... I mean, he's probably going to get a gun, but right now just showing with what pistol he wants to rock in tandem. And he's got the headhunt.
And maybe just a headhunter buy, not even armor.
That's a good spot.
I think they want to go for the offensive operator, so playing it safe, super safe with Thunderous's economy.
All set up.
Rendezvous up top, just... Well, has the headhunter, of course, so can swing that angle. Tavasi here with the Marshal. Bonus round finds. Oh, that looks good to me, but not quite the headshot. Goes through another shot just between the legs. It's not coming through. Hubby, no fear to just run forward. The W key out. And now Sodawada taking out. Aki will actually take Thunder Chief. Sodawada somehow getting away with his life. Tavasi getting away as well. This whole series, this whole map just feels like people are narrowly getting away with their lives. Meanwhile, this flank is not noted. This is why Chamber can get punished. Hashim has smoked off the trip and has found one, but does get traded out. It's now a 3v3. A site open for Decaf if they want to make their way that direction, which it looks like they do. Couple players, though, not on full hit points. Sodawada very low. AJ Thunderous, no armor. As we mentioned coming into this round, is they're going to reset things and try to get onto a site.
30 seconds left.
Making his way over. He covered a rifle.
Nobody died.
Planted.
Seems frozen for us. I hope it's not for you guys, but we can't see anything. AJ Thunder has found a pick onto I'm Drag. Viper shit was popped by the offense. You can see clearly now that the rain is gone again. 2v3 on the retake.
One enemy remaining.
Can't get the bonus conversion, but Z-Jester is going to go down. Tavasi will find Starbuckles. It's possible these players are pretty low. The decay is out, damaging the heals. Tavasi probably out of time here. Could do some serious damage, though, to the Decaf economy. Both players are stuck in the pit. They've got to just run, turn tail. Sodawada is somehow actually going to get around the corner. Tavasi just chasing will lose his own life to take one. Decaf will get the round win, but they lose so many in the process.
Yeah, even though Faust don't win that round, I'd say they take that. Getting all the guns out of their opponent's hands is going to force them onto a very weird buy. Tour de Force is coming in for AJ Thunderous, but full rifles on Flawless. They're definitely looking like they want to take this and shrink the gap to 2 again.
Again, this is map 5. This decides our 4th champion to join.
If you want to play, let's play.
Heroic Heroes. And Red Rose, I believe, was the advanced champion, if I'm getting my champions right off the top of my head. So with Flawless Falafels, they could give the Omnipotent Sandwiches 2 championships. The only franchise to do so. Aki early pick the one to Hashem. Hubby's just noted Zeke Jester's location, takes a ton of damage for it, but gets away with his life. AJ Thunderous with the Tour de Force takes one as well. Number is now firmly in favor of Decaf. We'll see where they want to go with it. I swear that slow orb hit AJ Thunderous.
Like, I think those are team slow orb.
Either way. Push is coming in towards B, and I'm Drag is split focus. They just get absolutely timing by AJ Thunderous, turning the wrong direction and will, but Thunderous just gets taken offline at the exact moment. I think it's literally, yeah, that was decay damage, so it was on 1 HP. Hubby will go down. Thunderous goes here with the Tour de Force. Gets the trade. Now 2v4 for the Falafels to try to retake the site. We don't know where most of the players are. Thunderous, and that's not the player you want to be finding. He takes a third. He's having an absolutely nuclear map. He wants his team to win here. She's got too much in front of her. Aki will take her down. It's 10-6 now for Decaf. They make Apache buy work well. Now things are getting really scary for the Falafels.
Yeah, 4 life for Decaf. Economy is flowing on this team, and they are poised to prevent our first double champion in BDC history. Buys looking not great for Falafels if they elect to invest anything other than the Sheriff on Hashem.
It does look like they're going to go for the Hero Guardian? Nope, just Hero Marshal. Tavasi only on 16 and 13, it looks like. Very quiet for his standards. For a guy who dropped 600 kills in 28 maps. Still slow, especially when his head is just getting taken off by Thunderous, who refuses to slow down. It's Belong control fully in the hands of Decaf, and they want to storm towards the site. This could be dangerous. You have the wall to go up. Spike should go down.
I think the fragment overshot, not going to prevent the plant.
Hubby playing close to the wall. Rest of the players playing towards long. Clear the flash back away as well. Defensive wall already used, so they can't use that to buy space for the defuse to come through. Waffles are just pistols for the most part. Are going to struggle to retake in this round. They already lost Bots. You had the rifle, or had the Marshal. Aki's going to go down or take down Hashem as well. Flash seemed to get everyone, but Aki turned it in time. Gets 3 in the end of the round. It's flawless for Decaf. And for the Falafels on the other side, it's anything but at this point. 24 kills on AJ Thunderous, 20 kills on Aki, and they just can't keep up. This timeout needs to do something because they are about to be facing map point and match point if they are not careful.
Yeah, this is their last stand. If they drop it, I mean, even if they win it and then they don't keep too many alive, they'll still be on a real crap buy for the next round. So I mean, they're gonna have to play this one extra cautiously.
You gotta hope the mental's staying strong for the Falafels. A single mention of map 4 of Split, of how they could have closed it out on Split at this point. I mean, that's just, I mean, that might as well be a nuclear bomb, right? You gotta hope that that has left their minds and that they're firmly focused here on Icebox. Getting back into this thing, they do have their buy online, so the timeout comes before it. Obviously, last round was almost a full save. Could be an operator in the hands of one of these players if they elect to go that way. Dunder Chief has plenty of money to buy one over. Could be a tool they try to use to come back.
You'd love to see Hashem get the op in his hands, but not going to like to go that way. Rifles across the board. One Phantom on the server right now and a Thunder Chief. Yeah, this is it.
It does look like some defensive aggression is the call. Hashem ready to take that rope forward. Or maybe not.
Five stacked here towards A. Map control could be gained by Falafels if they decide to poke and prod, but they're playing very safe right now. They're scared to give up 12.
Falafels are going to read into an A hit here. You see almost literally every player on the map now rotating towards this site hard. Drag. This could actually be a bad wall nonetheless because of the placement, but that might get the Team Decaf. Yeah, that might get Team Decaf to rotate away from the stack, or they'll just find a free pick onto Hashem. I don't know if that was free. No, it doesn't look like it, but they did find a pick. Tavasi, though, shuts down AJ Thunderous. That's one of the two big threats for Decaf down so far. Still have Aki to find, though. There's still 3 players to defend the site here. Sodawada's super low on health. Aki, though, just charging forward. Somehow she can't take down the Jester. Will live on just a couple of hit points, but Sodawada on his own few hit points takes down Drag. Ember's now in favor of Decaf, despite being forced into the plant. Aki just gets timing on the drop-off, but the Jester is traded by Starbuckles. Tavasi and Thunderchief here to retake. The first pick goes in their favor. It's a 2v2. They know where Sodawada is as well. He can't check either angle. It's all on to Hubby in the 1v2. Things look possible. Things look likely. Thunderchief shuts him down. 3K for him. The duo is enough. The defuse is going to come through. It's 11-7. Match point not yet given.
Yeah, Falafels are battling. They do not want to have to fight 6 match points in a row. Kept 2 alive, so the buy still should be strong enough. Decaf's economy, though, is still incredible, and it should be good for a couple rounds here.
Opting not to go for the op, though, in AJ Thunderous' hands, sticking with a rifle here. Saw that op to great effect on Split at times, but... or not Split.
Our defensive half of this. Haven't really brought out much before that.
Thunderous was playing... not Chamber KO on Split, wasn't he?
Yep.
I don't know. Maybe who was opping on that map? I'm so lost.
I think it was just Tavasi. I don't think anyone else really brought it in. Mostly just because of the Tour de Force.
5-game series. I'm losing my mind. Again, though, buy back in for Decaf. Thunderous takes the first spot. Rendezvous away. I'm officially out of water, Nancy. We have fully and truly gone the distance. Hubby actually gonna open up the site of A, though.
Wow.
3 kills to this point, make it 4. That makes a couple of times. Dude seems to only find big Drag. They don't know the location. I think that's Drag in the corner, who's just letting the spike be planted. Can't actually put it in the wall, though.
Oh, no.
Absolutely punished by trying to play trying to go for the big brain play. Hubby now gonna get punished. Trying to play on the toxic game. And oh, that was a big duel. It is a trade in the long run. Tavasi shut down. Thunderchief has some big maps, big performances. Needs one now. It shuts down Aki. That could be huge. Lineup though coming through to shut down the diffuser. Thunder's pushed forwards. The lineup will run out soon. The wall is up to stop Starbuckles from spraying down the diffuser as well. She's just now realizing it. She's got to try to break it. She can't do it fast enough. The diffuse does come through. Bullets run out.
One enemy remaining.
Now on the board for the Flawless Falafels. They're building back into this.
Yeah, they're building back in this, but they're keeping just very minimal players alive. It's keeping the economy just enough in shambles where if Decaf win this round here, I mean, the buy's not going to be terrific. So definitely something that Falafels need to take note of. Sage Res online this round, definitely going to need to be brought in.
A lot of ultimates online on both sides. Viper's Pits for both, Blade Storms for both, and the Resurrections, and then Tavasi has the Empress.
And Thunderchief one off of an ultimate.
Get out of my way!
I mean, this round could be a nightmare to cast.
There is the early Viper's Pit, and we can see Hashem went for the peek over the tube, looking for something with the Blade Storm, found nothing on the to receive on the other end.
Yeah, I could almost just leave Jester to defend A by himself and rotate out.
Hubby again finding the first pick. What is it, 5 kills on the map? But the last 2 rounds, early picks that have put his team in favor. Will get traded though. Res is available if they wanted to go for it. We'll see if they prioritize that in this round. Just arching forward, somehow can't take down Thunder Chief though. Now numbers back in favor.
Res.
And no command and the Res are available, but Sparkles is well going down. Wall's gonna come up. Tavasi's found a second. It's just onto Thunderous. He'll find the angle onto the resurrected Hashem, but he's got so much to do here. 1v4 now. Operator to work with, but Spike is down on long. Tavasi shut that push down.
30 seconds left.
And a very low time too. I mean, this is just going to be a safe call coming in for Thunderous here. Bring the operator into the next round.
Tavasi catches the timing on him. Tries to pull out the op. Tavasi will close out a 4K. 11-9 now. This map is getting closer and closer. Still money in the hands of Decaf to buy up here, but they're going to actually elect for the timeout, and I think this is definitely the time to use it.
Yeah, this is definitely a real smart call. It's now a 2-round game. Falafels not giving in yet. They still got a little bit of juice left, trying to get that last squeeze on it.
For Decaf, it's just 2 more for the Flawless Falafels. Could be 4. They could close things out in regulation if they can just completely shut down Decaf here. A couple of close rounds for Decaf, though. The post plan's just not falling in their favor. Last round notwithstanding. Tavasi has started to heat up massively. Went from 16-13 to 22-15, so 6-2 in the last couple of rounds. Resurrection Viper's Pit still available for Decaf. They didn't invest those. So if they can get on to... Oh, go ahead.
Just the No Command and Empress for Falafels. They burned a couple of ults that round to secure it in the Viper's Pit and the Res, most notably. I believe Blaze Storm was also brought in. So
both sides, they definitely invested the Blaze Storm.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Ultimates lean towards the side of Decaf here, and we'll see how they plan to use them here. Definitely a good opportunity for a set piece.
Wall goes up.
Hubby is not with us, I think.
No, he's moving now. We're good.
Okay. I think he just has a classic, though. I thought I saw it.
Might could.
So definitely a huge advantage for Flawless Falafels to get 10 on the board.
Hashem, though, going exploring and should be heard. Does get a pick onto Aki, but is traded by Sodawada, and the Resurrection is available. So this should make things a 5v4, numbers in favor. Classic notwithstanding, though, on Hubby. They are going to have to invest the wall to get it. Barrier Orb will come through. Thunder is also just on the Guardian. Has one in his pocket. Don't know why he bothered to buy one.
Teleport's ready.
Chamber jokes.
But no, nowhere near the spike. Everyone's towards A.
Toxins going up.
They're starting with dry A as Jay Thunder is taking so much pace. He's going to get into a duel with Tavasi that he's going to lose. That's a big pick. Again, Thunder is losing out on towards Tavasi. Now, Aki, the next challenger, she is enough to take it down. Flash will come through from Thunder Chief to try to stop the plan, but won't be in time. Sodawada going to get that into the ground. Jester has found Hubby, who was trying to late lurk from mid, it looks like. But the spike is planted. No command to come through.
Oh, that's going to nullify any lineup.
It will, and some spray coming through onto the spike. Starbuckles takes down one. The Jester goes down, but it's just being stuck by Drag. Half has been gotten. She's got more work to do. 3 enemies to face, and she can't find even the first. Starbuckle shuts her down, and we are on map point Decaf. Match point. Championship point. It's just one more.
Falafels got 3 in a row. It's definitely doable, but they've got, backs are up against the wall. We'll see how their tenacity comes into play here.
That Viper's Pit also didn't get invested, so it's available here. And AJ Thunderous has already invested the Tour de Force into this round. Only
Just
the
the Empress
Empress.
on
Yeah.
You want
Basically
to play?
no shot
Let's
of anything
play.
else coming up, barring an orb and 4 kills.
Yeah, Tavasi taking this round into his hands, taking a ton of B space. Gonna alert the team that the A hit's on.
He's found picks. He's been winning duels against AJ Thunders and Aki to an extent in the past few rounds, but it wasn't quite enough that last time. He's not on the side of the hit here. Aki, tip of the spear going forward towards Thunder Chief. He's now drawing full rotations are the defense. The Viper's Pit's actually just going to be straight popped. They haven't even taken site space. They haven't pushed past 410, but they are confident that they can do so. Thunder Chief, though, completely shuts Sodalata down. Viper's Pit online, Viper's Pit offline. There is a trade available, but now 2 trades going to the Falafels. It's Thunder, it's an Aki. This duo is dangerous. Show you why. Aki takes off 1. Thunderous takes 1 as well. We're back to the 2v2. Tavasi's flank has to come in. I think he's noted. Pushing forward is Thunderous. How did that shot go wide? He pulls out the Headhunter to take
enemy
down
remaining.
the kill.
Spike down A.
Knows Tavasi's on the flank. Doesn't know high-low. This could be the last shot. Swings out toward a 4th. Good enough. Decaf off the back of AJ Thunderous close things out. They are your BDC Season 1 Contender champions.
Wow, what a clutch from Thunderous to lock in that round. Definitely the, I don't think we do it, but if we start doing it, Grand Finals MVP, what a performance. Dude was absolutely nuts from start to finish.
Absolutely insane. Would no one better to close it out. I think he ended up just short of 30, unfortunately. I think that was 29. Just short of another 30 bomb in this series, but absolutely insane, especially on the last 2 maps. Back against the wall, and AJ Thunderous was ready to rise to the challenge and take Decaf and Kingdom Coffee to a championship.
Yeah, just great performance all the way around, going 5 maps, going the distance in 1, and getting pretty damn close in all the others. Couldn't have asked for a better series to cast.
Congratulations to Kingdom Coffee's Decaf on taking the championship, and congratulations to the Falafels. 3rd seed worked their way here, kept things close, had their chances. Will certainly have some chances next season, maybe 1 player short, aka Tavasi, because I don't think anyone's expecting him to stick around in Contender given his numbers, but have plenty to rebuild back off of. And huge performances really out of a lot of different players in this series. Ultimately just came up short. Thunderous, of course, just absolutely shutting things down at the end. Who else? Decaf take the championship, and that closes out all 4 of our grand finals here in the VDC and closes out Season 1. At least the actual season. I think we have some off-season shenanigans that will technically pertain, but we go into the off-season now.
Yeah, got 2 weeks before signups come back, and we're excited to cast once that season 2 starts back up. Everyone enjoy the break.
Again, congratulations to Decaf. Thank you all so much for coming out to watch. Also, congratulations to the Flames, champions of Master, first one that jumped in my head. The Heroic Heroes, the champions of Premier, and Red Rose, the champions of Advanced. Those are your VDC champions. I don't remember all the MVPs, or I'd call them out too, but you can find those on the Discord. That is our first season, a successful season, I'd say, by all standards. Thank you all so much for coming out, watching our stream, playing with us all season, all the players for being on stream with us. I have enjoyed this journey. I've been casting the whole way through the season. Nades, you've been along with me for a lot of these casts. I know you were playing through part of the season, but it's been very fun. I've enjoyed every bit of it. I'm excited to move to Season 2. Congratulations again to all the champions. Thank you guys so much for watching. And we'll be back probably on Saturday to bring you the franchise face-off. I think that's our first event of the off-season. Until then, have a great night.
running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, 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 so go off, go off, go off, go off.